Good morning and welcome to day 2 of the ECI T20 International Tri-Series here at Desert Springs between Spain, Italy and Germany. You join myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network as we are just about to get day 2 underway. Match number 3 is right around the corner, Spain taking on Italy, and what a matchup this is. Italy taking 2 losses from matches 1 and 2 against Germany in yesterday's play. Certainly looking forward to what is set to be another thrilling day of international T20 cricket here on the very picturesque ground here at Desert Springs. It's an absolute joy to bring you the coverage here today on what is a very bit of a brisk Saturday morning, sort of temperature around 20 degrees, but that's due to rise up to around 28 later on in the day. Taking a look at the lineups then, and you take a look at the Italian side first. There's some familiar names. Grant Stewart, he's been the source of runs for Italy, but look at that. Looking at that Spanish squad, there's a lot of names that we're very familiar with now due to the ECC and over the last couple of years. Debutants for Spain in international T20 cricket, Mohamed Ihsan alongside Mohamed Yassin and Prince Daman, all three making their debut today, with that ever-familiar partnership now of Yasir Ali and Daniel Doyle-Kaye at the top of the order for Spain. Taking a look at the bat versus ball wall here this morning. Well, Supercomputer is taking Spain out to be the victors by a good handful of runs. And again, looking at that there, of course, 2 losses in yesterday's play for Italy, previously mentioned. Obviously, they've been led pretty well by Jean-Pierre Omid. However, taken a bit of a hit in terms of ICC ranking points, but the competition that everybody's going to be looking forward to seeing here is Mohamed Kamran, the hitman, taking on Grant Stewart. Grant Stewart yesterday hitting some absolute bombs all around the ground, 360-degree hitting in both innings, but it just wasn't enough for Italy as they ended up losing, of course, in that first game by 10 wickets and then 8 wickets in the second game against a very strong German side. They have the morning off. I can see that a couple of their players are in and around where we are at the moment. And we're almost set to get underway here. Very good morning to everyone tuning in, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on Fancode in India. Very good morning to you. Hope you're well and hope you're set for what is going to be another thrilling day of international T20 cricket. Of course, this isn't the only cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Today, we've got finals day out in Malta. I know they're battling the conditions. I know Vinny and Rico are taking you through that one, and the crew there are certainly battling to ensure that they get all the cricket in as much as possible. It's never easy when you have to battle the conditions, but looking back yesterday, we're on the same pitch as yesterday's play. So, of course, there's been a good few overs that have been on this pitch now, so it'll be interesting to see how it holds up. Certainly will be a testament to the ground staff here at Desert Springs. But we're ready to get underway, and it is going to be Mohamed Kamran here up against Grant Stewart. Stewart on the drive straight away. Straight to, looks like Yasir Ali in covers. Again, looking at that Spanish squad, there's a lot of familiar names. The skipper, Christian Munoz-Mills, alongside, Lorne Burns, Daniel Doyle-Kaye, just to name a few. Of course, Adil Raja missing out on the ECC, wasn't in the squad. He's back into the T20 squad for this tournament, so he's starting as well. It wouldn't surprise me to see if they go with him at the opposite end for the second over. This is Fuller from Kamran. Good set of good pace early on this morning, just down the leg side though, so it will be the first runs on the board for Italy. Again, Italy could really do with a bit of a comeback here this morning. Things just didn't go their way yesterday. Batsmen just struggling to get into the sort of third, fourth gear. Just sort of got stuck a little bit, the likes of Capopiano as well. He got starts, but just wasn't able to accelerate into a more traditional T20 innings. Clatters into the pads from Cameron again. This time it will be a leg bye. But this is the matchup we've been waiting to see. The likes of Mohamed Kamran up against Grant Stewart. Yet to really get a looking. First one obviously coming off the pad. A very good morning to Jeffrey Maguire, to Keanu in the chat as well. Good morning to you both. Of course, Grizzly Bear sponsoring this tournament. You can see on the banners in and around the ground. Yeah, the temperature has dropped ever so slightly from yesterday. It was very, very warm yesterday, considering it was early November now. It's around 27, 28 degrees. It was very interesting to see how hot it was, but it's looking around 23, 24 at the moment. Walid Rana lets this one go. Just a slight apology for the lack of on-screen graphics. Just sorting that out our end, of course. Had our fair share of technical issues yesterday, but should be be hopefully smooth sailing this morning. And you can see it, obviously due to the turf pitch, it's more relevant than ever. Umpire Andrei just making sure that Cameron gets out of the way, doesn't run into the danger zone. No real sign of swing there, straight to Latif Mahmood. In at the point region. What a matchup this is, though. This is the matchup that everyone's looking forward to. The talent that's not in play as well. You look at the likes of who else is in the squad for Spain as well. Again, down the leg side. Cameron just struggling a little bit to get his line and length. Just trying to push it through a little bit. Possibly just trying to bowl a little bit too quick, but again, with the wind that's helping him up the hill, he really is trying to push that delivery through. Yeah, taking a look at the squad for Spain. Ravi Panchal down as 12th man, obviously missed out on the ECC, back in the squad for this weekend's tournament. Driven nicely through the covers. There's a little bit of a slot delivery. Prince Daman will give chase. He will cut this off again. It's such a long way out there. Yasser Ali will do the backing up. Come back for 3. First runs off the bat for Italy. And obviously, apart from Ravi Panchal, you've got Latif Mohammed and the likes of Charlie Ramishevic as well. And Adam Alger as well. Of course, names that we've all come to be rather familiar with, but Grant Stewart, he's the man that's got to feel a lot of pressure on his hands at the moment. 6 off the over so far, last delivery now. It's a bit of a bottom edge. It'll be a dot ball to finish, a pretty tidy first over from Cameron. Couple sliding down leg side, but he won't be too bothered about that. Good start for Spain. Just 6 off the first, 6 for none after 1. You can see there, that's where we are at the moment here at Desert Springs. It's a beautiful place to play cricket. And I know there's a lot of Charlie Ramishevic fans out there. The reason for, I spoke to Corey Rutgers, of course, early this morning. He's just letting me know that Charlie not in due to delay in his arrival yesterday, late last night. Hasn't had much bowling action or bowling practice in the last three weeks or so. So he's off. He's practicing early this morning. I'm sure Corey will be very keen to get him into the lineup as soon as possible. And it is going to be Adil Raja who is going to be taking the second over. Played a lot of cricket out in the UAE. Made his way over to Spain. Had the pleasure of playing with a lot of these players, but I kept to Adil Raja, and he certainly pushes it through when he wants to. He's got Rana in his sights. This one just taking a bit of an outside edge. We'll run down to 3rd man. Soft hands from Rana, which is always good to see. Grant Stewart will be hoping that he can have someone that can support him, because we all come to understand that Stewart's almost going to be the main source of runs for the Italians here today. Looking at the field, it's a sort of bog standard power play field in an international T20 with the 3rd man deep and then a deep square leg as well. Grant Stewart's just so powerful, 360 degrees all around the ground. Wouldn't surprise me if he gets anything full. He's going to try and pounce on it. Again, just straying down leg side. Again, obviously, Adil Raja hasn't played a lot of cricket in recent times. Obviously, missed out on the ECC. So he'll be looking to try and make a name for himself here. Take a big wicket in the likes of Grant Stewart. Yet to get off the mark here. Fuller. Again, still yet to get off the mark. Another dot ball. Good comeback for Adil Raja after straying down the leg side. Raja bowling into the wind. Up a little bit, as signalled by Stewart there. just struggling a little bit this morning. Hasn't quite got off to the races as in the same manner as yesterday. However, he's someone who can certainly get through the gears, and once he gets going, he's a very, very difficult man to stop. Raj is getting a bit of lift off the pitch there. As I mentioned, this same pitch that was used for both matches yesterday, so wouldn't surprise me to see if spinners get a bit of grip. And this time straight up, and no surprise, Grant Stewart goes lofted over the top. It'll be one bounce four. And this time, Adil Raja just straying a little bit too straight. Just allow Stewart to open up that front leg, get that hand-eye coordination through the ball. His first runs off the bat for Grant Stewart, 4 to the total. Of course, a lot of Spanish calls out there from the skipper, whose club is actually playing in the national finals at the moment, down in Sporting Alfas in Alicante. Again, straight up, and again, this is sort of squeezed out. Doesn't quite find the middle of the bat, but on this outfield, it's going to race away. It will be collected in the end. Latif Mahmood doing the work in the deep. They come back for the second. Just a little bit too straight from Adil Raja, especially with the field he's got. It's a 5-4 field to the offside, so he's got protection out on that leg side. However, he'll be wanting to get straight driving. And does so this time. This straight to Lorne Burns at point, who of course made his international debut only a matter of months ago at the end of the second 14 for none for Italy. Of course, made his debut a few months ago here on this exact ground. Ended up becoming captain out of nowhere due to an injury to Munoz Mills, but Munoz Mills making the comeback, worked hard during his off time. But again, 14 for none after 2. Bit of more of a reserve start for Italy. Grant Stewart with a single boundary to Italy's name. Take a look at this is the standings so far. Of course, two victories for Germany in yesterday morning's play. And that net run rate just under +2, which will certainly help proceedings if it does come down to net run rate. Mohamed Kamran continuing here though. Leading in for pace. On side, bat and pad. No signs of real movement though from Kamran. No lateral movement in the air. Spain obviously with a pretty large squad due to being a home series. And this one off the thigh pad. It flew to the man on the 45. That just shows Cameron's extra pace. And Rana just pretty happily probably comes down to it. Yeah, as I mentioned, that reason for Charlie not being involved here this morning is due to his late arrival last night. It was about 11 o'clock at night, and just sort of lack of game time just meant that Corey had to look elsewhere. This time, right on the money, full Yorker. Stewart's able to just squeeze it out, come through for the safe single in the end. Looking forward, I'm sure we'll see Lorne from this close end, from the striker's end at this point. Would not surprise me to see him coming in from that angle. This is short, doesn't quite get all of it. Cameron just losing a bit of pace as Doyle Kaya will give chase. And they'll come back for the second. Rana just looking a little bit more comfortable, interesting enough, against the extra pace of Cameron. Didn't seem to be too rushed with that pull shot. Much change in field. If anything, Hamza Salim Dar comes from behind square to almost bang on square to the wicket. And again, this time goes Fuller. Drives well, straight to Latif Mahmood at point. Latif Mahmood is, of course, is a man who's more than experienced in the game of of international T20 cricket. He was in Belgium in the recent World Cup qualifiers with Spain as well. Shorter again, and well, if you're going to flash hard, and that's exactly what happens, and Rana will get a boundary for his troubles. Kamran looks puzzled as to how that's ended up going over the keeper's head, but it's a top edge from Rana, and it races away, and it's 4-all to the total. Good amount of noise out in the field here from Spain, of course. We know that they're a very vocal team. There's many fans that, or many players that enjoy a vocal team. Just builds that little bit more pressure on the batting side. Grant Stewart, 7 off 9 at the moment. He's got that one boundary to his name. This has gone high, and yeah, he hasn't quite got this. Daniel Doyle-Kai's underneath it. It would have been an excellent catch had he have got there. It was just always moving away with him. The wind is coming directly down over his head. He would have made excellent ground. He almost did exactly so. It was a good effort. It only cost them the 2 runs. But Grant Stewart, again, probably just being pushed for a pace a little bit here. He's obviously used to extra pace on the ball. However, after yesterday, obviously, the decline for Germany is rather quick. This time gets all of it, and this is going to go all the way. It's going to be the first maximum of the day, and no surprise, it's that man Stewart who gets it off his bat. It's 6 down the ground. Lovely shot from Stewart, and this is where the game could almost be taken away from Spain here very early on, because if Stewart can get going, and there really is, it's almost like a freight train. Once he starts, it's very difficult to get those brakes on and stopping him himself. That was a lovely shot. It was in the slot really from Adil Raja. Again, not a lot of lateral movement. There is no cloud in the sky here today, so I'm going to be expecting a lot of swing with the white ball. The change in the field as well, so third man becomes a short third man, and then Daniel Doyle-Kai goes out to long on for Grant Stewart. Does Raja have a response in his bag? Given a bit of space, but Grant Stewart this time goes more towards the offside, gives himself a bit of room, opens the arms, and once again it's another boundary. And Adil Raja, he's under a bit of pressure early on here from Grant Stewart. It's a very elegant shot from Stewart. Sound and deliver cricket from him again. Once more slot bowling though from Adil Raja. He needs to show a bit of variation, getting a little bit too same old, same old. This time goes a bit straighter and a little bit fuller. Not so much of a slot delivery. Gets rewarded with a dot ball. That'll make the deal feel a little bit better. Such a strong lineup though for both teams. Of course, we know Italy going with a mixture of youth and experience. Again, this time back of a length. Bit of a stare down to Stewart. Raja just saying, I'm still here, I'm still in this game. I don't mind that. Bit of aggressive behaviour from Raja. There's a conversation with his skipper, Munoz Mills, who I'm sure will be looking forward to hopefully playing in a few more games than his previous adventure here at Desert Springs. After succumbing to an injury on his ankle, I believe it was. Fuller again. Straighter also. And come through for the single. Stewart will keep the strike with that single at the end of the fourth. Italy 35 for none. Good morning to Liam Day in the chat as well. I hope you're well, Liam. Of course, there'll be a lot of people that will be switching back and forth from here and from finals day in Malta. Of course, Vinny and Rico doing an excellent job as always. Then on Monday we start our our adventure in Barcelona. There's going to be a change of bowling here as well. Still be left arm. It'll be Mohammed Cameron though. Looks like it will be Atif Mahmood, who early on with a new ball can be just as dangerous. It's a big weapon for Spain to have him coming on at first change. We've also got the likes of Prince Daman can give you a couple of overs here or there. Hamza Salim Dar is a more than accomplished bowler, especially at this level. And you look at your spin options as well with the likes of Yasir Ali and Lorne Burns, and of course debutant in Mohammed Yassin. Mohammed Yassin can certainly bowl a few tweaks if need be. He's played a lot of cricket, as you've seen. Former first-class cricketer out in Pakistan. Anyway, here's Atif Mahmood. And he starts, and he's going to get dispatched back over cover. Nice use of the wrist from Grant Stewart. He waits for this nicely. He knows it's going to be full. And he counteracts with a punching drive. And it's going to be 4 more. And Stewart, yet again, just slowly going through the gears now. Needs a response now, Mahmood, early in his spell. It's on the pad, there's appeals, but going down leg for sure. But again, it's a good comeback though. This time right in the block up, they're trying to go as full as possible in that Yorker length to Grant Stewart. They know anything it's a fine margin though, because anything that's just back of that Yorker length is going to be a slot delivery. And Stewart, well, it doesn't matter where you are on what ground, because he'll have enough power. You see here, just going down leg. Excellent work by the production crew. And he's given flight, but has he got all the legs on this one? He does, only just. Hamza Salim Dar not able to quite cut this off at square leg. And it just reaches over the boundary for 6 more. Full toss, straight to Prince Daman. Once again, a comeback after being dispatched. Again, good intent here from Spain, trying different things. They know that one big wicket is all it is against Italy at the moment. Fuller, and again dispatched. It's 2 full from Atif Mahmood, getting it all wrong. And Grant Stewart, it's just like taking candy from a baby. Not making use of the pitch at all here. It's a full toss, and a player of Grant Stewart's calibre, he's not going to miss out whatsoever. It's another boundary in this over. Well, there's 6 here, and it would be a magical over. 14 off it so far with a single delivery left. Stewart just in an ordinary position. It's a full toss. This could be called a no ball. It won't be. And Hamza Salim Dar, well, he won't get there as well. It has been called a no ball, so it goes from bad to worse as Salim Dar unable to prevent it from going over the rope. You see here, it's well above waist height. It's almost a shoulder length. And, well, Mahmood is getting it all wrong, isn't he? And he needs to dig deep here. After good opening spell from Mohammed Cameron, you want to be bowling in partnerships, and this is relieved a bit of pressure. It's going to be a free hit. It'll be a first warning for Atif Mahmood as well. So free hit here. And well, if you're a Spanish fan, this is the last thing you want. Stewart on strike for a free hit. And he's gone for it. Not sure if he's quite got all of it. Doyle Kai underneath it. He was looking interested to try and prevent it from going over the rope, but not to be. And it's going to be another 6. And Mahmood's over does go magical. Goes for 25 off the over. And well, Grant Stewart once more is the big wicket that Spanish will be wanting. And at the end of 5, Italy 60 for none. Once again, Atif Mahmood just getting it all wrong, really. Didn't seem to have that game plan or be able to execute it. It's a shame if you're a Spain fan. So this is an interesting call here. You wouldn't expect to see this, as we're normally used to seeing Kamran take 2 in the opening areas of the game and then take 2 right at the death of the 20 overs. But he's taken a 3rd hit. He's finishing off the power play from a different end as well. So it'll be interesting to see if this will pay off for Spain. It's a big call from Munoz Mills. It's a tactic that very rarely gets deployed for the Spanish, especially for Cameron. Even when playing domestic cricket for Pakai Care, very rarely does he bowl here in the middle over at the end of the power play. But he's here now. And Rana, who's had the best seat in the house really, at the opposite end of Grant Stewart, who's gone an astonishing strike rate of 200 exactly. Rana's now facing up against someone who's probably going to be a little bit aggressive here, is Kamran. He knows that a wicket is crucial for Spain. They need to break this opening partnership. Well, they take on the arm. Lorne Burns ends up being a pretty comfortable single, backed up by DDC, Daniel Dorcayo. Again, no signs of lateral movement whatsoever from Kamran. Apologies if anyone heard that as a certain coaching staff member walked past. Stewart, I'll try and translate it. He hits it very hard, is what was said by a Spanish coaching staff member. He's on strike now. A bit of respect to a good ball from Cameron. And again, Cameron just having a bit of an issue, just ensuring that he doesn't run into the danger area. Obviously not so much of an issue when it's on an AstroTurf pitch like the one in Khartoum. However, when you're on turf, it's more of an issue. And umpires, rightly so, just in his ear, just keeping him on top of the situation. Of course, a lot of cricket going on in Spain this weekend. Not only have we got the Tri-Series here, there's the national finals played in Alfas. The likes of Kuldeep Lal, the man who's more than known. He would have been knocking on the door for the Spanish squad, not selected though. Good delivery from Cameron, stays low as well on its way through to the keeper. Stewart trying to give himself a bit of room, opening up that offside. Gave himself a bit too much room. Take a look here. Yeah, just give himself a little bit of too much room. Kamran again, needs a wicket. Well, gets a bit of a bottom edge, and Stewart, when you're in form, things tend to go your way. And, well, it's going to be collected by the groundsman, Callum there, doing an excellent job. Day in, day out here at Desert Springs, and Grant Stewart getting a bit of luck. And it's another 4, and he's only 2 away from his half-century already, with a single delivery left in the power play. That power play for Spain couldn't come any quicker, really. Single delivery left in the power play. Cameron against Stewart. Cameron goes short. There's a man out there. And it's been taken. And Stewart falls too short of his half-century. And, well, so is the story of cricket. It's Atif Mahmood who takes the catch. And after being hit to all ends of the ground, he'll be more than happy to take the catch. As Grant Stewart trying to dispatch it, a short delivery from Cameron, possibly rushing him for pace. Ends up holding out to Atif Mahmood. And the dangerous Stewart goes for 48. And it's the end of the power play. After 6, the first wicket goes, Italy 65 for 1. So the change in tactic of bringing Cameron back on for the final over, it pays off, doesn't it? And that'll be a happy moment for skipper Christian. I think he knows that really was the make or break for Spain in terms of the first 10 overs of this game. They knew if they didn't get Stewart in the first 10 overs, first power play overs, then it would have been an interesting match there on in. But a change of bowling spin coming into the attack now, you can see on the top of your screen. It's a different approach. I would have been expecting spinners to have been bowled from this near end here, but Lorne Burns coming from the top end. Leg spin early on. No real surprise that Spin coming right into the attack, almost straight away after the power play. Of course, fielding restrictions end so that you can have 5 out, as long as you have 4 in the ring. So Isan will be putting the helmet on. See, new batsman, Campopiano, who's had an interesting tournament thus far, hasn't he? There's been moments where he has just had to really dig in deep and just stay there and prevent a serious collapse, and that's exactly what he's done the last 2 games. He's got an opportunity now after another sensational platform being set for the next 14 overs or so. But Lorne Burns into the attack. He's of course got a 5 for here in his one of his last games here at Desert Springs for Spain. Of course, he was captaining as well. But he's into the attack now, is Lorne. And well, taking him on straight away is Rana. It's over the head of Christian Munoz Mills. He'll come through and select it for. They'll come back for the 2. Good early signs for Lorne Burns, getting a bit of flight, bit of grip. Would not surprise me. Here in November, early November, late in the year, here in Spain. 120 overs on this, or 80 overs I should say, on this pitch already. And this time goes down the ground yet again. And he might have found the gap. He hasn't. It's excellent work by Daniel Doyle-Kaye. And they're going to come back, and well, a direct hit would have been very close. He's a sensational fielder, here's Doyle-Kaye. We saw elements of it in the ECC. That relay catch really stands out for me with himself and the skipper, Munoz Mills. Bit of a conversation, possibly Campopiano just saying, just take it easy. You don't need to go for every single delivery from the leg spin of Lorne Burns. He's an experienced campaigner, is Burns. Looked like it was a variation, possibly the googly. Just looked as if it came out a little bit differently. Change of field as well. So Hamza Saleem Dawi was at a very square, deep fine leg, comes to a more deep square leg, and then probably allowing just for that shorter delivery from the leg spinner that might get bowled. Again, Fuller finds the outside edge. It's eventually collected by Adil Raja. Come through for the single, brings Campopiano on strike for his first delivery. But good early signs for Lorne. Again, I know someone who'll be watching eagerly is Charlie Mishevic. He'll be thinking, get me out there. I know what I can do. Of course, understandably, just due to lack of game time and a late arrival last night, you don't want to over-tire your players. Rotation is key. And the full face of the bat by Campopiano. It's a test of patience now for the batsman up against Lorne Burns, because 5 out of 6 of the deliveries will almost always be on the same spot, and it's a difficult delivery to face. You're in 2 minds as to whether to attack it or not. Takes a step down, will rotate the strike. Early call of 2. Doyle-Kaye does the work. Brings an end to a good over. Oh, what? Grant Stewart? Caught deep. Yeah, that was dangerous. That's dangerous. So end of the over after 7, 71 for 7, just dragging themselves back into this game, Spain. Of course, after the onslaught from Grant Stewart. Grant Stewart, of course, 48, just too shy of what would have been a 3rd consecutive half-century. And again, no surprise, spin, Yasir Ali coming on from this near end. Very successful for Spain, both with bat and ball over the last few years. He's been involved in the setup for a long time. Played with him myself, I played with a lot of these players myself, in fact. He's always been at the top of the run scorers in Spain, year in, year out. There's not a lot that he hasn't done for Spain. He's gone and played cricket out in the Netherlands as well, in the top classes as well, in previous years, but he's here now. And finding the outside edge straight away. Campopiano trying to go back. Adil Raja will give chase. He'll get there. And they'll come through for the 2 runs yet again. See here. Good early signs. No surprise that Yasser Ali gets turned. He could get turned on almost anything. He could turn a sixpence anywhere. Getting a good grip though. Good sign of bounce as well off this pitch. It's a worn pitch. Yet again. Good bit of keeping from Ihsan on international T20 debut. Of course, looking at the batting options for Spain as well, which of course will be crucial in the second part of this game. Many options that can certainly take the game away from Italy. Gets the reverse sweep out and executes it almost perfectly. It's going to race away and it will be a boundary. Campopiano, he's been out in the middle for almost every single Italian innings. So he should be seeing it well enough, and he's pulled off an excellent shot there. Goes down early. He knows it's spinning into him, so it's a difficult shot, but executes it well. 4 more to the total. Of course, there'll be a lot of expats in Spain who'll be keeping an eye on the England Sri Lanka score. I certainly will be. Of course, England, they need to win that game. The quicker one. And well, Ihsan's appealing for something. Not too sure as to what it could be, possibly trying the court behind, but this is a really good take from Ihsan. It stays low, he watches it. No foot movement there at all on that back foot. Of course, just a reminder for any viewers, no use of the LRS or any DRS here. It's an ICC tournament, so ICC regulations mean that you have to have a minimum of 8 TV cameras around the ground. We have the 5 camera setup at the moment, so just 3 off. So no DRS or LRS. So it's just simply off of what the umpires say out in the middle. Umpires were exceptional yesterday. But Ali bowling well early on, bit of away drift as well. On the full, well watched from Atif. That was Mohammed Cameron, the hitman. Fan favourite all around Europe and all across the world as well. We'll have many people be watching on. This time back of a length, straight back to Yasser. And to a tidy over from Ali, keeping it quiet. 6 off it, 77 for 1 after 8 overs. Spin it to win it is the idea for Spain. I spoke to Corey earlier and he was saying he's got 3 spinners in his squad for a reason. No doubt that obviously Yasser Ali brings obviously the element of an opening batsman as well. You've also got obviously Lorne Burns. Lorne Burns can certainly bat as well. And that's the thing with Spain, is they almost bat all the way down. Atif Mahmood in league cricket this year has got a few runs under his name. Lorne Burns continuing here into his 2nd over of his spell. And outside the line. And they'll come through for the leg by. No bat involved. Just outside the line, no. But again, good testing bowling from Lorne. Spain will feel they're just on top. See here, just outside the line. That's it's a valid shot from Rana. I don't mind it. Rani Rana, 17 off 16. Just quietly been going about his business. He's obviously opened up with Grant Stewart. Down the ground from Campopiano. Early calls of 2. It'll be more though, because Munoz Mills can't cut it off. It's timed pretty well from Campopiano. He's looking quite comfortable out there. It's his 2nd boundary. But this time goes down the ground. It's 4 more. So Lorne, his first sign of aggression against him, really. His response is right on the money again. It wasn't a terrible delivery, the ball that got hit for 4. It was an equal shot to a good delivery really from Campopiano. As I say, faced a lot of deliveries in this tournament so far. This time gets stuck in 2 minds. Excellent bowling again from Lorne. Just gets it in that corridor of uncertainty. Just asking the right questions of Campopiano. At the moment, Campopiano equal to it. All can change in a matter of moments, though. Short into the leg side. He's found the gap. It'll be 4 more again. And the field was set for that shorter delivery. There was a field change as Yashin came around and Hamza Salim Dar became an ordinary deep square leg. Campopiano managed to find the gap. It's 4 more yet again. See here, rocks back. He sees the length early. Press forward, then he's able to adjust. He times it quite well. And it finds its way to the boundary. Back to live action here. It's short again this time. Doesn't quite find the middle of the bat. Should just be a single to Hamza Salim Dar. It'll be the end of the 9th over. 87 for 1 on the board. Good over if you're an Italian fan. 2 boundaries off the over. Hamza Salim Dar, capable of taking the game away from anyone. Kianu's talking about the England-Sri Lanka game. Sri Lanka finishing on 141. I know our project manager, Michael, he's a Sri Lankan native. We'll be hoping England, sorry, actually go ahead and find a hiccup. But this is the story so far for bowlers. Mohamed Kamran bowling obviously that 3rd over, was the 6th over, getting the big wicket of Grant Stewart. Campopiano going well. He's facing Yasir Ali. He's got the reverse out again. There's protection there, straight to Cameron. Could be opportunities for buzzers. Well backed up though in the mid wicket. Plenty of batting options though for Spain in the lineup. Again, not quite find the middle, but Cameron taking a go. There could be buzzers here. There will be. They're going to take on the arm of DDC. They'll come back pretty comfortably in the end. Cameron taking a shot at the stumps with no real protection. Just a bit of a lapse in concentration. Within his right to go for it, of course. There's a few spectators building up on the little hill in between the players' area and the ground staff tent. This time, again, good bit of purchase off the pitch for Yasir. And he'll be keen to take an inspection to the pitch. Will not surprise me to see him up at the top of the order with Daniel Dulcaet. A lot of excitement around Daniel Dulcaet. Performed excellently for Spain. Arguments for him to be awarded the MVP award. This is the quicker one, darted in. I'll take the single. I don't mind that. And keep the boundaries down to a minimum. Of course, 2 matches again today. Big match up this afternoon at 2 o'clock local time between Spain and Germany. That'll be a thrilling match for sure. Wouldn't surprise me to see changes. This one just lets this one go. Rana asking the question, it's answered. It's given as a wide. And that one getting it a little bit wrong. Just needs to see off the over now. Shorter, adjusted though, was looking to pull. Ends up just cutting this into the offside for another single to end the over. And again, just slowly gearing up to that 10th over, to the end of the 10th. Just ensuring that is the end of that over. Might be an issue with one of the scoring options. We're just trying to clarify it. There's a pause at the moment. Just making sure it's not going to be. There's going to be a single delivery. 1 delivery left in the over. A little bit of a hiccup. So Yasir Ali has a single delivery remaining. Kianu just dropping in the chat saying that the ECL qualifiers are on, so yeah, the national finals, the winners of that will be the 2nd representative for Spain in the ECL next year. Of course, Pakake considering. Final delivery here in the over, in the 10th, and it's a wicket. And Campopiano chops on, and well, Yasir Ali is going to be pretty thankful for that delivery that he wasn't expecting to be able to bowl. As this one just turns in, cramps him for room, tries to cut a delivery that's really not there. And they get the breakthrough, and it's the big wicket, Campopiano. He has to go. And it's a disappointing end to his innings. He got in, but he has to go for 19. At the end of the 10th, at the halfway stage, 92 for 2 on the board for Italy. So the wicket means that the two main source of runs for Italy are removed. Grant Stewart going after a well-made 48, and Campopiano, going for 19 off 18. Yet again, be glad to see that his strike rate's above 100, only just 105.5. But spin proving to be persistent, and ends up paying off, doesn't it, with the big wicket. Grant Stewart, again, many were talking about it yesterday in the aspect of the fact that Grant Stewart, when he plays for his county side, is often played as a bowling all-rounder, not really seen for much of his batting. So, you know, the fact he comes to this level and opens the batting and is as destructive as he is, just means that it's a dangerous thought and scary to think about what the top 7 and the top order of those county sides could be, how dangerous they are. So Lorne Burns here, carrying on into his third. Starts with a fuller delivery, driven down the ground for just another single. Samara Wickrama is the new batsman, facing up for his first delivery. And that one, missing everything. And Lorne Burns, hands on head, unsure as to how that's not ended in a wicket for himself. Take a look at this one here. Just misses through, and Hassan was a little bit jumpy. So this is a big turning point in the game, really, for Italy. This is where yesterday they ended up failing ever so slightly, or rather more than slightly. Big shot down the ground, hasn't quite got all of it. Daniel Dorkai will come through, and he doesn't quite get there. And it looks as if it would have gone all the way, and it has. It's been given as 6. So Walid Rana getting in on the action. He's going to have to be the aggressor. And that's exactly what he tries to do here. Daniel Dorkai just isn't able to get there. It just flies over the boundary. So 6 more. Lorne Burns under a bit of pressure again. Walid Rana missed out on the first game yesterday. Came in for the second. He's here now. He's on 25 off 19. He's going well so far. Goes for one more. Hasn't quite got all of it. Daniel Dorkai will be in play this time and takes it. So 1 too many for Rana. And he has to go for 25 off of 20. It's a big wicket. It's the third to fall. Italy, 100 for 3. It's good bowling again from Lorne. Stuck to his guns, knew that he backed himself in that situation against Rana in the matchup. It was a pretty simple catch in the end for Dorkai. Doesn't really have to move. Again, that's the issue. The boundaries are not short here at Desert Springs, and when Rana was attacking that area of ground, the wind was into as well. Just makes life 10 times harder, but another wicket falls, 100 for 3 on the board. Again, even with 9.2 overs remaining, really want to be looking to at least that 160 mark after 100 being on the board after 10. Ahmad Hami in the chat. Looks as if he might have been the chat curse again. The chat curse was in play yesterday. Kiani was getting involved. Ahmad Hami saying Walid must carry on from here, otherwise Italy might face another collapse. Well, he's gone. Rana's gone. So he could be proven right here. You never know. Lorne Burns continuing. Anik Ahmed is the new batsman, coming in at number 5 with 5 on his back as well. Another wicket for Lorne Burns, though. Such a tricky customer to negotiate as a batsman. Never easy. You're questioning and as to what's coming down. You're second guessing yourself. Plays this late, does Ahmed. The dot ball. Both new fresh batsmen. Spain back on top here in the middle overs. Giving a bit of width and he takes it on. Spin in serious effect. T Mahmood does well to watch that all the way, otherwise it could have been a little bit of an embarrassing moment, but he watches it, keeps it down to a minimum. And of course it brings us to the end of the 11th. 11 overs gone, 101 for 3 on the board. Italy, of course, in a similar position against Germany in the second game yesterday. Grant Stewart really got them into a promising area. However, it was the middle order of Italy that didn't quite come off and failed. Just ended up sort of 10 or 20 runs short. Change of bowling here as well, going away from spin. Nasir Ali still with 2 overs left. He'll certainly be back into the attack, I'm sure. It's going to be Hamza Salim Dar, the match winner for Spain in that all-important final against Ireland, or the Ireland 11 from week 8 in the ECC. Booming 6 down the ground to win it. He's into the attack now. Get a bit of bound on this one. They're going to take on the arm. Good running in the end. Well backed up as well. Good cricket from both of them, both teams here. Good morning to James and to Jay as well. Jay, of course, big part of the ECC down in Khartoum. This is Fuller onto the pad. They take on the arm. It's a direct hit. Hassan with the sense of mind to ensure that someone collects the ball after the direct hit. Good work again. Spain not struggling for keepers, really. The likes of Hassan and Alger, and of course Awais Ahmed, who's been very frequent on the European Cricket Network. Back of a leg, hits the pad. A big appeal. Did look close for me. The only thing that possibly would have been saving him would have been height. It almost seemed to sort of lift or raise his leg. We take another look here. The leg does get raised. It hits him on the top roll. So just going over possibly, but certainly in line. But again, tidy bowling this from Salim Dar. Seems to be just a match winner. And there's Prince Daman. He took an outstanding grab in the ECC, of course, in that hat-trick as well for Cameron against Portugal. Hamza Salim Dar seems to be able to, he's getting a bit of in-movement, in-swing, of course coming on with the angle as well. But it's tidy overs in this middle portion of the innings for Spain. But Italy, get that run rate at 9 exactly now. Would not be surprised to see it drop to possibly 7s or maybe 6s in these middle overs. It seems to be the trend for Italy. Again, good in movement, in swing, right on the toes of Ahmed. Thoughts of taking on the second, but again, and it's up against Daniel Dorkai. Probably best to opt for the safer option. Salim Dar, again, he's getting a lot of movement, so if he starts it outside off, it's going to be a tricky negotiation for the likes of Samara Wickrama. Can he capitalise on the start again, this time outside off? Brings an end to it. exceptionally tidy over, just 3 off it. Conceding 3 is always a success at any stage. Salim Dar does so. 106 for 3 after 12. Thumbs up. Salim Dar will be happy with himself. Good first over from him, coming in, replacing Yassir. This is again the story at the moment. Obviously Spain playing their first game of the Tri-Series. Italy taking 2 losses against a very strong German side. Got to see some debuts for Van Heerden. Of course Richardson as well, a more than experienced member of the squad, leading by example. Hitting the winning runs yesterday as well, alongside Van Heerden. Ron Burns is going to bowl out his spell. 1 for 23. Be looking to possibly try and pick up 1 or 2 more. Well played by Ahmed. Just fends this away into the offside. Cameron's there to pick up the pieces. Good noise out in the middle from Spain. That's what we've come to expect from the Spanish squad. And goes for this one, but gets nothing of it, but it'll fall safely. Right in between the Bermuda Triangle of 3 players. Of course, the Spanish team sort of distributed also to the northern Barcelona, Catalonia region. Also many down from the south of Spain. Another opportunity here. And it's been put down. It's a rare drop. Oh, Kaye puts a pretty simple catch down. He did the hard work, he got there. However, it just seemed as if he might have lost it in the sun, or just seemed to have put one down, just took his eye off the ball. It's a rare drop. And Lorne Burns will be thinking he should have had a second. Down the track, and well, very next ball, he gets the wicket. It's a good catch from Yassir Ali. He might have taken a bit of skin off his elbow on the square, but it's a catch nonetheless. And Lorne Burns will eventually get his second. It's the 4th wicket to fall. Italy 109 for 4. Samarak Warama has to go for just 1. Just struggled again. Signs of the middle order really struggling against the bowling of Spain here. They struggled against Germany yesterday, but this time around, middle order again struggling. It's a long walk back to that pavilion here at Desert Springs. Having done it myself, it's not nice to do. Skipper will be coming out now, Jean-Pierre Omid. And a mix of a day yesterday. He led well for the Italians, however, there were just moments of excellence off of his own fielding with a superb grab. But he comes out now. He's still got a handful of overs to negotiate, really. There's a decent amount of time left in this game for Italy to get up to above par total. You feel par on this ground, on this pitch as well. It's probably around 140, 150. And when you get a start like Grant Stewart gives you, you really have to capitalise on it. Been 2 occasions now that Italy haven't done so. They'll be hoping that it's 3rd time lucky for the Italians. Picks up his second. He'll be wanting to try and grab another one. That's a stop delivery from Lorne Burns to Mead first up. Just pushes this into the leg side for a single. Good morning to Vinny Sandu, popping in, lurking from Malta. Battling the conditions out in Malta. I'm sure they'll obviously be working as much as possible to get all the games in. Finals day. It's a very important day in Maltese cricket. That's a T20 shot. Just dabs this down to short 3rd man, but Adil Raja equal to it. And again, a good spell from Lorne. Gets 2 wickets from it off his 4 overs. 2 for 27 after 4 overs from Lorne Burns. Italy are 110 for 4 after 13. Good. Hope Vinny's well, and I hope Rico's keeping you company as well. Of course, Vinny will be off to Barcelona on Sunday, tomorrow. And then obviously the ECS starts, the final ECS in for this season. A 7-week break between December and January. Plenty of cricket throughout the year. It's been a pleasure to bring some coverage from different locations, different parts of the continent. Yasir Ali going to continue. He's going to get his 2 overs. And well, Hamza Salim Dar will probably be thinking, what do I have to do to get another over? Only conceded 3. Bowled very well. They're just going to try and spin it to win it here. Yasir's got 2 overs left. Of course, Cameron has 1 left as well. Nice shot from Jean-Pierre Almeida. Uses the pace of Yasir Ali, just turns it around the corner. It won't go all the way. It'll be stopped and prevented by Atif Mahmood. Comes back for the second. Of course, Atif Mahmood playing a lot of his cricket for the last year or so, 2 seasons for Sporting Alphas. Of course, representing the ECCL Southern League. And well, there's a sound here. It most likely was bad on ground, but again, excellent take by Mohamed Ihsan. He's an excellent gloveman. This one darted in by Yasir. He has this delivery. This puff of dust just tells me it was bad on ground. It almost becomes a bit of a medium pacer, and he has the ability to then drag it back ever so slightly and produce an outstanding delivery to remove a very decent batsman. Obviously picked up that 1 wicket of Marcus Campopiano. Chopped on, cramping in for room. This is the darted one again, straight to Lorne Burns at cover. And he really is able to disguise that quicker ball, because it comes out of nowhere. There's no change in the run-up. All the action just comes through quicker. And this one. And well, there's an appeal for the court. I don't think there was any bat on to pad. But good alertness from Mohamed Ihsan. He's well outside the line. So much so that Ihsan was able to run between the wickets and the batsman. Just shows that Yasir Ali getting a good amount of turn, and Mead's desire to manufacture a shot into that leg side. There's protection out there though for Yasir. Bottom edge again, just proving to be a little bit too much for Mead. And it's another very tidy over from Yasir Ali. Just the 2 offered at the start. And at the end of 14, 6 overs remaining, 112 for 4 on the board. Very good morning to Taranjeet Singh. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying yourself, wherever you may find yourself at the moment. Of course, played a lot of cricket for Romania in the past. Six. Yeah, mate. No worries, bud. So Ahmed, he feels as if he's been there for a while. He's had to watch 7 deliveries being bowled to Mead. He's only managed to grab 3 runs off it. This one stays low from Atif Mahmood. Went for 25 off his first over. Starts with a wide. Rightly so, outside that blue line. That's the judgment for the umpires here. Of course, ICC regs here this tournament. There's a few spectators. Of course, there's a golf tournament here at Desert Springs as well, so I'm sure there'll be a few later in the afternoon. This is another wide, and Atif Mahmood, he is struggling here, isn't he? Possibly due to a lack of cricket maybe, but again, after going for 25 off the first over, he's yet to bowl a legal delivery here, and he's already conceded 2 wides. Plenty of options for Spain, of course, in the bowling department. Just slows itself down a little bit. Doesn't take too much off it, but just allows him to get line and length right and let the ball do the work. Burns in a point region. So 5.5 overs remaining. 35 balls left. Again, Lorne Burns dives over the ball, unable to cut this off. Should just be the 2 though. Cameron will do well on that offside boundary. Taranji asking for a few more details. So currently it's the tri-series here this afternoon, or this weekend, at Desert Springs, south of Spain, between Spain, Italy and Germany. And the major talking point for this is ICC ranking points. This is again full up, and again will just be a single out to Cameron at a deep point. But it's mostly up for grabs, of course, is the Grizzly Bear Trophy at the end of the tri-series. But it's also a large opportunity for all 3 teams to climb the ICC rankings towards the end of the season before, obviously, next year's qualifiers. There's a really big opportunity for all 3 teams, and that's why we're seeing some excellent cricket and some serious talent on show. Mead this time isn't able to find the gap. Of course, we saw elements of it in the ECC with that direct retirement. It'd be interesting to see if it ever happens here. We've not seen it yet, but a player who's, for example, the skipper is out there 3 off 8 at the moment, isn't quite able to find the boundary. You've got different options. This time short, doesn't quite find the middle of the bat, should just be the 1. And it is going to be called a no ball as well. Atif Mahmood, it's just going from bad to worse for him, isn't it? It's just not coming off for him here. Take another look here. In fact, that is going to be the end of Atif Mahmood, sorry. That's his second warning, a little bit different to ECN rules. You can only get 3 on during an ECS, but of course an ICC regulation tournament means that you get your first warning, second time you're off, and that's exactly what's happened. So Mahmood becomes to a bit of an early finish. Goes for 32 off his 1.4 overs. It's not the morning that Mahmood would have been envisioning as he made his way to Desert Springs yesterday. So it means Hamza Salim Dar will come back into the attack, and it's not a bad replacement, of course, going for just 3 off his first over. But Atif Mahmood could be a little bit concerned with himself. He's a talented player, is Atif. I've faced him many times in the league, in league cricket here in Spain. He's not an easy bowler to face, but it's just not quite come off for him today. So Hamza Salim Dar will bowl the remaining 2 deliveries. Right on the money, straight away. Hits it spot on. Again, he's the only bowler that's really been able to get that bit of lateral movement. Again, full, goes for that Yorker, doesn't quite get it perfectly. Prince Naman will do the work, keeps it to just work, excellent work out in the deep. Brings us an end to an eventful over at the end of the 15th. Italy 120 for 4, 5 overs remaining, Len, here in the first innings of today's play. This is the story. Taranjeet, you were asking a question about the tournament. This is what we've had. Matches 1 and 2 yesterday. Germany taking on Italy in both games. Germany taking a 10-wicket, then an 8-wicket victory. And then here today on the 5th, Saturday the 5th, Spain versus Italy this morning, and then Spain versus Germany. And then it will be the same, but reversed. So Spain versus Germany, and then Spain versus Italy tomorrow. On Sunday, that's all starting at the usual time of 9 o'clock local GMT, 10 o'clock local time, 2:30 out in India. And the second game starts at 2 o'clock later this afternoon between Spain and Germany. So Yasir Ali is going to be bowling out here. Hamza Salim Dar Obviously going for just 4 off of his 1.2 due to Atif Mahmood being removed from the attack. Yasser Ali straight on the money. And get a quick single. You could argue that he might possibly be a little bit tighter. Lorne Burns has got a bit of cover there. Anything that gets through him, you've got Christian Munoz-Mills and Hamza Salim Dart, 2 very capable fielders. So you may just argue Lorne Burns could put the squeeze on a little bit. Again, almost no breeze at the moment. Very different to yesterday. And that one just stays a little bit low on Mead. Good amount of turn though, good grip. Purchase off the pitch. Yasser Ali, such an accomplished campaigner. That one just staying low, Mead getting over it. This time is the quicker ball. Mead trying to go down the ground, but Yasser Ali once again equal to it. I can hear to my right. I think Spain's target is anything under 150. They'll feel that they can chase down with the strong batting lineup they have at their disposal. This time will just be turned around the corner. And Mohamed Yassin unable to quite cut it off, but they will come back for a pretty easy second. Yassin is on his way back from an injury. Hasn't played a lot of cricket, but he is, of course, a very talented player in the domestic game here in Spain, but also back in Pakistan. He's played first-class cricket, 36 first-class games in Pakistan. This one getting a bit of bounce, a bit of a shorter delivery. Again, will be a single. Of course, as I mentioned, Desert Spring is of course a golf resort as well as its facilities for cricket. There is a golf tournament going on. There's a couple of golfers in the Spanish team, I've heard. Lorne Burns is a decent scratch golfer, golf coach as well. This time, dabbed out to third man. Raja will collect it. I've also heard that Daniel Kai is supposedly off 4, which is pretty decent. But again, a good tidy over from Yasser, an excellent spell from him. Concedes only 5 off that over. He goes for 1 for 18 off his 4, and at the end of 16, Italy 125 for 4. Jeff just asking why is the bowler off. Atif, we're going to see there, Atif Mahmood had to come off in his second over due to a second no ball. Of course, a little bit different than what we normally come to see on the European Cricket Network is that you always tend to see that bowlers will be given 2 warnings, and then the third time they end up coming off. However, due to the ICC regulations in play, you come off after that, after the second warning. Again, looking like they're going to be getting towards that 140, 150 mark here, Italy. But you'd have to argue that after the start that they were given by Grant Stewart, reaching 100 after 10 overs, really should be pushing for 160 plus. Especially when you've got a very dangerous Spain batting lineup. Adil Raja back into the attack though, from the far end. Money straight away, managed to dig this out as well in the end as Annie Carmen keeps it to another single. Brings Mead on strike, 7 off 13, hasn't got into his stride. It's not been made easy though by the Spain bowling attack. Benefit that Corey has at his disposal is the fact that even though Atif Mahmood hasn't quite paid off today, you've got other players in the 11 that can take over. Mead going for the big swing from the hip, doesn't quite pay off. He still gets a single for his troubles. You'd be asking the question of the skipper Mead now.
It's okay, under 150.
Is there a tactical retirement in play? Okay. Of course, missing Gurpreet Singh. Up a little bit of an injury yesterday in that second game. Deemed not 100% fit. He's a big miss because he was able to add a few runs to the total in yesterday's games. But again, managed to get through Adil Raja. Collected yet again by Daniel Dorkai. Very busy down at long off, but just gets through the bowler. Doesn't quite get enough on it. continuing here. 24 off his 2.3 overs so far. This time wider, straight to Yasir Ali. Picked up a little knock on the knee there. Once again, pretty level playing field though. After getting that big wicket of Grant Stewart, they've really been able to clamp down on the Italians. It's exactly what Germany did yesterday. This time, down the ground. Hits this pretty well, does Mead. Straight to the EDC. And it will again just be another single. Just dealing in singles. This over hasn't really been, had a boundary since the 11th over. So those boundaries have really dried up. Plenty of dot balls in there as well. It's just been 1s and 2s at the moment for Italy. It's always been the tale of the weekend so far. Well, that's a drop. It was a difficult opportunity for Mohamed Ihsan on international T20 debut. It goes down, the outstretched right hand just pops out, we see here. Good delivery from Raja Dil, but it was difficult. Had to make the adjustment as he seemed as if it was angling down towards that leg side. And takes that step away, just makes it 10 times harder. But an opportunity goes astray. At the end of the 17th, Italy 130 for 4.
Chris, only because these two are set, so I don't want them to face the last over when it's too late. Let's get a wicket and a new batsman can face Hamza.
Due to that third over bowled in the 6th. It was a complete change in tactic from Munoz Mills. Obviously paid off, getting the big wicket of Grant Stewart. No surprise to see that there's the Spanish following is slowly making its way to Desert Springs this weekend. A few more making their way in. I can see the Ramishevich parents are here. Saying 155 would be defendable. Cameron into the attack again. Straight away. On the money. Cammy is Hitman Cameron. Slowly getting up to his full strength. Of course, that wicket of Grant Stewart certainly would have helped proceedings. And this one, flash of the bat from Mead. Just squirts away into the offside. It's collected by Hamza Salim Dar in the end. Should just be 2, and will be. Again, that extra pace just showing. A lot of batsmen late on the ball. Just a bit of a discussion about how close. Of course, I mentioned earlier, Lorne with the possibility of squeezing when he was in at cover. He's squeezing at point now. Cammy able to get a boot on this one, but they'll come through for a single. That's good running in the end, though, from the Italian skipper. Every run's crucial at this point in the game. Cammy getting a bit of a way swing. Good thing Cammy's playing cricket, not football. I don't think he'd be very successful after that touch. Once again, proving to be a very important weapon in the armoury for Spain is Cameron. Slower, shorter delivery. Just rolls the fingers down the side of the ball there. Again, still no boundary since the 11th over, halfway through with that 6. There's a wicket the very next ball, of course, for Campopiano. Just seems to be like there's a break in play due to an issue with the bat for the skipper Mead. There's a lot of support though for Spain. They racked up a rather large fan base over the last year and a half, 2 years, due to success at the ECC last year and this year as well. And of course, Pak Aker winning the ECL at the start of 2022. Of course, there's a few representatives of Pak Aker in this team. Cameron being one of them, of course. Down the track, this is high in the air. And, well, he's going to have to watch it sail over his head. Lovely shot from Mead there. Took a step across, trying to just sort of take the attack to Mohamed Cameron more than anything. You see here, takes a nice step down and across. Just allows him to sway his arms through the line of the ball. And Prince Demand is only able to watch that sail over his head. Lovely shot, 6 more. This time Fuller, and it squeezes out past Lorne Burns at point. They'll come on, they'll take on the arm and they'll get back comfortably for the second. So a good over for Italy with 13 off it. And move on to 143 for 4 after 18 overs gone. Was that one short possibly? I'm looking at the umpire. Looks as if it may have been signalled as one short. Which is almost a dagger to the heart if you're the 2 batsmen out there, having just run 2 right out in the middle in the sun. Looks like it may have been one short, but this is the story so far. Could be 142 for 4. Might have to make the adjustment. That strike rate or run rate at around about 8 and over. It's not dropped as much as was originally thought after Grant Stewart getting out, being caught, of course, down at square leg by Atif Mahmood. He's had an interesting day of it. Took a good catch, but with the ball in hand, hasn't been able to capitalise on the opportunity given to him. Adil Raja comes into the attack. It's a flash of the bat. Kami's there to chase, but he's not going to get there. It's going to be another boundary. It's 4 more. If you're going to slash hard. And that's exactly what the Italians are doing. I think they know they've got to put the pedal to the metal now. And it's now moving along into the mid-140s. That 150 is certainly in play. Possibly even more. And it was signalled as one short, so has been changed to 142. Good work by our scorers here today, Samir and Manav, doing excellent work as per usual. Again, wild swing. Malik Ahmed asking the question of a wide. Andrelli in response says no. Good comeback from Adil Raja. Deep in the crease, trying to attack that vacant deep mid-wicket region. Just is able to get a bit of an inside edge, squirts this away for a single. Mead at just under a runnable 19 at the moment. Only 9 deliveries left. Raja looking to finish off his spell strongly here, yet to take a wicket in the game. Back leg, asking the question. Given Andrew Elliott walks away, they come through for another sneaky leg by. And this one, oh, it's an impressive, very, very good call from Adil Raja. It was a good shout. Deemed to have been going down leg by Andrew Elliott. This one again, right on the money in the Yorker. Good work from Lorne Burns at point. Could have been a potential boundary chance. Keeps it to just a single. Getting towards that 150 now. Raja yet to take a wicket in his spell. Single delivery left. Down the ground, good shot from Mead. Will just be a single, he will keep the strike. And it will bring up the 150 as well. 150 for 4 after 19. Single over remaining. And 2 in batsmen at the crease as well. Italy looking to get to that 160 mark and possibly more. Same as yesterday. Now not change it. It's not an issue. I don't mind. Bacon and cheese. So one final over left remaining, and it is going to be Hamza Salim Dar to bowl that final over. No surprise really. He bowled excellently well in this innings. Of course, had to take over halfway through an over from Atif Mahmood. It'll be interesting to see what changes will be made towards the second game against Germany. Rotation is key. Anyway, here is Hamza Salim Dar for the final over here in the first innings. Into the pad, they come through for another sneaky single leg by. Brings Ahmed back on strike, 23 off of 25 for him, with a single 4 to his name. And there are gaps in this field. It's just being able to find them, manipulating the field is something that hasn't really been achieved by the Italian middle order. Not really taking the attack or trying to get into the mind of the bowlers really. Deep into the leg side. Hasn't quite got all of this. If anything, it was more off the toe. Mahmood does well. It's just another single. So anywhere above, again, this is where they got to around yesterday. Obviously stuck in the 140s yesterday. Hamza Salim Dar, can he finish off the over? Again, off the toe, into the leg side. Atif Mahmood will collect it. And again, it's another 2 to the total. Mead moves on to 23. This is an interesting setup for the chase for Spain. Back themselves to chase anything down. They've got a very explosive batting lineup. They bat very deep. And that opening partnership of Daniel Dorkai and Yasser Ali is one that can be very, very dangerous, if not broken early. This time full. And he's got all of this. I think this will be a boundary. It will be. That'll certainly help proceedings. Hamza Salim Dar just straying a little bit too full. Gives him the full toss, and Mead, well, he's certainly been in there long enough now to be able to pounce on the opportunity when given to him. And that's exactly what he does. And he gets four his troubles. Moving on to 158 now, with 2 deliveries left. They'll be running everything. Mead onto a well-made 27 off of just 25 now. Above a runner ball. Hamza Salim Dar just needs to let the ball do the work here. Full. Ihsan lets one go. They'll come through for a bye. It's good running again from these two out in the middle. They've built a very good partnership here. Have Anik Ahmed and Jean-Pierre Omid, but that's really good delivery though. In swing, starting it outside that wide line. This partnership worth 50 now as well. It's exactly what Italy have needed to get up to a score of 160 at least, with a single delivery left. Hamza Salim Dar yet to take a wicket as well. It's a full toss down the ground. Daniel Dorkai will watch this. And, well, they'll take on the arm, and it's a bit of a wayward throw, and they get the direct hit. But I think it's going to be safe, and they will. So they'll come back for the second, and they'll finish on 161 for 4. So this game certainly hangs in the balance, doesn't it? As you see here, he's made his ground just as the bells were struck. They'll finish on 161 for 4 after their 20 overs, and they'll be pretty content with that, will Italy. Again, it's their highest score in the tournament thus far, finishing on 149 in yesterday's second game against Germany. So they get up to 161. However, they may feel as if there's possibly a few more left out there after a very explosive start. You look at where they were after 10 overs, Italy. They were sat on 92 for 2, so only able to add another handful onto that. So they finish on 161, 162 for victory then for Spain. As Mead makes his way off, we take a look at the highlights here. It was that opening partnership, wasn't it? It was worth quite a few, with Grant Stewart and Walid Rana going pretty well. Grant Stewart hitting some lovely shots up against. That was the contest we wanted to see, wasn't it? That was an unlucky boundary. Daniel Dorkai outstretched, but Grant Stewart is very powerful. When it's hit, it stays hit. But it was a good catch in the end to remove him into the leg side by Atif Mahmood. But that was really where the success for him sort of ended. as Campopiano again came through. He ended up chopping on by Yasir Ali. And there were some good shots though. There was a fight back. However, very next ball after hitting a 6, Campopiano then. And it was a good catch by Daniel Dorkai, who did eventually dropped one as well, which is very unlike him. That was a good catch by Yasir Ali to remove Samarik Rama off the bowling of Lorne Burns. That was half of an appeal, as was this one as well. But excellent bit of bowling from the spinners, Lorne Burns and Yasir Ali, taking 3 between them. Lorne Burns 2 for 27. Yasir Ali 1 for 18 off his 4 overs. Hamza Salim Dar, apart from that last over, I thought he bowled exceptionally well, and he goes for 14 off his 2.2 overs. This one, again, there was some moments of a bit of luck, maybe a couple of calls, but that was an excellent bit of bowling in that wide length. And this one, direct it, almost gone, but he ends up making his ground, and they do end up finishing on 161, so 162 for victory. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes or so, as we'll see the response. Spain require 162 for victory. You're watching the ECI Tri-Series here in Desert Springs with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network. Good morning and welcome back to sunny Desert Springs in the south of Spain in Almeria. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here for the second innings of match number 3 between Spain and Italy. Italy setting 162 for victory here for the Spanish side. And you can see there, just in the middle of your screens, top order, the openers for Spain. It's not who we thought it would be. It's no surprise to see Daniel Dorkai up the top. He'll be taking the first delivery. However, it will be the left-handed on debut, Mohamed Yassin. He'll be opening up the bowling with Daniel Dorkai. A little bit of a surprise. I think many were expecting to see Yasir Ali, so a change there. It was confirmed to me that it was going to be Yasir Ali. However, change at the last minute. Don't mind it. A little bit of a right-hand, left-hand combination. Time will tell to see how well this will pay off, of course. But Daniel Dorkai coming off the back of a very impressive ECC with Spain, arguably in for a shout of the MVP award. Wasn't awarded so. But at the top of the order, it was an interesting first week for Spain. There's a lot of changes, trying to work out what their best strike rate was and their best method for success. Ended up working out that it's best to have Daniel Dorkai at the top. And he's starting off here. And starting with a wide from Anik Ahmed, coming off the back of the 50-run partnership, 50-plus run partnership with his skipper, Jean-Pierre Omid. Cuts nicely. This will race away, giving a bit of width. And Daniel Dorkai off the races straight away. 4 to the total. What a way to get off the mark. And a nice cut shot through the offside for 4. Really good start for Dorkai. No surprise, really. Again, struggled in T20s earlier before the ECC. However, it just seems as if he's hit his form now. Wide again. Possibly could have let this one go. You can see there's an element of frustration. He's so strong down the ground, and anything on his pads will be given an attempt at being dispatched back over the bowler's head. Anik Ahmed under a bit of pressure early. Good morning to Edith Weston as well, showing their support for Spain. Daniel Dorkai already has 1 boundary to his name. Make that 2, because that is superbly dispatched over the offside. It's not quite going to be powerfully struck, but it will trickle over the fence, and it's a lovely shot yet again. Given that width, just allows Dorkai to throw his hands at this one. It's a shot that we saw played so many times in the ECC. Dorkai looking to get Spain off to a fly here. Of course, Grant Stewart played a similar role for Italy in the last 3 innings now. I can confirm. This time again, straight to Jean-Pierre Omid at backward point. But the golden 4 has made its way to Desert Springs. It's just off the screen. It's just in the fan area to the left, to the leg side of Dorkai. It's a deep mid wicket. It's made its return. Already been used twice. It's a really good, promising start for Spain. This time cuts and cuts well. This time there is protection out there. Daniel Dorkai was pushing that first one pretty hard. Yassin didn't seem pretty interested. Of course, Yassin is coming off the back of a rather serious knee injury, and has been in Spain for obviously more than the qualification period. Of course, has played first-class cricket out in Pakistan. It's 36 games. So, an opportunity here to put his name on the international stage for Yassin. Just fends this one back with a full face of the bat. And that will be the end of that first over. Spain, good promising start. 10 for none off one. Of course, do remember that we will be coming back at around about 2 o'clock local time. Just over 2 hours time, 2 hours 10 minutes, as Spain will take on Germany, which will be a fierce contest. Of course, Germany off the back of 2 victories this morning, or yesterday I should say. So they will certainly feel that their confidence is sky high. So taking this over, this second over, opening at the other end for Italy, is going to be Rana. Open the batting as well. Starts with a no ball, and Kai pushes this for a single, and it will be Yasin. So he's got an opportunity to get off the mark now with a free hit coming towards him. I mentioned plenty of cricket going on in Spain at the moment this weekend. Obviously got the Tri-Series here, and there's the National Finals weekend down in Alicante. Ibiza Cricket Club playing against Barcelona Shaheen at the moment. Of course, the winners of the National Finals weekend will go on to obviously represent, or be the second representatives for Spain in the ECL next year, because Pakistan make it through as reigning champions. Anyway, Rally Rana has got a free hit to deal with now. Yasin is gone straight towards me, and it's over my head, and it's going to be 6 runs. Lovely shot from Yasin, right in the slot really from Rana, and there's no surprise to see that Yasin, a player of his calibre, done exceptionally well in domestic cricket. No surprise to see that he dispatches this into the leg side, just gets that front leg out of the way, allows his hands to swing through the line of the ball. He gets punished as Rana, and these two looking rather comfortable at the crease so far. Looks like they're trying to have a change in field. Obviously, during the power play, can only have 2 members out, so mid-on becomes long on, and then they have a deep square leg as well, just in front of square. Needs a response though, does Rana, under a bit of pressure. And a step across from Yasin forces Rana to go wide. So 3 debutants here this morning for Spain. Just goes to show there's a lot of competition around the country to really try and take Spain to that next level. Nice shot from Yasin, just down the ground for a single. Of course, there are many familiar names that aren't here this weekend that were involved with the ECC. Tom Vine, for example, obviously not involved this time. Of course, it would have been interesting to see his bowling attack on this wicket. Of course, it's a bit of more of a spinner's friendly wicket with his off cutters. Would have been interesting. There we go, Kai down the ground, and it's down. Opportunity goes missing. It was Damit Kosala who was diving into the ball. He didn't really need to. It was flying at him at a rate of knots. You see here, it was middled from Daniel Duokaye. It was just straight to him. If anything, probably just off a little bit of an inside edge. But diving towards the ball, could have just held his ground really, Kosala, and made it 10 times easier, but Duokaye survives. He gets an early life on 10. That could be big miss here for Italy. Shorter, straight to the man in cover. Padusha Fernando, of course, was 12th man in the first game. He's started 2 games on the trot now. Again, this has been a tidy comeback from Rana after a bit of a loose start. That no ball and then the 6 off the free hit. lot of competition in Spain for places. This is met with a full face of the bat, and that really is that you can just see, oh dear, we could have an issue here. This might not be good. Yeah, this doesn't look good. It could be a shoulder, possible shoulder injury there. My first initial instinct is going to be that his shoulder may have popped out of his socket there. It might have as well. That's not nice to see. It will be a break in play due to an injury. Many apologies. But you could just tell the way that he went down that he's going to be. He looks like he's in a bit of pain. Again, you can see that both physios for the strength and conditioning coach, Alistair, for Spain, and then you can see the head coach there, Gareth Berg, just ensuring that there's no further damage done. Again, we do apologise for the break in play, but safety obviously has to come first, and it's never nice to see. It just seems as if when he went over, it just got caught. He's obviously on the square. It's just got caught on its way through. But a man who, speaking of Spanish cricket at the moment, speaking of the finals weekend over in Alicante, Sporting Alfaz losing their first game to Gracia CC, who of course we saw in the Spanish domestic T10 on the weekends whilst we were at Cartama for the ECC. Gracia obviously winning that. And a man who has contributed to that pretty heavily was Kuldeep Lal. Again, if you're just joining us here, play has just been stopped due to an injury on the field of play. So this is what's coming up on Monday, of course. So day 1 of 31, a full month that we will be spending in Barcelona. We finish on Sunday, the 11th of December. But look at that, we've got some big games with Pak Moncada taking on Bangladesh Kings in matches 1 and 2. Then here is Sabadell taking on the Royal Stars in matches 3 and 4. That is the first of 31 days of cricket in Barcelona. That will be getting underway at 7:30 GMT, 8:30 Central European, and then 1 o'clock out in India. And of course, many people will be looking forward to that one. Promising news is that our injured player is up. Just trying to confirm who that is. You can see he's just walking off now. It looks as if it may have been a dislocated shoulder, which of course is never nice to see. They're using his playing shirt as a sling. That is unfortunately the man who was just doing a bit of fielding. It's Fernando, Dusha Fernando. He's come off injured, so it will be Gurpreet Singh who will come on as 12th man. But of course, wishing Fernando a speedy recovery. It's never nice to see a player get injured in this sport. He makes his way off. He doesn't seem to be in too much pain. I think it was more just the initial reaction and the shock, obviously being well looked after by Gareth Berg, his head coach, and Alistair as well, the strength and conditioning coach for Spain. It's always good to see that. You can see he's getting off well, but yeah, that'll take a bit of attention needed for that. So it will be Gurpreet Singh who will come on to replace Vidusha Fernando, who we wish a speedy recovery. Try and confirm what was the issue, but that was just my instinct was possibly a dislocated shoulder. Jeffrey reminding me that England are bottling a chase apparently. 29 needed off 30 for England against Sri Lanka to get through. Anyway, back to the action here. Final ball of this over for Rana. Back of a length, just pushed through that cover region again, and he'll come through for a single. So Dulkaya will keep the strike. He moves on to 11. Spain 21 for none after 2. Of course, have to remember that it's 4 games on the bounce for Spain this weekend, playing this morning, this afternoon, and then yet again playing tomorrow morning and Sunday afternoon as well. Very much much looking forward to this afternoon's fixture as well. But before we get there, we've still got a game of cricket on our hands here. Spain and Italy. This is what's happened so far in this tournament. Of course, 2 games yesterday, both victories for Germany. One by 10 wickets and one by 8. So just shows that Germany seem as if they've come with some serious intent. Anik Ahmed continuing here for Italy. Down the ground, lovely shot from Daniel Dorkai. It'll be 1 bounce 4. Very exquisite shot from Dorkai. He's not going to miss out there. Anything that's full and in the slot, he's going to pounce on. That's exactly what he's done there. 4 more. Excellent shot. Down the ground. It was always going to open up for Dorkai. He now moves on to 15. Some lovely shots to get to that 15 as well. It's his 3rd 4 of the innings so far. And this time he goes aerial, leg side, and it's going to be a maximum. Gets all of this one, and it's going to go a long, long way. And it's going to be 6 more. Lovely shot. Yet again, it's that man once more. Daniel Dorkai dispatches this into the leg side. Any length that gets offered to him, he's going to ensure that he pounces on. And that's exactly what he's done there. Didn't quite middle it, but he's such a powerful and those strong wrists to really help him get the hands through the ball. It's 10 off the first 2 deliveries here. Ahmed's under a bit of pressure here. Time trying to cut this into the offside, just a little bit early on it. Just needs to wait a little bit longer. Just got probably a little rush of blood, if anything. Dorkai's been busy in between the ECC. There was a tournament up in Madrid. I know Spain sent Cricket Spanish sent an 11, a representative 11. Outside edge, and he's gone. He's walking. So Ahmed gets the big wicket of Dorkai, and he'll be disappointed. He gets the start that he was looking for, but he goes for 1 swing too many, and Ahmed gets the breakthrough. Just holds it back, and it's an outside edge. Good catch in the end from Sadev, who had an interesting time with the gloves yesterday, but takes the low one, and it's the first wicket for Italy. Spain 31 for 1. That is a huge wicket in the context of this game. Dorkai is a very talented batsman, and he's gone for 21 off of 14. 3 4s and a 6 to his name, and he'll be ever so disappointed that he wasn't able to capitalise on what was a very impressive start. But he has to go. Yasir Ali is the man coming in at number 3. I originally had him in opening alongside Daniel Dorkai, but he goes out to join Mohamed Yassin. And again, just want to ensure that Spain don't go and panic ever so slightly. Just need to ensure that there's plenty of runs out there. It's a very large ground. There's a lot of gaps to hit. Just don't need to panic and make sure that they get... Make sure they are able to tick off these runs. Good bowling though from Ahmed. Good comeback after being dispatched for a flourish of runs at the start of the over. Going for a 4 and a 6, then a dot, then the wicket. Just a few issues with Yasir's helmet, of course. New regulations as well that we've been playing for quite some time now here on the ECN. This time came into play, of course, in the ICC in October, with any new batsman will be on strike, no matter if it was a catch or anything. So Yasir Ali obviously on strike, who is yet again a serious player, both with bat and ball. Did half the job with the ball in the previous innings. However, now he just needs to just stabilise the innings a little bit. 131 off 104, just going at 7.5. It's not difficult really on this ground. There's plenty of gaps. Just needs to remain calm. Bottom edge, inside edge. It's a little bit lucky, goes through his legs. Lucky he doesn't chop on. Gets off the mark though with an unconvincing single, but it's a single nonetheless. See that just into the pad off his inside edge, and lucky that it trickles away. There's a left-handed Yasin on strike. Yasin hasn't get to face Ahmed. Confident through the covers. Nice shot for none. It was a confident shot nonetheless though. Just looks to be quite a wristy player. Just off the basis of that one shot there. Anyway, end to a very mixed over for both teams. Good start with 10 coming off the first two, but Ahmed being able to drag himself back. It's the all-important wicket of Daniel Dorcaye. Into the third. Spain 32 for 1. That run rate now set at 7.64. Just need to keep on top of it. Don't want to let it get too out of control. Anywhere above 8 or 9 is where it starts getting a little bit tricky, especially here at Desert Springs. Beautiful grounds you can see on your pictures there, but you can see not a cloud in the sky. A bit of a breeze, not as powerful as or windy as what it was yesterday, but it's still there. It's sort of coming down towards that pavilion on the left across the screen. That's the PMOA. That's where all the players and officials are sat. All our scorers as well. Hyde Rana, not going to be him. It's going to be Singh. Starts and good bit of swing early on for Anmaldeep Singh. Had a mixed day yesterday. Wasn't quite able to perform at the highest level that he expects from himself. Oh, this is very, very wrong, and that'll be a warning. It'll also be a no ball. It'll be a no ball 4, and it'll be a free hit as well. And you take another look at this one. I don't even know if it'll be in frame. It was very loose. In fact, it is only just though. But Almaldeep Singh getting this one all wrong, releasing completely, slipping out the fingers, and then it's never easy for Sadev to take that as a keeper. I know myself that those full beamers are never easy, but he's a little bit unlucky not to prevent it from going for a boundary. It is going to be 4. It's also a free hit, and Singh's getting a stern talking to now from the 12th man, Gurpreet Singh. He's a very old season campaigner, is Gurpreet Singh. He's able to hit a long ball. It'll be, again, a shame that he didn't bat for Italy. The full toss for a free hit doesn't get punished. Brings Yasin back on strike. 7 off 4. At one boundary for Yasin. Obviously that free hit that he hit into the leg side, it was a very nice shot. Obviously he had the free license to go for the shot. Singh, after a very loose delivery, of course, only has one warning left, another no ball. Well, that might be it. It's been dispatched. It will be 6, and it will be a no ball. So that will be the end of Almaldeep Singh, I would imagine. And it's going to be 6, free hit as well. And Yasin again. And I think that may be the end of Almaldeep Singh as well. And it will be. So very rare that we see that happen twice. But it is above the waist, and Almaldeep Singh is going to have to be removed after only bowling 0.2 deliveries. 0.2 legal deliveries as well, that is. So Almaldeep Singh will take no further part in the bowling of this game. And that does provide a few issues for Italy and the skipper, Gian-Piero Mead. Going to have to go to some different bowling bowling options. Of course, Grant Stewart not bowling for Italy in yesterday's games. Doesn't look as if he's going to be bowling at all today as well. It looks as if it will be Rally Rana to finish off the over. Rana now has a free hit to deal with as well. We right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Yasin. Yasin again. Well, it's the same end that he was facing that free hit off. Walid Rana as well. He's got an opportunity yet again to go big here. This could really put a dagger into the hearts of the Italian team. It's free hit time again. Slow ball when Yasin goes leg side. Hasn't quite got all of it. It will be taken by Campopiano, and it will only cost them a single. They won't mind that. Yasin a little bit early on that one. It was a slower ball from Rana. It was a very clever idea from the bowler Rana to bowl that slower ball. Yasin only able to get a single off the free hit. He'll feel as if he's missed out there. Yasir Ali on strike. This one just stays low. He's able to get a bit of ball on this one onto the pad. It's a little bit lucky. That one just staying a little bit low. Walid Rana, not the tallest of men. A little bit of a skiddy action all the way through. Yasir Ali able to just get the single and bring Yasin back on strike. Looking at who's left to come for Spain, you've got the likes of Hamza, Salim Dar, Lorne Burns, of course the skipper Munoz Mills. Cameron can hit a long ball as well. They can all bat. Driven nicely by Yasin. Bit of a mix-up. Could be a run out at the striker's end, and a direct hit would have been close. That was Amaldeep Singh with the throw. So it was a good attempt from Walid Rana. So the wind just picking up a little bit here at Desert Springs. Single delivery left in the over. It's been an eventful over. Yasin down the track. Just gets a single. He'll keep the strike. 48 for 1 after 4. And there's also, that bowler is out, of course, Amaldeep Singh. Bowling 2 no balls. Will take no further part in bowling in this game. .48 for 1 after 4 then. They're above the rate. That run rate's creeping down to 7, just over 7 required and over now. And of course, I think the matchup coming up later this afternoon will be very, very entertaining. The likes of Dieter Klein and Justin Broad as well, obviously getting a half century yesterday, his third in international cricket. Should be a very entertaining matchup. Of course, Spain will be looking to make the most of the break in between games. They'll be trying to get take these runs off as quick as possible. Anyway, Anik Ahmed continuing here. Yasin just fending this one back to the bowler. Respected with the full face of the bat. This one goes a little bit aerial, doesn't quite find the middle of the bat. Bit of a cloth if anything, but still able to come through for that single. And Yasin just needs to ensure that he doesn't take any unnecessary risks, really. They're at that rate where it's just over 7 and over, so if you get the poor delivery, as long as it's dispatched and you pounce on any opportunity that's given to you, you feel that this chase really should be a simple one for Spain. Just soft hands. Hasn't quite got into the swing of things. Yasir Ali is someone who likes to be aggressive early on. Feels as if he can get a 4 early in his innings, then he's really able to settle himself down and set up camp in the middle with Yasin. That's what he'll be hoping to do. Plenty of talent still to come though. Prince Daman as well. Prince Daman is a more than capable player. This is driven, almost driven too well. Straight to Grant Stewart at mid-on. This one into the onside. It's a lovely shot from Yasser Ali. That'll certainly do his confidence some good. Just able to clip this into the leg side, gets enough on it. It's going to race away down the hill as well. And it's a lovely shot, 4 more to the total. Yasser Ali gets his first boundary up and running. Takes that step down the track. I know that's going to be 4 more to the total. That gets his account open. And he's just asking any update on Stuart. Is he carrying a niggle? Well, to be honest, I haven't quite been able to catch up with him yet. However, my guess would be that that is the issue. Obviously, he has had a very long season in the county championship and other competitions in the UK, so possibly just carrying an injury or two. That's it. Plays this down in towards cover and rotates the strike. Good cricket. Gets the 4, then gets the rotation of the strike. Kiani just reminded me that the England-Sri Lanka game is very close. Of course, England need to win the game to go through. At the end of the over, at the end of the 5th, 54th one on the board. Now 12 off 11 to win for Italy, so that could be close game. Have to keep an eye out for that one. You can just see now, there's just a bit of, not confusion, but there's a conversation between the leadership group as they try and work out who's going to be bowling where, because of course, with Singh being removed from the attack due to 2 no balls, it's not easy for the skipper, who will be taking this final over of the power play mead. Is going to take us into the final over of the power play. This one really gets a bit of lift. It wasn't terribly short. It's going to be signalled as a wide. Good take in the end though from Sadev. Take another look here. Wasn't terribly short, but it just lifts. That could just be the first element of the pitch getting a little bit interesting, possibly misbehaving a little bit. Of course, due to it's been used for 80 overs yesterday, of course. We'll be changing strip for the next match this afternoon. This one met with a full face of the bat. Yasser Ali knows. Just needs to give respect when it's due. Of course, there'll be a lot of eyes on what's going on in Malta as well, between Marcia and the Warriors. Of course, Vinny and Rico taking you through that out in the Master Sports Club in Malta. Another slower delivery, Mead just rolling his fingers down across the side of the ball. Yasser Ali just takes a single into that offside. But I feel that might be a possible twist in the tail here. It's not as simple as it first appears. 106 now off 88 required. Change in the field now. Of course, still restrictions applied, only 2 allowed out. We've still got long on and deep square for the left-handed Mohamed Yassin. This is lofted, just checks his drive, comes through for a single. Yeah, pitch just seems to be slowing up a little bit. You can tell as Yassin has been early on a couple of his shots throughout his innings so far. One clips off the thigh pad. A couple of appeals, but certainly going over. Yasser Ali looks as if he's bowling or batting, sorry, a little bit out of his crease as well, which is again good to see from a top high-class batsman. It's the difference really. The sort of middle order just didn't seem to sort of take the attack to the bowlers of it for Italy. Again. Just bowling that consistent line and length is Mead. Just makes life a little bit harder for Yasir Ali. He's 9 off of 13 now, but again, really has got that mode where he can just switch on, go through the gears, and they'll be hoping that he does so at some point. That's exactly what he does. Takes a little step down the track, and it's going to be another boundary, and it's going to be a maximum 6 more. Lovely shot from Yasir Ali. Says he's had enough of watching me just stay on that consistent line and length. And dispatches it over the leg side. And correction, it will only be a 4. But still a boundary nonetheless. And Spain will be on 61 for 1 after 6 overs. So at the end of the power play, going pretty well. Still over 10. And I know there's a lot of expats in Spain. We'll be keeping an eye on the England game, of course. 5 off 6 required for the English now against Sri Lanka to get through to the semi-finals of the World Cup. But of course there'll be many eyes on this game as well. Spain versus Italy, big game in the context of European cricket and for the World Qualifiers next week, or next year I should say. This is a comparison here, so 61 for 6 after 6, 61 for 1 after 6 overs. Just going at just over 10 and over. It's more than enough of where they need to be at the moment. I know there'll be a few Australians around the ground at the moment here. It'll be keeping an eye on the game, of course, for England and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka needing to win to allow Australia to get through, of course. But it's going to be a bit of spin coming into the attack now for Italy. Looks as if it's going to be Kosala. Does well to adjust himself there, does Yasin. Came down the track pretty early on. Doesn't want to give himself an opportunity to take a look at Kosala. He bowled well consistently in the previous 2 games against Germany. On the sweep is Yasin, gets enough on it, gets around the corner, away from Walid Rana. They'll come back comfortably for the 2. So again, good cricket. There is a clear gap out on that leg side for Yasin. There's a little bit of a change in field here. Grant Stewart sort of taking over a little bit, of course, part of the leadership team. With his wealth of experience, there's no surprise to see that he's got such an influence on this team as well. Of course, there is obviously time restrictions that Italy need to be aware of. Comes down the track, becomes a full toss. He's hit this pretty well, and it is going to be another boundary. So Yasin going through the motions. And this one is going to be another boundary. He came down the track towards the bowler. Oh, I got it all wrong. Ends up being a juicy full toss. And Yasin cashes in to no surprise. Another 4. Down the ground this time. Very elegant cricket shot. Just lent on this one. Bit of a check drive down the ground, to a single. Good rotation of the strike yet again. Really is key to T20 cricket, is rotation of the strike. Too many dot balls and you become a little bit dogged down as batsmen, and that scoreboard pressure becomes an element of the game that you need to deal with. And good news for any English supporters, England have won, beaten Sri Lanka. They've gone through, and the SEG is rocking at the moment. England beat Sri Lanka by 4 wickets, so changes the game in the World Cup. Anyway, back to Italy versus Spain. Good delivery from Kosala. Nice and full, right in the block hole. Brings Yasin back on strike. He, of course, is on debut. is on debut for Spain, Yassin. He's looking for that sweep, and that's a really good shot. Played it very fine, means that they can come back comfortably for that second. Yassin, he's looking to really penetrate that leg side. That is the end of the 7th over. Spain bring up 70 for 1 after 7. See, they're making the ground pretty comfortably there, of course. So that England victory will make a lot of people happy, that's for sure. See a few expats in and around Desert Springs that'll be quite content with that victory. Of course, there'll be a few Australians as well that won't be too happy with that. A couple come to mind, won't name any names. Of course, that means that Australia are out of the World Cup, which is a big, big surprise, especially at the home host nation. Mead is going to continue here, though, from this near end. Again, my only concern is that time is an issue for Italy here. They do take their time a little bit in the field. Of course, you don't want it to come to an issue with time. You'd rather the game gets finished in its usual fashion. But there's a lot of changes being made. Every other ball almost. Yasir Ali on strike. 14 off 15, just quietly going about his own business at the moment. Misses out here, it's a shorter delivery. And well, I tell you what, Yassin could have been close. They end up coming through pretty safely for the single leg by, but excellent work from Kosala to be under pressure. We take another look here. Bat was down just in time. He didn't run his bat through. Probably concerned about getting it stuck in the turf, but comes through safely. But again, really good effort from Kosala. Been impressed with him so far for Italy in what's been a pretty lackluster performance in terms of victories, even though there have been elements of positivity for the Italians. Kosala has certainly been one of them, alongside Grant Stewart as well. Be a dead ball. There's a little bit of chat coming from the wicketkeeper there, just apologising. Obviously wasn't done on purpose by the looks of things. Yassin, he's doing pretty well here, looking comfortable. 26 off 16 at the moment. Spain motoring along at this rate at this point in time. Short again, and Yassin, you can see how frustrated he is with himself. Just trying to dab this down to the third man. You can see how frustrated he was. Comes across onto that off stump. Straight away his reaction, he's furious with himself. Short again, this time pushed into the leg side. Collected by Anik Ahmed for another single. Do remember, of course, 2 games a day here from Desert Springs this weekend. Almost coming to the halfway stage of the tournament. We're returning at 2 o'clock local time, so an hour and a half is when the next game will get underway. Could be a close turnaround. Shorter delivery, and almost an excellent catch. Yasir Ali playing a bit of a nothing shot more than anything. It's stuck in the turf from that shorter ball. Just trying to turn it around the corner. Almost an excellent grab from Sadev. You can see there, diving to his left. He come through for the single in the end. And yet again, me just getting that. Oh, that's 1 for the over. So Yassin now 27 off 18. It's a wild swing and an appeal, and he's gone. He's given, and Yassin has to make the long walk back. He's caught behind, deemed to have been edged and caught, and he has to go for a well-made 27. And it's the second wicket to fall for Spain, 74 for 2 here in the 8th over. And certainly it sounded as if there may have been something. This angle will give us a little bit more information. And well, umpire didn't show much hesitation whatsoever. Yassine has to go on debut, opening the batting for his country. Did well, 27 off 19 with a single 4 and 2 6s. However, he has got to go. And the new batsman seems to be Prince Daman. Again, a debutant makes his way back to the pavilion. Another one makes his way out. Prince Daman on debut, of course, had a very successful ECC with Spain down in Khartoum, but he's now got an opportunity to go ahead and be the main protagonist in this story for Spain in this game. 74 for 2 here in the 8th over. A single delivery left. Mead picking up a wicket. One delivery to face for Daman to negotiate from Jean-Pierre Mead. Grant Stewart is of course the leading run scorer in this tournament so far. 178 runs to his name off of 3 innings. Prince Daman on debut. This one just flows through. You can just get a sense that the Italian Stallions have got their tails are up a little bit after that wicket. And at the end of the 8th over, Spain, 74 for 2. So Prince Daman joins Yasir Ali. These two, of course, know each other very well. Played a lot of cricket together over both of their time in Spain. Feeling that they're going to be very confident here. Of course, we take a look at what's left to come in for Spain. You've got the likes of Hamza, Lorne, Burns as well, Munoz Mills and Mohamed Ihsan as well, of course. All capable batsmen. Ihsan yet to play an international T20 match, of course, for Spain. And then also, you know, Mohamed Kamran certainly is no stranger to building an innings and gaining some runs. If there is going to be a change of bowler, so it won't be Kosala to Gnu. Went for 10 off of his first over. It's going to be the young new one. He's going to start his over here. Starts off well. Bit of a full toss. Yasir Ali just remembers that he has to wait. Not the quickest of bowlers, but still a skillful young man. Again, starts off with another dot ball right in the block hole. Of course, the new one is famously known for that infamous last over thriller for Ken Lacker, getting 4 and 4. He's only one of 2 players to do that on the European Cricket Network this year. And Yasir Ali almost licking his lips at the idea of Danuwan bowling here, but Danuwan looks as if he's just outsmarting him a little bit here. He's the young 17-year-old, of course, celebrates his 18th birthday tomorrow. Short into the leg side. Yasir Ali isn't going to miss out there, but it's great work by Anik Ahmed. Prevents that from going to what was almost a certain boundary, but really good work from Ahmed. He's been busy with both bat and ball. Of course, took part in a 50-run partnership with his skipper. He's just done an excellent job there. Certainly saved 2 runs with a total of 162 as the target. Those 2 runs could be crucial. excellent slower delivery. Takes a lot of guts to be able to bowl a slower delivery, especially when you've got someone like Yasir Ali at the striker's end, who is one of the most destructive batsmen in European cricket at the moment. Mentioned earlier that he has played some cricket out in the Netherlands in the top class it. Prince Demand gets his first runs in international cricket. The new one will go ahead and attempt to do the fielding off his own bowling. But he's off the mark with a single into that leg side. But a great over from the new one, only conceding 4 off it. An excellent first over from the young 17-year-old. Brings us to the end of the 9th. Spain 78 for 2. So stories so far, of course, Almeria Singh only bowled 2 legal deliveries. He actually bowled 4 in total. However, 2 of them were no balls, which meant that he had to come off, which meant Raleigh Rana had to finish off the over, and he actually bowled pretty well, only going for 14. Yasir Ali in international T20s at the moment, averaging 33, almost 34. But we're going to get a bit of off spin. Campopiano. He plays a lot of his cricket in the south of England, Oxfordshire. Also played for Sussex as well. Sussex second 11. And of course, Prince Demand facing. Could be gone, and is. It's a simple catch, really. And Campopiano gets the breakthrough early on. Exhalation for the Italians. And he gets an early breakthrough in his spell with the first delivery that he balls. And Prince Demand has to go for just one. A disappointing debut, but he has to go. And it's the 3rd wicket to fall. Spain 78 for 3. This one just lifting up. And it's a pretty simple catch in the end off his own bowling. And Yasir Ali, he's just slowly running out of partners. Hamza Salim Dar will come in from the pavilion now, coming in at number 5. He's a very, very talented batsman. We've seen him do it time and time again on the European Cricket Network. He really needs to pull something out of the bag here for Spain. Hamza Salim Dar comes out to join Yasir Ali again. These two have played a lot of cricket together. Will be a big element. Yasir Ali will be having a turn talking to Hamza, saying, Hamza, this needs to be you and me, my friend. Salim Dar has got Spain out of some very interesting ruts in international cricket, in the T20 format. He's 27 years of age is Hamza Salim Dar. Has got an average of 20, just under 27 as well in international cricket. Highest score of 59 not out. That was against Germany, when Germany last visited Spain, here at Desert Springs as well. Faces his first delivery here. Just meets this with the full face of the bat. You can just get a feeling that the Italians feel as if they may be a little bit on top. No doubt, though, that Spain will be looking to take this game away from them. It's a full toss. Well, if there was a batsman that was probably faced a few more deliveries, that could have been sent for the journey. But luckily for Campopiano, it was only Dar's second delivery. And on his 3rd, he goes down the ground, and this is going to be a 6. Lovely shot from Salim Dar. What a way to get off the mark. Anything that's in his arc, he is going to swing. We've seen him hit some incredible shots down at Khartoum. He's made the travels up to Desert Springs and he's continuing on here. Lovely shot down the ground, 6 more. This time, just drags his length back ever so slightly. Campopiano, great adjustment. Doesn't overdo the adjustment, doesn't overcompensate, which we've seen the Italians do time and time again. Keeps it down to a dot ball after a flourish of the bat from Hamza. Just drops and runs into the leg side. Early call of 2. Don't think they'll take it. Campopiano actually is rather quick on the outfield and gets there quickly. Keeps it to a single to end the over. Good over for the Italians. 7 off it, but also picking up the big wicket of Prince Demand. Spain, 85 for 3 after 10. That run rate now creeping up towards 8 and over. 7.7 already. Keanu asking, is Lorne out already? Keanu hasn't batted. Lorne hasn't batted yet. Still in the shed alongside the likes of Christian Munoz Mills as well. You've still got Mohamed Ihsan as well, who's down to come in next. And you've also got Mohamed Kamran, Atif Mahmood and Raja Adil. Atif Mahmood, obviously not quite the day of it with the ball in hand. And that was a false start. Wanted to be a change. Hamza Salim Dar facing up. No surprise that mid-wicket becomes deep mid-wicket. Morning to Avinash Pai. Well, Avi joining us here in Desert Springs, not too far away as well. Full toss from the new one. Just driven down the ground from Salim Dar. It's Yasser Ali on strike, going at under a runnable 18. Rally 18 off 22. Going to need to find that next gear in the next couple of overs if Spain are going to have a chance of chasing this. This is clipped off the legs, straight to Campopiano. He'll do the fielding. All good here. Avi, all good here. Hope you're okay. See, that's all that Gibraltar are playing a 100 tournament, which is always fun to see. Plenty of cricket going on in Gibraltar since where we started the season this year. Slow delivery from the new one, and again, just a single down the ground. Just gone a little bit quiet again. There was that period of an over or two where Italy just felt they were a bit on top. A couple of wickets to their name. Big appeal. Given a direct hit would have been very close. Wicketkeeper missing out, and Salim Dar survives another day. But the new one just proving to be a bit of a tricky customer for the Spanish batsman. You see here, the impact was high and possibly bat involved as well. Leg side, early call of 2. He's timed it to the point where he would have wanted to, but doesn't get it. It's actually excellent work in the deep from David Kosala. Only bowled that one over a spin. All been seam options apart from that for Italy. Apart from Marcus Campopiano, of course, getting the breakthrough. Spin once again. Hard to film you would as well. Hope you're okay. Enjoying the cricket here in Desert Springs as well. Slow ball again, and this time just clipped into the leg side. Another excellent over from the new one, the young 17-year-old. Only conceding 6 off it. And at the end of the 11th, Spain, 91 for 3. Casala did bowl an over, of course. Bowled that one over earlier on in the innings. Campopiano, who, no surprise, is coming on for a second here after getting a wicket in his first and only conceding 7 runs. But Achinta, the new one, not the quickest of bowlers. But however, he's crafty and he's got a few variations up his sleeve, so he's able to just get in the mind of the batsman. Seems as if he's playing mind games with very experienced Yasir Ali, 12 years his senior. Piano continuing here into his second over. Let's get a good amount of turn. Now push this out to the onside for 1. See, boundaries have slightly dried up. We had that 6 off of Campiano from Hamza Salim Dar. Before then it was a 3 over stint without a boundary. Spanish team in the dugout just getting a little bit antsy. A couple of them stood up. Salim Dar again just into the offside for another single. This is an interesting period of the game here, really. That run rate is starting to creep up. A boundary and over will make things easier for Spain, but the bowling has been tidy, it's been tight. This would be you'd feel a little bit of an upset, really, if Italy were to go ahead and win this game. Zerani again just puts this into the offside for another single. The near one will do the work. The variation there from Campopiano, shocking everyone, surprising the keeper as well. Still gets that movement away though. Campopiano is proving to be a pretty helpful addition to the bowling attack, especially after losing one of their seamers due to 2 no balls. So that's now 68 runs required off of 50. That run rate above 8. It's the first time it's been into the 8s and over now. And again, it's good bowling to his field. There's another single, 67 off of 49 now. Dugout for Spain in the pavilion, getting a little bit nervous, I would imagine. This game far but over. Driven nicely. Will just be a single though, and Ali will keep the strike with that single. Spain move to 96 for 3 after 12 overs. Nice full delivery, good drive though, but again doesn't really follow through with the shot. They're just checking themselves, not really attacking the bowlers, just nurdling the ones and twos at the moment. A victory here would mean Spain would stay second. A victory for Italy would certainly do themselves a good one by getting some points on the board after a disappointing day out yesterday. Question there about Danuwan. Danuwan was originally born in Sri Lanka, but qualifies for Italy. Bowled well. Might see him again though. Here's Ali Rana. Yasir Ali will probably enjoy the extra pace of Rana now, as will Hamza Salim Dar. 12 off of 11 for him. Quietly been going about his business after that very nice 6 early on in his innings. Salim Dar needs a serious kick on now. Just fence this down, and Maldeep Singh will collect it for another single. Over the last 14 deliveries, only 2 of them have not been a single off the bat. There's been a leg by and one dot. So there's been many, many singles in the last 2 or 3 overs. And again, pressure just starting to build now. At this point, Italy were ahead on 108 for 3, of course, due to that start from Grant Stewart. These are the crucial overs. Yasir Ali squeezes this into the offside. Excellent bit of work from Dinuk Samarawickrama. Saves at least 1 or 2 runs there by getting on top of the ball. I think Rana, again, is just keeping things tidy here. He's bowled an equivalent to 2.1 overs now with that delivery. So it's just proving to be a tricky customer for the Spanish batsman. Shorter, straight to the man at backward point. Again, this is tidy bowling from Italy. Spain just not having that counter-attacking punch to them really so far. So Daniel Dorkai looked very promising at the top of the order, however, ended up moving for 1 too many. He was caught behind the bowling of Anik Ahmed after being dispatched for 4 and a 6 early on in that same over. And this is dragged into the leg side. Anik Dar just trying to manufacture a shot to his liking. Only gets 1 for his troubles though. You can just see that run rate. You can see how he tries to just drag this into that leg side. That run rate now up to over 8.5 and over. Constant changes in the field. Grant Stewart doing a lot of work, moving over from offside to onside due to the left-hand, right-hand contributions here. Yasir Ali says he's had enough, and this is going to sail over the boundary. It's into the car park. 6 more. Lovely shot from Yasir Ali. And while Spain need a few more of those, that could be the kickstart to the counter-attack from Spain. And a good end to what was a tidy over from Rana up until that point. Spain are 106 for 3 after 13. Good end to the over for Spain with Yasir Ali. I think this is where he's going to need to kick on now. That moves him up to a runnable 31. Continuing with spin, change in personnel though. Kosala. Kosala bowled a very good first over. Didn't go for too many. Good morning to Louis Bruce as well, to We On Sports, to Wayne as well, to Keanu of course. Appreciate everybody tuning in here. Kosala continuing now for Italy. Salim Dar just dabs this down to short third man. Good running from Yasir Ali. I think he knew that he was going to be setting off straight away. Good understanding between these at the moment, out in the middle. So, spin, still the option that they're going for here. Kosala, and he went for 10 off of his first over. That's well played again. Excellent bowling though. Piano able to cut that off, but good running. Quick singles. 6 certainly helping proceedings with that run rate, dropping almost half a run after that maximum. Just have a feeling though, Hamza Salim Dar could take a liking to Kosala's spin if it's full. If it's in the arc, could be given a bit of treatment. Just as I say that, he goes for it, sings underneath it. He won't get there. It'll be 1 bounce, 4 more. And it's a really nice shot from Salim Dar. Didn't quite get all of it. He took on the risk, and it's well worth the reward. Didn't quite find middle of the bat. There's one bounce just out of the reach of this outstretched hand of Amaldeep Singh. So another 4. Salim Dar looking to get into the swing of things now. It's a short pulls well. There's a man out there, and it's taken. It's a big catch. He finds Campopiano pretty much straight down his throat. And Hamza Salim Dar looked as if he was getting going and getting into the swing of things. Pulls it straight down the throat of Campopiano, and he makes no mistake. And he hangs on, and Salim Dar has to go for 19. It's the 4th wicket down. Spain, 112 for 4. That's a big, big wicket for the Italians here in Desert Springs. And Spain now looking like they're looking a little bit nervous out in the dugout at the moment. This is certainly an interesting matchup here between these two sides. Lorne Burns will be the new batsman. Makes a long walk out to the middle from the dugout. It's about 90 metres that walk. It's not a short one. But an excellent bit of bowling, and you have to say that Casala's probably deserved that wicket. He's bowled very, very well. And there's a big opportunity here for Lorne Burns to yet again make a name for himself in Spanish colours. He's recently found cricket once again in Spain when he found out that they played down in Malaga. And ever since then it's been a very interesting journey. Of course, he played for Costa del Sol in the Spanish finals last year. I'm sure that's probably where Corey Rutgers first saw him on commentary duties. Ever since then, become a little bit of a star for Spain, and he's got an opportunity now, this time with bat in hand for Lorne. He's facing the spin of Kosala. Oh, it's an outside edge. An excellent delivery to a new batsman from Kosala. And it's going to be a boundary as well. So Lorne Burns getting a little bit lucky early on. See here, just sort of doesn't quite get, those feet aren't just quite there, doesn't get to the pitch of the ball. Plays with soft hands though, it runs away and it's a boundary. It's a 4 in the book nonetheless. Good bit of turn though from Kosala, excellent delivery. Burns 4 off his first delivery that he's faced. A single delivery left in the over. It's been a good over for Italy with the wicket. There has been 2 boundaries so far. It's just the wait in play. Final delivery then here in the 14th over. And Lorne looking to get inventive early on in his innings, gets it all wrong. And he gets absolutely cleaned up by Kosala, picks up his 2nd wicket of the over. And Spain now find themselves 116 for 5 at the end of 14 overs. Only a 2nd delivery face. You just have to question whether or not it was the option to go for. There was no one at that vacant fine leg region. However, with it so early on in the innings, you just question the choice. It was a very good delivery. Ends up clipping the top of the off stump. Just shows how far Lorne had to get across to attempt that shot. Possibly wasn't on. And at the end of 14, 116 for 5. The skipper, Cristian Munoz-Mills, comes out to the middle. And it's going to have to be now or never for the skipper. He's got to lead from the front. This is a big, big moment in the game. These next 2 overs are where the game could be won or lost for both teams. There's good conversation in the chat about local players and the growth of cricket as well. Wayne, of course, making the contribution saying that if you give it time, Spain is an example of cricket being grown. It's now being played in more and more schools throughout the country. Of course, you saw with the cricket school project throughout the ECC, hundreds and hundreds of kids coming down to see what was going on, and you know, on the biggest stage of them all, for European cricket. Yasir Ali will be facing, of course. It looks as if it's going to be the young Danuwan again. Yasir Ali hasn't really been able to capitalise on anything from Danuwan. Danuwan yet to leak a boundary. This is just a single into the leg side, which will bring Munoz Mills now, having played with and against Munoz Mills for many years. He's very, very strong down the ground, which has been seen and been put on show many times on the ECN. The wind helping him down towards that cow corner region. It would be no surprise to see him try and take a couple of early shots on into that deep mid-wicket region. There is no deep mid-wicket. There's a man who's a little bit squarer for a traditional deep mid-wicket, but there's also a long on as well. Turns this round the corner. Will just be a single. Anik Ahmed will do the work and collect this through. Brings Yasir Ali back on strike. 33 off 33 for him. A runnable pace. Just needs to stay in there. He's built a platform. He just needs to capitalise on the opportunity now. Calls of one into the leg side, straight to Campopiano. Brings Munoz Mills back on strike. We had a lot of Spanish fans and players all around the country that will be tuning in. They'll be hoping that the skipper can guide his team to victory here early on this Saturday morning. Now moving into the afternoon. Munoz Mills going for a big swing. A good bit of work from Singh. Asking the question of Yasir Ali. Gets home pretty comfortably in the end, though. You see here. Going for that big swing. Doesn't quite get it right. A chat about from Federico, just talking about Italy and its history so far. Again, this team that you're seeing here, this tournament, Federico, is it's a bit of a mixture of youth, a lot of players from the under-19 squad, and some experience for Italy as well. And this is going to be down the leg side, obviously clipped the pad on the way through, not deemed a wide by umpire Andrew Elliott. 42 runs required off of 31 now. Run rate still at around 8 and over. And this time into the leg side, hasn't quite got all of it, but it will be enough. It'll be a 6 down the ground from Yasir Ali. And it's the second time he's targeted that region of the ground. And he was given the length, and he was allowed himself to swing his arms through the line. And he goes a long way. 6 more, great end to the over once again. And now that pendulum swinging in towards Spain's favour once again. 126 for 5 after 15. So that's the story so far. Again, starts for both openers. Doyle Kaye alongside Mohamed Yassin, both getting starts into the 20s. However, Doyle Kaye just nicking off behind. And Yassin, it just wasn't meant to be. Asjad Butt is in the chat. Buenos dias, Asjad. As Asjad, of course, was in the squad for the ECC. Misses out on the squad this time. But again, he's just a pure example of talent here in Spain that there is throughout the country. And that competition for places is very fierce at the moment. Munoz Mills on strike. Kosala coming in for his third over. Munoz Mills cuts this away into the offside. Anik Ahmed will do the fielding. It'll be another single. And there will be a lot of cricket fans in and around Spain that will be tuning in. There'll be a lot of them from Malaga, from La Manga as well. Of course, the team from La Manga Torrevieja, who a lot of the players will be tuning in. Yasir Ali with a delicate sweep into the leg side. So much so they'll easily come back for 2. There's no one at fine leg. So that really does leave that area of the ground open. to an attack from Yasir Ali. He's into the 40s, 41 now. Win just picking up still. Yasir Ali across. Shorter. Straight to Grant Stewart at point. The county man leading as example for Italy. Yasir Ali looking to motor along here. Just had to check his drive there. Just squares this one into the offside for another single. See, they're now ahead of where Italy were at this stage. With that 6 certainly helping the Spanish team. And run rate as well now down at just over 7 and over. Mills targets the leg side as he found the gap. He has, but it's excellent work by Samadar Wikrama. Prevented a certain boundary. It was always going away from him. Made the correct decision to get down low and dive on that ball. Enos Mills really targeting that leg side. No real surprise, really. It's his favoured side. Could be a close finish here between these two nations. Mills flat bats this down the ground. Probably wasn't looking to be as straight as it was. Probably looking a little bit squarer. Another single towards the end of the over. So 7 off it. A quiet one, no boundaries in there. But still enough to get them almost over the line. Spain 133 for 5 after 16. Just a reminder, this is what's coming up in the next game, of course, later this afternoon. Starts in just under an hour, 55 minutes, so a very quick turnaround for the Spanish team, of course, due to that injury we had earlier on for Fernando. Of course, we'll get an update on him as soon as possible. But that will be starting in 55 minutes. Spain taking on Germany. That is a big, big game. If there are any delays in that match, I will, of course, let you know. Do keep in contact on the YouTube live chat or on the ECN website. That's where we'll get all your information first off. The situation is 29 now off of 24 for Spain. We've got 2 talented batsmen at the crease. Yasir Ali, 43 off of 39. Again, it's been one of those innings where he's just had to dug deep and stick around. Anik Ahmed back into the attack, the opener. Mills flat bats this. There's a bit of a mix-up, and a direct hit would have been gone by a long, long way. Munoz Mills and Yasir Ali just sort of meeting in the middle there. They survive, and it's a single to the total. Brings Yasir Ali 43 now. And he's got him. He's chopped on, trying to run this down to third man. Wasn't given the space, and Anik Ahmed is delighted to see those stumps cartwheel out of the ground. He gets his second, and it's the big, big wicket of Yasir Ali. He has to go for 43, and it's another twist in the tail here. Spain now 134 for 6. Just see here, trying to dab this down to third man. The shot wasn't really there. Another wicket, and could there be another twist in the tail for Spain and for Italy here in game number 3 of ECI Grizzly Bet T20I Tri-Series here at Desert Springs. Mohamed Isan will be the new batsman coming in at number 8. He's a man who we often see opening the batting for Pakaiker Barcelona in the T10 format. And for Spain, he was batting at 3 at times, at 4, all the way down at 7 or 8. So This really is going to be a question of Isan's talent on debut as well. Many of you saying that you still think that this game is in Spain's hands. It's now 28 off of 22. That run rate just above 7.5. Ahmed Isan on debut in T20 internationals. On the drive, confident drive early on, but I think Ahmed has had a very good game so far. Of course, was a large contributor to that 50-run partnership with Jean-Pierre Omid. He's taken 2 big wickets, 2 big scalps as well. Daniel Dorkai and Yasser Ali. Isan off the mark now, with the bottom edge into the offside. This is a big opportunity for Christian Munoz-Mills to prove himself as the finisher here for Spain. Into the leg side, hasn't quite timed it. Off the toe of the bat, skewed into the leg side more than anything, but they get a single. Singles are still good for Spain at this point. One or two boundaries, and it becomes a very, very comfortable situation. If you're Spain, you don't want it to go down to that last over, though. You want to try and get it done before then. Isan drops and runs. It's good cricket, good understanding from these two. Munoz-Mills would have most likely have said to Isan, any bat on ball, and there's going to be a run almost everywhere. But a good over for Italy yet again, with just four singles in the wicket, the big wicket of Yasser Ali as well. And at the end of 17 overs, Spain 137 for 6. So 25 required off the last 3 overs then. Need to go at over 8.3 and over now. That run rate's just fluctuated between 7.5 and 8. And the skipper for Italy, he's going to lead by example. Jean-Pierre Omid is going to take the next over. The all-important 18th over, really. If you're a Spanish fan, you're going to be very nervous, both sides. Jean-Pierre Omid, shorter delivery. Isan just pushes this into the leg side. Isan, not just a touch player, can be a very destructive batsman when need be. But at the moment, no unnecessary risks are really needed to be taken at this point. Wicketkeeper batsman coming in at number 8 just shows, especially when it's Isan, a man of his calibre, just shows how deep this batting lineup is. Hasn't quite paid off, but still an opportunity here. Munoz-Mills down the ground, and it'll be 1 bounce and 4 more. Lovely shot from Munoz-Mills. Ensured that he found the gap, pierces it through over the top. And any short delivery he's going to pounce on. It's exactly what he does here. Is it the flourish of the bat? And it's 1 bounce 4 yet again. Certainly will help proceedings for the Spanish squad, led of course by Corey Rutgers. Of course they're playing Germany in 45 minutes in the second game. 20 off 16 now for Spain. Short again, and Munoz-Mills round the corner. He's got enough on this one. It's going to be back-to-back boundaries. And Jean-Pierre Omid up against his counterpart in Christian Munoz-Mills. And Munoz-Mills looking like he's coming out on top. A nice shot, just turns it round the corner. Gets enough bat on this one. It's going to be another 4. 1 more wicket, the cry from the Italians. They feel that 1 more is all they need. Need to stem this flow of runs at this point. 16 off 15 now. Short yet again, deep in his creases, Munoz-Mills. Pulls it, will just be 1. Brings Isan on strike. At this point, you just sort of, you think to yourself as a bowler, where's my line going to be? What plan am I going to deploy? At this point, I'd argue hiding it outside off, packing that offside field, just trying to keep runs down to a minimum. Nothing short, really. Sticks with the short stuff, and Ihsan is just going to push it into that leg side. There'll be another easy single. Singles can do it with the odd one or two, with the odd two or boundary will be enough for Spain. So this plan by Italy to bowl short to the lower order, even though these two are more than accomplished batters. Can Mead take a wicket for his troubles? It's short again. Pushes it a little bit for Munoz Mills. He'll come through comfortably. Very quick in between the wickets is Munoz Mills. And it'll be a single to end the over. 2 boundaries in the over is not what Italy would have been expecting, but it ends up being 12 off it, with Spain now requiring 13 off of the next 2 overs. 149 for 6 after 18. You can see there, that's the leadership group, those 3. Grant Stewart, Gianpiero Mead and Marcus Campopiano. The clogs will be turning in the heads, trying to think of what plan to use, where are we going next, who's the bowler that we want to use. Of course, spin from this far end would be an interesting choice with the wind going down the ground towards that, to the left of your screen, to that pavilion there. It looks as if it is going to be spin as well. Kosala, the man who's bowled very well in this game, it has to be said, has not had a poor go of it with ball in hand. It's 2 for 27 off of 3 overs. Looks as if he's going to bowl his final over here in the 19th. It all happens in the 9th in T10 cricket. Well, it's possibly going to all happen in the 19th here in international T20 cricket. 13 runs required for victory. 2 hits and a single will do it for Spain. Munoz Mills surely has to be thinking that wind is going to be in his favour. Just hang it up in the air and hopefully the wind will do the rest. Kosala, he's not an easy bowler to negotiate. Flatter, not given the air, as much air from Kosala. It'll just be a single. Ihsan now on strike again. You think that a man coming in at number 8 isn't going to be as destructive as Ihsan could potentially be. He's such a talented batsman, has been for many years. He used the platform that was provided when he played for Pak Care to get his name onto the selectors' books. He's got an opportunity on debut as well to win this for his country. Good delivery from Kosala. A little bit unlucky to concede a single. Ihsan was looking to wind up and dispatch this leg side, but went against his original thought process, and it's now 11 off of 10 with Munoz Mills after hitting 2 boundaries in that previous over. He's going to feel as if he can take this on. 2 hits will do it for Spain. This time through the covers, it's through the young Danu one, and it's going to be a boundary. Excellent shot from Munoz Mills. It was gifted to him on a plate, really, from Kosala. A slower, shorter delivery. And Munoz Mills just waits on this one. And it slaps it through the covers. And it's going to be 4 more to the total. And it's now just single figures left required for Spain. Just trying to find the ball there. It's stuck under the picket fence. You'd argue that Spain now right in the driver's seat. 7 off 9 is the equation. A wicket does change the game, though, for Italy. But Italy will be glad to see that they've taken this deep, and they've really pushed Spain. Mills, bit of a rush of blood there, trying to tie the scores. He's just saying that's what I should have played. Should have just lofted it over the cover region for another boundary. 7 off 8. Goes leg side. And he's got it. It's 6 over the head of Gianpiero Mead. And that's exactly what Munoz Mills needed for Spain. And that will tie the scores. As you see here, he just rocks back, and the flourish of the bat, and it sails over the head of Jean-Pierre Domine, and the totals are level. Spain requiring just 1 run for victory now. One off 7 for victory then for Spain here in the penultimate over. It all happens in the 19th. Cosala with his final ball of his spell as well. Munoz Mills over the top. Doesn't quite pay off as what he was expecting, but he'll finish with a boundary. And it will be the skipper, Christian Munoz Mills, will do it for Spain. 2 boundaries back to back, a 6 and a 4. Right off the tone of the bat, trying to sweep, but he won't care. It's a victory for Spain here in their first match of the Tri-Series, and it's a 3rd defeat for Italy. Not due to a lack of trying though, but Spain do it before getting into the final over. Spain are your winners here by 4 wickets here in match number 3. And again, congratulations to Spain and to those involved. Commiserations to Italy. But Italy have now got some time off where they can go ahead and reevaluate where they've gone wrong. They'll be back again tomorrow afternoon. You can see handshakes all around. Campopiano had some moments of excellence with a really good catch to remove Hamza Salim Dar, also taking that wicket of Prince Daman as well on debut. But it's again Christian Munoz Mills alongside Mohamed Ihsan who gets Spain home with that boundary, and of course they are your winners by 4 wickets here in match number 3. Do remember, we'll be back in 40 minutes or so for match number 4, as Spain, they go at it again, this time taking on a very dangerous German side. As we take a look at the highlights, it was that man who got Spain off to a flyer, Daniel Doyle-Kaye. We've come to expect it really from him now, with some lovely shots into the offside, with that cut shot and a lovely shot over cover. And this one down the ground was an opportunity. Didn't cost him too much, as he would eventually go not long after. He's just very, very solid, and he's clearly in very good form at the moment. Here's Doyle-Kaye. That was a lovely 6 into the leg side. Then, just a slower delivery, found the outside edge. Anik Ahmed just felt that was a good start for Italy. Nasser Ali, he came in at number 3. You expected him to open, and that was a bit of an issue for Spain, wasn't it? Singh, or for Italy, I should say, for Singh, as he ended up with 2 no balls, which meant that Walid Rana had to come in and take on the rest of the over. Wicketkeeper was in the wars a little bit for Italy, but he actually kept quite well, did Sadev. There were also a flurry of really lovely shots from the Spanish batsman. Yasser Ali top scoring on 43 off of 40. That one got up from Jean-Pierre Domine, and he'll be disappointed not to have been able to get the victory for his country here. However, there was some positives to take out of this game for Italy. Thought they fielded excellently. They were very tight on the outer ring, being able to prevent any ones becoming 2s. That was the end of Mohamed Yassin, who ended up on 27 off 19 again on debut. But this was a big turning point. Prince Daman just chipping it back to Campopiano, going for 1. Hamza Salim Dar came in and dispatched a lovely 6 down the ground. There were also some really nice shots there from Yasser Ali, who just was the anchor of the innings, really. Just ensured that Spain got all the way through to the final end of the game, finishing those with a flourish of boundaries from Christian Munoz Mills. Can confirm, next match will start on time at 2 o'clock. Lorne Burns came in, very lucky to get away with an edge first ball, but then you can see there, ran away towards the boundary. But then very next up, went for a very interesting shot, trying to clip it round towards the vacant fine leg. Got it all wrong, and he had to go. And that was where you just thought Italy was still in with a chance after getting Lorne Burns for 4. And then Nasser Ali continued to go downtown, brought Christian Munoz Mills into the frame of the game, and he ended up going really well. In fact, the finisher for Spain, as he's been nicknamed, with 4 4s and a 6 to his name, striking at over 200, finishing on 33 not out off of 16 balls. Meant that Spain are your winners here in match number 3 against Italy, and they will take a victory by 4 wickets. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in around about 35 minutes as match number 4. We'll see Spain taking on Germany. You're watching the Grizzly Bear ECI Spanish T20I Tri-Series with myself, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network.
From the boogie?
Good afternoon and welcome back to sunny Desert Springs here in the south of Spain in Almeria. You join me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network for match number 4 of the Grizzly Bear ECI Spanish Tri-Series International T20s here in the south of Spain. We've just come off the back of an impressive victory for Spain up against a very tough Italian squad. They look like they are on a bit of a comeback. Were Italy. They were trying to defend a total of 162, unable to do so. Spain ended up ticking off those finals runs with the likes of Chris Munoz-Mills hitting the winning runs just towards the end of the 19th over. So coming into this game now, we have Spain taking on Germany. These teams have met before, especially here at this ground, with points being shared. But this is what the supercomputer is expecting Spain to be your victors here by only about 9 runs. So it looks as if we're going to be in for an interesting matchup between these, and we can go ahead and take a look at the lineups as well. And well, in terms of the German team, well, they're looking a little bit different as well. They're looking like they've got the same opening partnership of Justin Broad and Talha Khan, as well as for Spain. One change from this morning: Atif Mahmood drops out, young Charlie Ristovic comes into the frame of things, adding another spin option to the Spanish bowling attack. And no surprise, but of course the change here is the fact that we're on a different wicket. We've moved 2 along, so that will change proceedings here. So it's not going to be the same wicket, so time will tell us to see how long or how many runs are to be expected as par. Just about waiting for that clock to hit the hour mark, and then we'll be ready to get things underway here. Huge thank you to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on Fancone in India. Do appreciate everyone tuning in. Go ahead and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get involved in the live chat as well. Of course, no more debutants for Spain, having played that first T20 International this morning. Justin Broad will be facing up. This will be an interesting competition. Of course, Justin Broad, having previously played in the UK for the Surrey second 11, coming up against a very impressive Mohammed Kamran as well. Hitman Kamran, just waiting for everything to be ready, and it is going to be Kamran who will be getting us underway from that far end, of course, on a new wicket. Only time will tell us to see what par score is. It's going to be the Hitman Kamran getting us underway here in match number 4. Early signs of movement in towards Justin Broad. Bit of a mix-up at the non-striker's end. Talha Khan looking like he's trying to get on strike straight away. Bit of a nervy start for the Germans, but starts with a dot ball. Good early start for Kamran here. That wind still present on the open ground of Desert Springs. Coming down from your screen towards the left, towards the onside for Justin Broad. So Kamran bowling into the wind, still getting that pace right up towards the mid 80 miles per hour. Gets a bit of bat on this one. Nice clip off the legs. Salim Dar will give chase. He'll get the foot out. He'll get there in the end. Luckily not to get the ankle rolled. Might be able to hear a certain Corey Rutgers behind me. There you go. He's there. Corey's never a fan of fielding, but sometimes it's effective, Corey. And look, it's come off there. Your team's not conceded a boundary, so you can't be too upset. You might have lost an injured player, but he's still not got a boundary. Justin Broad looking confident. Wild swing though. Hanging this one outside the off stump from Kamran. Good start though, and again, Kamran just having a few issues with getting outside of that danger zone. Of course, turf isn't really what these players are used to playing on. But a good early signs here from Kamran. Dab down to third man with that extra pace. There's no surprise to see Justin Broad using that skill. Talha Khan coming up against Kamran here now. This will be an interesting competition. Two left-handers facing each other. Looking forward to seeing Charlie Ristovic with ball in hand though. Again, just gives that third spin option. So you look at the bowling options for Spain. You've got the likes of course, Mohammed Kamran and Adil Raja, and you've got Hamza Salim Dar. Actually bowled really well in that previous game this morning. And then the spin options of Lorne Burns, Charlie Ristovic, and then Yasir Ali. You can also have possibly a couple of overs from Prince Demand if need be. They probably won't want to. They've got enough bowlers in their team, in their squad. Very good morning to everyone. Good afternoon, I should say. Camera continuing. Excellent take down the leg side from Mohamed Ihsan, of course. Get those bit of nerves out of the system this morning against Italy. This time rushes in for pace, but clips this nicely into that onside. That's Charlie Rishevich with the arm, bit of a wayward throw. It's well backed up in the end though by Lorne Burns. Charlie Rishevich puts the hand up, apologises. Rishevich has his mother and father watching on from the spectators area. Of course, Charlie now playing his cricket out in the UK. But obviously played most of his cricket as a junior at La Manga Torrevieja. Had the pleasure of captaining Charlie from a young age when he was just only about getting over the stumps. It brings us to the end of the first. Good over from Mohamed Kamran. It's what we've come to expect of him, really. No wicket, but a tidy over nonetheless. No wickets. Still just the 6 runs. 6 for none after 1 for Germany. And of course, a good start though. Justin Broad looking like he's a little bit more comfortable against the extra pace of of course, of Mohamed Kamran. He's certainly not a slow bowler, but it looks like they're going to open up with spin from this near end as well. Of course, we have to remember it is on a different wicket this time. And it's going to be Yasir Ali coming off the back of a good time with both bat and ball in the previous game, scoring a well-made 43, also picking up a wicket or 2 for his troubles as well. We can take a look at the lineup. So the one change for Spain, Charlie Rishevich comes in at the bottom of your screen there for Atif Mahmood, and then looking at the lineup for Germany, so here Nakash and Badati as well. Yasir Ali there starts well, starts right on the money straight away. And I was able to catch up with a few of the Spanish teammates in the break, and they were just saying they felt as if they probably leaked 10 or 15 or possibly 20 runs too many in that first innings where they bowled Italy for 161 after their 20 overs. They felt probably should have kept into around 140, 145. This time it's short and squeezed away. Good shot from Justin Broad. Clears through the infield. It's a big chase on for Hamza Salim Dar, and the ball will win. It's not easy going up that hill. It still runs away, even though it is up a little bit of a gradient, but still, it's the first boundary for the Germans. It's 4 runs to Justin Broad. And a very good afternoon to those tuning in, to Jeff Maguire, to Iggy as well, Keanu, Steph Roomy, of course. Steph Room is that'll be Charlie Rishvich's father. He is here. He's at the ground. I can see him. Avid follower of Spanish cricket now as well. Again, Yasir Ali straight on the money. Once again, after being cut away for 4, it's back onto the line and length. This has been a good sign for Germany. Opening partnership of Broad and Talakan. One of them goes and the other just seems to play the more reserved role. Just rolls his wrists over this one into that leg side. Prince Daman will do the work. Again, I do appreciate there's a lot of cricket going on at the moment, especially on the European Cricket Network with Malta, finals day in Malta. Saw that the game that's going on at the moment was affected by rain between the Blasters and the Warriors. So it was reduced to an 8-over game, which, to be very fair to the crew that's on the ground, there's not much more they could really have done with some of what the conditions that they've been dealt with. Mother Nature always has the last laugh, but they've got plenty of cricket going, which is always good to see. Finding the outside edge. They take on the arm. And a direct hit could be close. Umpire turns it down. But it was excellent work by the man on the 45 at the short third man region. See here, we take another look. Good call. Does make his ground. But an excellent bit of fielding though from that's Mohammed Yassin, who had a pretty promising debut. Looked very solid at the top of the order. It was a shame to get out of the way he did, but again, good to see that top three are very solid in the way that they go about their proceedings. This is a big shout. Sir Ali, very keen. Andrew Elliott, however, doesn't want to know, doesn't want to have any idea. But again, a good tidy over with another just 7 runs off it. 13 for none after 2. Sir Ali still seems as if he's trying to get that appeal in, possibly. Of course. Unsuccessful. Again, that's where we are. That's where we're playing our cricket at the moment here at Desert Springs in Almeria in the south of Spain. Charlie Hunt here for the European Cricket Network. An absolute pleasure to be here this weekend, bringing you the coverage. And well, this is how the table looks at the moment. So that narrow victory, of course, only did it with an over to spare, did Spain. Puts them second on 2 points. A victory here would then put them level on points with Germany. However, you just feel that Germany getting 2 large victories over Italy yesterday possibly will be ahead on net run rate. Mohammed Cameron to continue here into the third. Solid shot down the ground from Justin Broad, but excellent bit of fielding from Munoz Mills, the captain leading by example. He'll be happy with his performance with the bat in match number 3 earlier this morning. Good bit of fielding there, gets down, does well. Isan, of course, was there right towards the end. Of course, he did put a catch down. It was a difficult catch, but made his life a little bit harder. Short and into the leg side. Talakan not quite finding the middle of the bat. Charlie Ramišević will do well, keeps it to a single. Excellent bit of fielding from Charlie out in the deep. He's a young man, he's very quick out there. Of course, the only difficulty there was the angle, of course, because of his left. He throws left-handed. I know there'll be a lot of fans of Charlie Ramišević watching. Many of his players at La Manga Torrevieja will be tuning in. Of course, and in the UK as well. Charlie recently was playing for Nottinghamshire under-18s. I know that's where he played some of his cricket last season. Very talented young man. Cameron though, a few years older than Charlie, but still performing at a very high level, and he's still proving to be a very, very crucial element to this attack for Spain. Of course, you might be able to pick up that the wind is a little bit stronger this afternoon. This is short into the leg side, hasn't quite middled it. Hamza Salim Dar will do the work, gets round and cuts it off nicely. Of course, Cameron probably at a similar pace, maybe just slightly quicker than Dieter Klein. I think that's going to be a real test for the Spanish. Leg side again, hasn't middled. Daniel Dorkai is the fielder at mid-on. And again, brings us to the close of the third over. Again, it's a tidy one from Cameron, not giving too much away. And at the end of 3, Germany 18 for none. As if that second over of spin is going to be the only over that we're going to have in the power play. Looks like Adil Raja is going to be coming back into the frame of the game. Once again, Adil Raja, he's been in and around the Spain setup for quite a while. Played against him in games a few years ago and played with him. Ended up keeping again for him as well. That was always interesting. He hit the gloves pretty hard. He's a very talented bowler. Not afraid to really push it through with a couple of extra yards of pace. He's got Justin Broad in his sights now, though. Met with the full face of the bat, straight to Daniel Dorkai. Again, he'll be disappointed with the fact that he dropped that one catch earlier in match number 3. And he'll also be disappointed with the fact that he got a start. But again, proving to still be a major part of this setup for Spain and for the future as well. Only the one boundary in this innings thus far. Excellent delivery from Adil Raja, right in the block hole. Well dug out from Justin Broad. Of course, made a very well made half century yesterday, his 3rd in international T20 cricket. Just needs to keep on that full Yorker length, really. I think that's where he's best off deploying his pace. This time just a full length, and well, they run on the misfield. Prince Demand going with the backwards flick, doesn't quite pay off. They come through pretty safe for the single. This one, not too sure if it's being picked up, but it's just flapping like a, yeah, just all of them. I mean, to be fair, you could probably end up, I don't know if you can take it down or. Brings Talar Khan on strike, yet to face Adil Raja here today. After that single, bit of a change as there's now a deep 3rd man for Talar Khan. Of course, very strong through the covers is Khan. Just finds the toe of the bat there, a little bit late on it. But again, a really good delivery from Raja. This has been a good start, just the one off the over. Just keeping it right in the block hole, not giving the openers much room. Continuing here, Raja. Again, Fuller and driven nicely. And that'll be 4 runs. Excellent shot from Talar Khan. It's what we've come to expect of him. Anything in the arc for him will be dispatched. It's exactly what he does there. Meets it with the full face of the bat, keeps that high elbow. It's a very strong front arm. You can see there that nice strong form of that elbow, and it runs away. It's a nice shot, 4 more. Still a quiet power play so far for Germany. Single delivery left here in the 4th. There's an appeal asking the question as to whether or not it was bat before pad or pat before bat. But it will be. We take another look here. This will. It's a good question. But it's a single to end the over. And after 4, Germany 24 for none. Again, relatively quiet first 4 overs though, going at exactly 6 and over. A little bit different compared to where Italy were in the previous game against Spain. Looks as if Yasir Ali is going to be returning for a 2nd over. No Lorne Burns or Charlie Misfitch being used, so Yasir Ali, again, most likely due to the fact that he can really push that quicker ball in and dart it in, if need be, as a variation. And Talar Khan is a man who I can imagine would be looking to have a real go at Yasir Ali through the covers, the left-handed Khan. Again, obviously 2 overs remaining in the power play, so still just the 2 men out. Currently got a long on and a deep mid-wicket for Talar Khan. I'd argue that with Yasir's off-spin away from Talar Khan, the left-handed batsman, that's the quicker one straight away from Yasir. Khan was just ever so late on this one. That's why it barely gets away. On the sweep nicely, but it's well watched by Remitrovic. That was spinning a long way. He did well to watch that all the way. Just get any part of his body behind it more than anything. Excellent bit of work in the end, because that really was spinning. No real surprise to see Talakan taking on the sweep early on. It's a shot that he seems to be able to execute 9 times out of 10. Justin Broad, though, this will be an interesting battle between these two. Broad in fine form at the moment, as is Talakan. Both of these openers have a half century to their name in this tournament. Here's the flick into the leg side. Again, should just be a single. Will be. Daniel Dorkar very quick to cover the ground. But again, spin proving to be crucial. It's no surprise really on Desert Springs over its track history over the last few years. In recent history, it's been very spin friendly. Yeah, flat, not doing that. Wild swing, Talakan. Giving a bit of flight from Yasir above the eye line, inviting Khan to the exquisite drive. And this one into the offside. And again, good fielding again from Hamza Salim Dar. Paul's followed him a little bit here. Yasir Ali down the track. Can't. It's trying to frustration really. I think that big drive that he missed out on came from that shot. It'll be a single. He'll keep the strike. But again, still another quiet over. Just the 3 singles off it. Germany, 27 for none after 5. So, again, power plays are always crucial for both sides. Spain felt as if they leaked a few too many in the power play against Italy. It's been pretty tight up until this point. Only the 1 wide coming off of Cameron's first over. Extras being in a minimal. And I think that, of course they were pretty keen to minimise the full tosses that were bowled. There was quite a few in that first game this morning. Khan finds Remitrovic in the covers. Straight to him. Be like spin will continue from that far end. I imagine Lorne Burns looks as if he's getting loose. Earlier introduction, we saw him in the previous game come in on after the 6th over. Looks as if it'll be a pretty similar idea from Munoz Mills, the skipper. Again on the drive, once more Khan missing out. Going at less than runnable, 11 off 14 now. You can just see that wind really coming across now. Certainly does change the way that the game is played. Because we're so open here in Desert Springs, it's just proving to take more of an effect than anywhere else, really. Again. This time, Yasir Ali does well. He takes on the arm, could be close. Direct hit would have been close, and the throw was a little bit wayward. Again, Talakan, signs of frustration. Again, Raja has been pretty safe at the moment, going for just 7 runs off of his 9 deliveries against a very strong German squad. He'll be pretty content with how things are going for himself at the moment. This one just holds in the pitch a little bit. This one seems a little bit flat, really, this wicket. Doesn't seem to be offering a lot at the moment. But again, still an opportunity for both teams to take some serious ranking points. Of course, that victory over Italy will be a considerable amount of ranking points for Spain. Italy being placed 29th and Spain 36th in the world rankings currently. Of course, that will be be adjusted after this weekend's play. Driven nicely. It's got through the gap and it'll be 4. Rishvich will fetch that from the fence because Salah Khan, anything that's full, and if you offer him width as well, like taking candy from a baby, that's exactly what Salah Khan does. Performs excellently into that offside. It's another 4. Very good afternoon to Dimang Dave. Would normally be watching from Tanzania, but currently travelling. This is into the leg side again. Hasn't quite middled. The chase is on. It won't get to the boundary. Munoz Mills will do the hard work, and we'll come back for the second again. Just a lack of timing from Khan onto that leg side, but a boundary in that over. It's not too detrimental to the score. At the end of 6, at the end of the power play, Germany are 35 for no loss. Interesting power play, going at less than 6, which isn't really what we've been used to. But at the same token, Germany will be happy that both of their openers are still in with 10 wickets still in the shed. They won't mind that whatsoever. And it is going to be Lorne Burns, very similar tactic as to the previous game. And Lorne Burns to be coming on here. So Lorne Burns coming on from this far end. Be looking to see if he can get any purchase from this pitch. It does seem to be a little bit flatter than the one that was being used for the previous 3 games. Justin Broad, of course, both of these openers in good nick. Previously mentioned, both turning half centuries in this tournament so far. Both against Italy yesterday. Lorne Burns is a tricky customer, not easy to negotiate. Plenty of variations as well. Interesting on this pitch though. It's the dabble sweep out straight away. Early call of 2. They'll come back and it'll be pretty comfortable in the end. A lot of work for Salim Dar to go ahead and cover. As well, he might have done himself a little bit of an injury as well. He's looking a little bit gingerly on that left foot of his. Early sign of a bit of turn there for Lorne Burns. Just held it back a little bit, gave it more of an opportunity to turn. Vinny's in the chat as well. Course cricket going on in all corners of Europe. Malta have their ECS, their finals day. They've done very well to be getting as much cricket as they have. Bit of a field change. Of course, due to the left-hand, right-hand combination. Again, we saw that was deployed by Spain in that in the match against Italy. It's an interesting field here. It's a predominant leg side field. Salah Khan just into that leg side, finds an easy gap, very easy single to deep mid-wicket. So there's a change in the field again. That ball wasn't quite the field that was imagined. Mid-wicket now. Sweeps hard into that deep mid-wicket region. Prince Demand does the work, collects it well cleanly, keeps it to just a single. Excellent work in the deep by Prince Demand. There's still adjustments to the field being made. Something clearly not right at the moment. Just making sure that mid-wicket is still there. Prevents any easy single, really, just turning it around a corner for Salah Khan onto that leg side. still manages to find a single. That was the only critique that was there in the game this morning, was their in-ring fielders were just a little bit deep. There wasn't much pressure being put on by those in-ring fielders. They're all sat right on the circle. Of course, in T10 in the ECC is fine because it's still such a short boundary, but in this format, Justin Broad coming down the track, Norm Burns very much saw him coming, just dropped his length a little bit. But again, another tidy over, just 6 off it, still not leaking too many boundaries, so quite a lot to be happy about if you're a Spanish fan. At the end of 7, Germany 41 for none. Rotation will be key for Spain with 4 games on the bounce, and it's not easy on the body. So the likes of Ravi Panchal and young Atif Mohammed as well, of course Adam Alger as well. He'll be looking to try and find a way into the team. It's not easy with Mohamed Ihsan because Ihsan is obviously a quality gloveman, and it was also a pretty capable batsman. We're going to see another one of 2 17-year-olds in this tournament, Charlie Ramišović. He's going to be coming into the game, bowling from this top end. Wind will be helping him because he'll be pushing that ball further. Possibly a bit of drift as well, which may become a little bit harder to negotiate. And again, just taking a few moments just to ensure that the field is set correctly.
Come on, Charlie. Come on, Charlie.
So the field is almost set. Charlie Ramišović, 17 years of age, yet to feature in this tournament, missed out this morning due to sort of lack of game time really, but he's gone and had a good net. A young left arm spinner. Gets a good amount of spin. This one just comes in. It's been called a no ball as well. Possibly, I can only assume, might be for front foot. But anyway, good early signs though. Spin and bounce for the young Spanish spinner. Battling the elements. Again, it'll be an interesting battle between Ramišović and Broad here. Spinning away from the right-hander. Good amount of turn. Pitching on that leg stump, still finishing outside off. Not afraid to give the ball some revs, and that's exactly what he's doing here. Playing fearless cricket really is the young 17-year-old. To get it on that money spot. A very good shot from Broad. Gets down. We've seen him attempt that reverse sweep plenty of times against the spinners here at Desert Springs, but a really good piece of work. Man at point, preventing it flowing through. It almost would have been a certain boundary. Just keeps it to just a single. Saves 3 runs in the process. Again, a relatively quiet first 7.5 overs here for Germany. Nothing too drastic. Excellent delivery again. Really positive bowling from Ramišović. Hits it on the spot. Just asked the right questions of the batsman. And at such a young age, he's not afraid of asking any questions really. He's got a few variations. He's got a little quicker one that slides in. Been called another no ball. They're going to stick to just a single. It's going to be for front foot again, which is an issue that Charlie's had for a while. There was a time where his run-up was a little bit out of sync and out of rhythm. Seems as if he sorted it over the summer in the UK, but it's just not coming off here. Quicker one. Falls a little bit too short. Just bottom edge on it. Keep it to a single again. Comes a Salim Dart. He's been a busy man out on the offside boundary. Charlie again, just proving age is nothing but a number in the sport of cricket. It's up in the air, and he's got him. Persistence is key, and Ramishevic hits his first wicket in the tournament. And it's Justin Broad, it's the big wicket. The German has to go, tries that reverse sweep. It wasn't quite successful in the first attempt, but this second attempt falls straight to the man on the 45, and Charlie Ramishevic gets his first wicket. The first wicket for Spain, and Germany, they've lost their first wicket as well. 45 for 1. Just gets it all wrong, really, and falls straight to the man. Adil Raja takes a very comfortable catch. It's always good to see. Charlie Ramishevic he's a lad who I've played a lot of cricket with over the best part of 10 years. There was a point where we played in an under-19s tournament, and Ramishevic was probably around 13, 14. The rest of us were all 16, 15, 16, 17, and Charlie was still one of the leading wicket takers and run scorers in that tournament. So just goes to show, very talented man. But Joshua Van Heerden coming in now at number 3. Made his batting debut, of course, only batted in one of the games yesterday in that second game. Had a very well made amount of runs as well. Theo, Charlie's brother, in the chat. Well, how are we, Theo? Hope you're well. Theo, of course, plays for, has played his cricket La Manga Torrevieja as well. We saw him in the finals week a couple of years ago, up in Barcelona on that Super Saturday, I believe it was. But again, it's very interesting, and I know that their father won't mind me saying that it's a bit questionable as to where the cricketing talent comes from, because it's there are moments where you sort of question whether or not it is from their father Stefan. Still a very talented young man with a single delivery left in his first over. Again, right in the positive area. He gets a hand on it as well. Excellent first over. Apart from the 2 no balls, doesn't get too much punishment due to those. Goes for just 7. Gets up the big wicket of Justin Broad as well. And at the end of 8, Germany 48 for 1. Joshua Van Heerden, of course, has played a lot of cricket. Played for South African under 19 squad. And that's just confirmation of that first wicket. Justin Broad, 22 off of 27. Just wasn't able to quite get going into the same rhythm as per last time. Lorne Burns is going to continue here. Good afternoon, Theo. Hope you're okay, mate. Lorne Burns continuing here. On the sweep, again, hasn't quite got all of it. Luckily so for Talar Khan, because Munoz Mills was out there and he was ready to pounce on an opportunity. Yeah, I'm sure Theo won't mind. Will back me up in the question as to where the Rumi brothers get their cricketing ability. Lorne Burns here. This will be an interesting contest now between Van Heerden and Lorne Burns. Just holds this up in the air and a bit of an outside edge. Adil Raja does the dirty work and he keeps it for just that single. Again, spin just proving. And it is really to no surprise that spin is the way to success really here in Desert Springs. See it time and time again. We saw it last time we were here in that tri-series between Spain, Norway and Guernsey. Spin really was key. Full up, and this time, spin outdoes Talal Khan, trying to just turn this into the corner, trying to chip it over mid-wicket more than anything. But he finds the leading edge, but still survives. Again, luck on Talal Khan's side early on here. Again, another half opportunity just popping up off the bat of Van Heerden. Very good afternoon to James Stewart tuning in. Hope you're well. Hope you're all okay. Join us here for an exciting couple of a day and a half left of international cricket. Again, this time given a bit of width and collected by Remistrovic. And this is a crucial partnership, really. Again, that projected score, going to need to possibly up that run rate, just stuck below under 6 at the moment. If they can get up towards 7, possibly 8, then they're going to be looking around 140 as a total. They're just looking a little bit dogged down at the moment, but it's due to some excellent bowling from the spinners for Spain. This time, squirts into the offside for Talal Khan. And luckily, they come back for that. For that second run, you see here, ended up getting back pretty safely in the end. And Ihsan just ensuring that he's not stepping on the danger zone. But it brings us to the close of the 9th. Germany 54 for 1 after 9 overs. Got that run rate back up to precisely 6, of course. This is the story so far for the bowlers. Spin, we've had a total of 5 overs of spin. Of course, that 1 wicket for Charlie Remistrovic. You can see they're just behind you. Behind that graphic, you can see a couple of the supporters. There we go. There they are. You can see Juan Carlos there. And just on the left, there is the Remistrovic father, Stefan Remistrovic.
Go Charlie, go Charlie!
He's followed his son Charlie in Spain wherever he goes. He's continuing here into his second over. Again, there's half of an appeal. I think even Charlie Remistrovic was turning Ihsan down, saying I don't think there was anything there. But again, really good amount of bounce and turn. And Heerden just almost saying, well, that's turned an absolute country mile. This time down to third man. Adil Raja collects that one safely. He's had a good game so far with that catch and bowled tight lines. Did Adil Raja. A man who's played some cricket out in the UAE in his career. Just a pause in play. Talal Khan just making sure he knows where all of his fielders are. Gets on the sweep and he's got him. He's played through and it's again the sweep that leads to Talal Khan's demise. See here, just clips on the way through, clatters into the stumps. It's Charlie Remistrovic who gets the second wicket, and it's his second wicket in the game as well. Germany now 55 for 2, and Remistrovic is ripping through the Germans. Another excellent delivery from Remistrovic to remove the dangerous Talal Khan. But again, another superb delivery really from Remistrovic, just keeping on that line and length. Yet again, spin proving to be successful for Spain. Not to real any surprise now. Again, I just want to remind you, Remistrovic, 17 years of age. Played in 9 This is his 10th international T20 for Spain now, at just 17.
Keep going, come in. Come in.
He's picked up 15 wickets in his short career as well, averaging 11, just over. Is a superb performance in international cricket. New batsman is the skipper for Germany, Michael Richardson. He's facing now. Just drops some runs, and Lord Burns in there very quickly. Lightning in there in that infield, and I think that's what really the standard should be in the inner circle. Nice and tight, preventing any loose singles from leaking. Now what's for the drop and run? Really, you'd argue probably a single shouldn't be happening there, but Yasin just struggling to get round there a little bit. Again, tidy bowling from Ramestovic, 2 for 9 now. Again, on the back foot, Van Heerden just fences back, and you can just see there's a sense of frustration for Joshua Van Heerden. And at the end of the 10th, at the halfway stage, Germany are 56 for 2. So halfway through this first innings, and spin really proving to be a crucial element for Spain. It's been their 2 wickets. It's been Charlie Ramestovic that's got the 2 breakthroughs, removing both openers, who are in fine form as well. Both have achieved half centuries already. Again, good to see that there's a small ring of support for the Spanish team that follows them almost wherever they go. Lord Burns is going to continue here. Richardson just drops his bat, almost dead really. Again, drops and runs, and Munoz Mills is quick in the inner circle. One of the, probably safe to say, one of the best fielders in Spain. Well, even he could cut that single off, so possibly just good batting really from the Germans, just rotating the strike. But again, that run rate slowly creeping lower and lower below 6. It's now just over 5.5. You'd argue they need to take some form of risk, but again, that's excellent fielding by the skipper. Lord Burns again proving to be tricky. He's got a bit of a tight calf by the looks of it, has Munoz Mills. You can see there just as he went down, that left leg to overextend. It's a short delivery, and that will release a bit of pressure, and it will be a boundary. There's a moan of absolute aggression from Lorne Burns, not happy with that delivery. But as a leg spinner, there's almost the expectation that there's going to be at least 1 or 2 in a spell that are going to just drop a little bit short. Just doesn't release right. And now the fielder does move around a little bit for that one that drops short. But again, that's the first boundary in a considerable amount of overs. First one since the 6th. Since then, there's only been 1s and 2s alongside wickets. Okay, excellent work from Isan. Keeping in the mind of the batsman. You see here, there's a bit of sign of movement from that back leg, but it doesn't really move from Van Heerden. But Isan just keeping in the game, and probably just keeping himself awake as well. Hasn't had too much to do. Finds the outside edge again. Lorne Burns, apart from that boundary again, really tight. Loose delivery just relieving a little bit of pressure, but still Spain firmly in front here. 61 for 2 after 11. So Charlie Ramestovic will continue here. bowled his 2 overs so far, 2 for 9 at the moment. He'd love to be able to go on and take at least 2 more, 1 or 2 more for sure.
Good Charlie, good Charlie.
He's got 2 very talented batsmen in front of him though. The likes of Richardson on strike.
Oh, yeah,
Again,
Charlie.
he's just teasing the batsman at the moment. He's young Ramistrovic.
Loving your work, Charlie, loving your work.
Early sign. Well, Yasser Ali at cover was showing the appeal. Andrew Elliott just sort of looks at him and just asks as to what he was appealing for. Sounded very woody. Almost a bit of a chuckle from Andrew Elliott there. But again, Charlie Ramistrovic, his rhythm through the crease is just proving. Proving to be almost too much for Germany here. This time Fuller, driven and driven nicely. Straight to Hamza Salim Dar though, and will only cost them the 1.
Good Charlie, good Charlie.
Again, Ramistrovic just keeping it tight, applying that squeeze. These are the overs that squeeze needs to be applied here. They're already under a lot of pressure, are Germany. They're under the rate. Shorter delivery, unable to cut that off. Doyle Kaya will do the work.
Keep going, boy, keep going.
And again Fuller, and again driven by Richardson. Once more Hamza Salim Dar. Force of the second.
They're looking for 2, Hamza. Come boys, come boys. Good Charlie.
Again, really tidy stuff this from Rishvich. Single delivery left here in his 3rd.
Oh yes, Charlie.
Van Heerden lets this one go. Serious bounce and spin. And it's a dot ball to end the over. 64 for 2 after 12. And Spain right on top here at the moment. And of course, here at Desert Springs, spin has always been crucial. It's always a key element to bring with you if you're going to be touring to Desert Springs. But this is a story so far. Obviously, 3 games into this tournament, 3 games remaining. Germany taking 2 from 2 yesterday. Spain have obviously taken that victory this morning. Italy yet to get some points on the board. Italy will have 1 more opportunity tomorrow. That'll be in the last game of the tournament against Spain. And these 2 will battle out once more in tomorrow morning's play. Lorne Burns to continue into his final over. Good shot from Richardson down the ground, just rolls his wrists over it. Doyle Kaya with an excellent throw from down there into the wind. That's a long way. Makes it very, very easy. Of course, Daniel Doyle Kaya was very, very much involved in the cricket school project, doing a lot of coaching. Richardson again, just getting a little bit stuck in the crease there, that front foot getting out of the way, but that back foot is not doing a lot. Relying on his hand-eye coordination to play the ball on its merit. And well, this is just a sign of pressure building here. And they're going to take on the arm. Direct hit would have been close, but no one backing up. And it will cost them the extra run. A little bit sloppy from Spain in the field there. Just not really paying attention. No one backing up the bowler's end, and then Hassan had to try and put a last-ditch dive in. Wasn't able to do so, but it will cost them another run. But again, that pressure's building, and it almost blew up there in Germany's face. Again, that wind is just changing the game, and for spinners, it just helps them get that bit of drift. Lorne there plays that very late, does Van Heerden, sorry. Another really good bit of work from Munoz Mills once more. And a find another bit of a leading edge, trying to turn this around the corner. It's been an excellent spell so far from Lorne Burns with just that one ball left. Hasn't got that wicket, however, it's been so economical. Only going for 23 runs at the moment. Shorter delivery again. Hamza Saleem Dart will get round and will put a foot down to it. Well, that one's going to hurt in the morning because that was coming at a rate of knots. He's got down, he's prevented a boundary, and at the end of the day, he still managed to prevent the boundary. But that will bring us to the end of the 13th over. And the end of Lorne Burns' his spell. Goes for 25 off of his 4 overs, very economical. Been joining the commentary box. He's not got a mic on him. Corey Rutgers, he's here. If you shout loud enough, you probably get picked up every now and then.
Hello, everybody.
This is, it's been promising though. I know you're very happy with the way that Charlie's going about his business. You liked what I said earlier. What was it I said? Age is nothing but a number in the game of cricket. I might trademark that one. Get that trademarked. It's up there. But anyway, Ramesh with a single over left. 2 wickets to his name. Be happy with another one. Short delivery, cut well from Van Heerden, and it will be a boundary. It's a loose delivery from Charlie Ramišević. That will release a bit of pressure. And Hamza, again, he's been very busy out in the outfield. Looks as if he's going to get a bit of a break. But again, a loose delivery from Charlie. Just offered a bit of width and a bit of extra bounce as well. Lorne Burns now comes out to this offside boundary. Again, this time, not as short, still given that width. And it just cuts this away and Lorne Burns collects it.
Come boys, come boys. 1 wicket here.
Gets the reverse out again.
Good.
Once more, that reverse sweep hasn't been that successful. It's not got hasn't really come to much success as that reverse sweep, really. And now, just a bit of a change in the field. This time clipped into the leg side, turns it round the corner. It'll just be, again, another single. That boundary was the first boundary in 3 overs. Spain will be happy. Only 5 boundaries have been conceded in this innings so far. Many 1s and 2s. And he's got him, and it's Ramišević once more. Anything that man can't do. This one just going on with the arm a little bit. Didn't quite get as much turn as was probably expected by Van Heerden, but he has to go. But again, an excellent delivery from Ramišević. Just stays a little bit low, if anything, but clatters into that middle pole. And he has to make the long walk back to the pavilion. And it's the 3rd wicket to fall. Yet again, Charlie Ramišević getting his 3rd. Germany 78 for 3. That one's staying a little bit lower, just skidding on a little bit. Corey was giving me his analysis. He was saying that because the ball didn't quite land on the seam, it therefore went and skidded on. That was his words, not mine. But Van Heerden has to go. Just struggled up there, didn't he? Again, it's not easy out there. It seems that this pitch is one that isn't quite as easy to play on. I say that quietly as the groundsman walks past now. Just, yeah, spin again, just proving to be the way to go for Spain. Charlie's getting a lot of turn from this end, but that one just skidded through. Yeah, he's getting a lot of turn. Lorne is as well, to be fair. Again, both spinners getting quite a lot of purchase out of this pitch, it seems. course, with that wind as well, bit of drift makes it a little bit harder. Brings Dylan Blichnaut into the frame for Germany now. They're going to be asking him to really accelerate here. 78 on the board. Just 6 and a bit overs to go. Run rate still below 6. The par score looking to be around probably 130, 140 on this pitch. They're well behind the raid at the moment, but Ramišović, he's got a single ball left in his spell. He's bowled very, very well after missing out this morning. Come back with a point to prove, it seems. Just taking a moment just to get himself settled. He's only got one delivery to negotiate from young Charlie. 3 for 18 so far, one final ball. Okay, just plays it with soft hands. It'll be a dot ball to end for Charlie Ramišović, but it's a brilliant spell. And he comes off to applause from all around the ground, does young Ramišović. Finishes with 3 for 18 off his 4 overs. But again, great addition to come into the team. Especially at just 17 years of age, the future's certainly bright. But again, once more, spin proving to be crucial in this game of cricket. It's funny to think, isn't it? Everyone when T20 first came around saying spin was dead. The art of spinning the ball was going to die. And then a T10 came around and the 100, similar sort of shorter formats. Everyone said the same again, and once more, spin seems to be more and more crucial every day. So Lorne Burns obviously bowling out his 4 overs. Yasir Ali, he's going to come on to replace Lorne at that far end. Just 78 on the board at the moment for Germany. Bit of a loosener to start for Yasir Ali, bit short. Ramišović after bowling 4 overs, straight away in on the action. And again, this time just down to short third man Adil Raja. Does the work again. He's had a solid game there. He's been ever present in that short third man region. Yasir Ali again. Yeah, tidy start this one, darts this one in a little bit. Blichnaut just defending this one, respectively back to the bowler with the full face of the bat. Blichnaut just taking a moment whilst the field has changed ever so slightly. Again, this time short, and Blichnaut into the leg side, and it's going to be a boundary. Too short really from Yasir Ali, and unfortunately, if you're a Spanish fan, it's going to release a bit of pressure yet again for Germany. They're going to need a few more of those if we're going to get up to a defendable target here. Too short. And Ali, and he doesn't dart that one in. It's a bit of a slower delivery. It just sits up nicely. Dylan Blichnaut just able to punish into the leg side. Settle his nerves a little bit. No surprise that the response from Yasir Ali is to dart it in. So deep on the boundary are the 2 fielders. They end up coming back pretty comfortably for the second. Excellent running from the 2 Germans out in the middle now. Richardson will know as skipper that his team need to get a bit of a wriggle on here. This time into that leg side. Again, apart from that one single shorter delivery, it was a pretty tidy over yet again from Yasir. As you can see, 10 off the over. 5 overs remaining, Germany 88 for 3. Adil Raja seems as if he's going to be coming back into the attack for Spain, replacing Charlie Mišović. This is the story so far in these 15 overs. It's been the Charlie Mišović show, really, hasn't it? Taking all 3 wickets. No batsman really getting going. Only Talakan able to go at more than a runner ball, apart from Dylan Blichnow at the moment. Just proving to be a little bit trickier for batsmen to negotiate this pitch compared to the matches that were played on that previous wicket for the last 3 games before this one. Adil Raja again. He's had a good game so far as he took that catch off of Charlie's bowling earlier. Only conceded 14 off of his first 2 overs. He had to grab a wicket though. Again, good start from Adil Raja, right on the money straight away. Again, has got a couple of extra yards of pace. There's Adil Raja. Once more, Germany just under a bit of pressure now. One big over certainly gets them back into the game, but that run rate below 6 certainly isn't what we've come to expect of Germany over the last day and a half or so. This one clips off the pad. It's going to race where it will be given as leg byes. It is given as leg byes. It will go down in the book as extras. Not much that Mohammad Ihsan could have done there. But again, just veering a little bit too straight, really, Adil Raja. That tends to be his miss. It's not really a wide down the offside. It's always straight onto the pads of the batsman. And it always ends up costing him quite dearly. Grant Stewart took a liking to him earlier this morning. No one's quite got a hold of him as much this time around. But that time just leaking a few down the leg side. Right back on the money, that top of off stump. Corridor of uncertainty. Just proves. Just proving that comeback is more crucial than what happens beforehand. Adil Raja continuing here now. Good bowling, top of off. That's what he's been asked to do. He's executing it here, just hiding it, trying to hide it outside on that off stump. Nasir Ali with a single over left. Mohammad Kamran also with 2 left as well. Bowling has been pretty tight though from Spain. Only the 1 wide off of Kamran's first over. 2 no balls from Charlie and that 4 leg byes of the extras as well. Again, driven nicely by Richardson. All birds will do the dirty work and collect it for another single. Again, it's tight. It's been pretty tidy throughout this innings from Spain. Again, they felt as if they leaked 15, 20 runs too many in that first game this morning. A real show of intent here this afternoon to keep Germany and restrict them to what they have done so far. Again, Adil Raja. That's where it wants to be. It's a fine margin of being 2 straight and almost perfect, but that one is where they want him to be for 9 times out of 10. But a good end to another good over. And at the end of 16, 4 overs remaining, Germany 94 for 3. This is a story. So Cameron, of course, 2 overs remaining. Yasser Ali will most likely bowl out his final over here as well. In fact, it won't be. Looks as if it will be the 2 overs remaining from Mohammad Kamran. No real surprise there. Of course, well, this is what's coming up tomorrow. The final games here in Desert Springs. Then we make the trek all the way up to the north of Spain to Barcelona, where on Monday we'll be starting the European Cricket Series. That'll be 31 days of cricket up in Barcelona to end the season. Be taking a 7-week break in December and January. Here tomorrow, Spain, they'll be back again. They'll be taking on this fixture once again, Spain versus Germany. That starts at 9 o'clock GMT, 10 o'clock Central European time. Mohamed Kamran back into the attack. This one just stays a little bit low. A little bit skiddier than usual from Mohamed Kamran, the hitman. But once again, that extra bit of pace just waking Blichno up a little bit. A bit different to Yasser Ali's quicker ball. This is short. He finds the gap. Doyle Kai is quick to make the ground. They take on the arm as well. And I tell you what, into that wind, that's a pretty decent arm from Doyle Kai. Of course, he'll be a little bit disappointed with the way that he got out in that first game. Got himself a start. Some lovely, elegant shots into the offside. He'll be looking to pounce on another opportunity later on this afternoon. And Cameron hasn't really been getting much lateral movement today. Of course, it's probably not really bowler's paradise, really, in terms of a seamer. Not many clouds, if any. There's no clouds in the sky. That wind as well. Cameron bowling into that wind. Just in one word, Corey. Happy? Frustrated? How are you feeling? Well, that was more than one word, but okay. This time, he's got a lot on this one. Blichno says, thank you very much. It's in the arc. And with the wind that's helping him down the ground, he says, I'll take you there every single day of the week. 6 more. Beautiful shot from Dylan Blichno. So much so, he's practicing it once more. Well, that's certainly going to rile Mohamed Kamran up. Doesn't like getting hit back over his head. Doyle Kai just had to watch that one sail over his head as well. So 6 on any ground. Germany, they're going to need a few more of those if they're going to get up towards that 140, 150 mark. Full toss, overcorrection from Cameron there. And Doyle Kai, again, a rare mistake from him. Twice in a day. It's 2 in a day for Doyle Kai. A bit of a mistake. He holds himself to such high standards. Can't be perfect though. But again, Blichno looking like he's trying to tee off here with the extra pace of Cameron, and he's done so. Leg side, and it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 more. And once more, Cameron just sort of bowling into Blichno's swing arc there. And Cameron, that's not the return that he would have expected from himself, but it's in the arc. And Dylan Blichno, such a player, he's not going to miss out. And it's a good over for Germany. The end of the 17th over, Germany 109 for 3. That over ended up being the most expensive Spain have conceded, 14 off it. Such is the issue for Kamran. A lack of swing, and on a bit of a flat pitch, it just becomes a little bit quicker for bowlers to face up to him. Yasser Ali, single delivery, single over left, I should say. Bowled well for his first 3. Not picking up a wicket yet. It's all 3 wickets falling to Charlie Remistrovic. Ali conceded 20 off of his first 3. Richardson pushing back, and Yasser Ali saying get back to where you should be. Yasser Ali with this wind as well, pushing that quicker one in his dart. He always seems to throw in twice in and over. It's a very handy variation to have. There it is. And this is hit well into that leg side. It'll take some cutting off. Doyle Kai almost overruns it, but does well to adjust. And again, an excellent arm as well. But superb work. Good running as well out in the middle from the Germans. No surprise really, Richardson understands that Germany are probably a little bit under par at the moment. That run rate now creeping just above 6. This one, just everything really, will end up just being being the one run. It brings Lichnau back on strike. 23 off of 16 for him. He's looking to be the more aggressive of the two at the moment. Again, the fuller one darted in. Kaye will come in and attack the ball. He will keep it to just that single. Again, ground fielding has been pretty excellent from Spain here today. Oh, Ihsan has done an excellent piece of work there. That's quality from Mohamed Ihsan. He's not had much to do today. He dropped that difficult chance earlier on. But in his second international T20 match for Spain, he's pulled off an excellent bit of work here. And Richardson was just caught napping a little bit. And Ihsan with the quick hands means that Richardson has to go. Yasser Ali finally picks up a wicket that he's probably deserved, really. It's the fourth wicket to go, 113 for 4 on the board. Excellent bit of work from Mohamed Ihsan, of course. Again, going back to the live chat, sort of neglected it for a while. Jeff Maguire saying that he said that Charlie would take 3 wickets. Reckons there's not many, if any, better spinners in Europe. And of course, Charlie is more than capable with bat in hand as well. And of course, when he's in the Spanish setup, there's a good handful of selection for Corey to pick from in terms of the order. Good to see Iggy in there and Louis Bruce as well. Keanu, of course, as always. Hope you're well. I was telling us, Corey still sat with me for our viewers. I was telling a story earlier. We played under-19 cricket in Essex probably about 3-4 years ago. Charlie was 14, if not 13 at the time. The rest of us were all 16, 17. Charlie still finished in the top wicket takers and run scorers. He's a bit of a gun. Bit of a gun is Charlie Ristovic. He certainly can. I mean, I remember playing with him when he couldn't even see above the stumps about 10 years ago. He's now probably about 6'1", 6'2". There was a few moments in that first 10 that felt like they were a little bit slow in between the overs. But it has been quite a long one. Yasser Ali, though, to finish off his spell. Finish with a dot ball. Excellent work by Yasser. Yeah, not too many. Yeah, 25 for Lorne, 18 for Charlie, and 24 for Yas. There you go. Corey's off to do his crunch the numbers. We'll see if we can get Mr. Rutgers in for a game at some point tomorrow. Of course, busy with his coaching duties, but 18 overs gone, 113 on the board now for Germany. Mohamed Cameron's got 1 left. He will be bowling that final over. Very rare that you see that he doesn't bowl out his 4 overs. Final 12 deliveries then here out of the 120 on offer for Germany. 113 on the board then. Our on the ball now will get you, of course, up towards that 125. However, they'll be hoping to maybe break 135, possibly 140. They're going to be looking to use that extra bit of pace that Mohamed Cameron offers. Again, it does feel a little bit slow. The over 8. This one again. Good bit of work though. Come through for the run off the wide. Again, Cameron, he's the only one that's leaked a few extras. Pierce Fletcher saying, tell Corey that DDC is now behind Yassin as my favourite Spanish player. I'll pass it on, Pierce. I'll make sure to get it through. He's just left me in the commentary box. He's doing his laps as per usual. Again, Cameron with a bit of extra pace about that one. Probably a bit of frustration towards the new batsman, Nakash. This is the furthest that we've gone down the German order. So we're getting a bit of a glimpse of of that middle order. Of course, these two teams will battle out again in tomorrow's early match in the morning. Nakash hits this hard down the ground, straight to Munoz Mills. He watches it all the way. Just one bounce towards mid-off, or long-off, I should say. Of course, there's a lot of support for what Spain do in the game of cricket, especially with their performance in recent history in the ECC, making it to finals week both occasions. Of course, some thought that Spain were the favourites like in this year's ECC. Cameron getting that one wrong. There are some expectations of Spanish cricket now as well, and under the leadership of Corey Rutgers. A lot feel that it's a sort of revolutionary period for Spanish cricket. Only time will tell, though, of course, how successful that will be. ECC was an early sign of success. Full toss into the leg side. And taken. Full tosses are often the hardest delivery to dispatch as a batsman, and he just wasn't able to quite get underneath. That was Dylan Blichnau. You can see here, under his waist, it's not a no ball, but it's a good catch by Prince Demand. Goes for the two-handed option rather than the one that we've become accustomed to seeing him do on the European Cricket Network, but it's a good wicket, and it's the wicket of the in-batsman. Blichnau has to go. 116 for 5 now on the board for Germany. Of course, many of our viewers will be switching back and forth between the play here and the final between the Knights and Marsa, of course, in Malta. Just a little update on the score there at the moment. Marsa, they are 42 for 2 after 3.4 in Malta, of course, the home side at Marsa. Marsa Sports Club. They're taking on the Edex Knights. Niraj Khanna for Marsa hasn't gone quite well, 11 off 5. He's got run out though by Jais Matthew. Some familiar names in and around that the Malta competition, the European Cricket Series in Malta. Of course, that comes to an end today. A few of the blue crew will be travelling tomorrow towards Barcelona, and then it all starts again. 31 days, equivalent to a full month. Full calendar month. Mohamed Cameron, though, continuing here. He's got Klein. And this is a big appeal, and he's got him. And it looked pretty adjacent to me. As Dieter Klein coming in at number 7. He only had one thing on his mind, and that was to get a move on with things. Missed is the straight one. And Cameron, 9 times out of 10, he's going to be clattering into the stumps. That's where he targets. Coming across that angle as well. It pretty much was along those lines. And impact was the right height as well. So Mohamed Cameron picks up his second. That'll be his third, of course, in this innings. But again, two very good wickets though to remove the experienced Dieter Klein alongside Dylan Blichnau as well. It's a hat-trick opportunity as well now. We haven't had any opportunity of a hat-trick up until this point. Again, no real surprise though that Spain and Germany are very close. These two, in terms of ICC rankings, have really been sort of tops and turning between 35 and 36 and exchanging who's at top at different times. With some serious ranking points available here today and this weekend in general. No surprise to see both teams are really pushing to gain those points. New batsman is, of course, someone who will be looking with an eager eye with how successful spin has been. Of course, Muslim Ashraf. He's facing a hat-trick ball though here from Mohamed Kamran. It's a big appeal. And Judge should be going down leg. Kamran's furious. Feels as if he should have had his hat-trick there. Interesting to take a look, another look at this one. But judged to have been going down leg, and there's still appeals everywhere. We take another look here. He's very deep, quite deep in his crease, steps across. It's a tough call, possibly clipping leg stump, but again, that angle always coming across. An excellent delivery though, and it's a delivery that, as the new batsman Ashraf facing a hat-trick ball, probably wouldn't want to face 9 times out of 10. Brings Nakash on strike. Last ball here of Cameron Spelt. Again, that angle in. Could be an opportunity. Direct hit would have been very close. No one backing up though. It won't cost him an extra run though. Actually really good work in the end from Prince Demand to keep it down to just that single. You see here, just pushes this one into that offside. And very close. Hamza Salim Dar, he's been everywhere today, hasn't he? I think really, Pierce just talking about how he reckons that one was probably going down leg. I'd probably have to agree, the angle, the way it was coming across, but and a very impressive spell from Kamran. Finishes with 2 for 30 after his 4 at the end of 19. A single over remaining, 118 for 6 on the board for Germany.
Come on, Raja. Come on, Raja, bye.
Adil Raja, he's going to be taking us into this final over. He's bowled 3 overs so far, and he's gone for 17. He's been very economical. Just a meeting together here. Could be, not too sure as to why the umpires are having a conversation here. Just off your screens, just to the right, you can see where Nakash is looking, the on-strike batsman. Not too sure what the issue is here. Nothing seems to have been signalled, so as far as I'm aware, to my knowledge, there doesn't seem to be any change that we need to be aware about. It will be Adil Raja here in the final over. Not the start that Raja would have wanted. Again, we spoke about this earlier, very, very briefly mentioned the fact that his misses tend to be down that leg side. Adil Raja is very, very one of the kindest men in cricket. It's not something I found. Even though he's got that aggression and he's bowling very, very quickly. Again, inside edge. Early call of 2 straight away from the Nakash. I'll take it on as well. It's really good running. Wasn't due to a lack of trying from Ramistrovic. It's not easy coming around, obviously, bringing that angle because he has to come around with that left hand of his. You can see here, Charlie sets off straight away. They come through there pretty safely in the end for that second run. But Raja conceded 2 off of the first. Driven sweetly, well timed. Lord Burns will do the fielding, keeps it to just a single. Excellent work, potentially buzzers. Isan just losing that one ever so slightly. Still 4 deliveries left then here for Raja to contend with. This is into the offside. He's hit this well. Lorne Burns will give chase. He won't get that. It'll be a boundary. Just too wide from Raja Adil. Gets it all wrong really. Offers that width, and Ashraf is pretty quick to pounce on any width that's been offered, and that's exactly what happens. It's 4 more to the total. 4 valuable runs for Germany. Needs a response now, does Adil Raja. Down the ground, Kai will cut this off. Keeps it to just a single. Excellent bit of work again. 9 times out of 10, Dorkai is superb. And Germany, looks like they're going to come to almost, possibly just below par, maybe par. You just don't know on this new pitch. Any time will tell, but it just seems as if it may be a little bit harder to bat on. He's got the scoop out and he's executed it really well. Hamza Salim Dar will give chase. And he will get there. Does really well. Bowler's end, could be issues here. And he's gone. Excellent work in the end. He's trying to come back for the third. He gets turned away. Gets it all wrong in the end. Hamza Salim Dar does pretty well. And it will be another wicket. So it's the 7th wicket to fall. 129 for 6. So again, it was actually well executed from the batsman to come through and attempt the ramp. Fine leg was up in the circle, so it was on, especially with the wind taking it down there as well. And at this stage as well, every run counts. No surprise that they take it on. New batsman is Rasul Ahmadi, who goes up there to join his spinning partner, Sim Ashraf. Raja. Final ball then. Squirted. Offside. There'll be an early call of 2. Lorne Burns will release and throw, and they'll get back safely for the second. So excellent running in the end from Germany. And they'll finish with 2. So they'll finish on 131 for 7 after their 20 overs. And Germany, they'll probably be quite content with that, considering at one stage they were looking like they were going to struggle to get towards 120. That run rate was always just below 6. Sat at almost 5.5 and over, really. But Germany did quite well to get their way up towards 131 for 7 after 20. Spain bowled very well, fielded very well. Didn't really let much go past them, to be fair to them. Bowled very well as well, executed plans, but it was all down really to the spinners, Yasir Ali, Lorne Burns, but mostly Charlie Rinsfitch, the young 17-year-old, finishing with 3 for 18. Take a look at the highlights here then, and that was a really, really good start to this game. The big battle between the openers and Mohamed Kamran. That was an early bit of work from Mohamed Ihsan. But again, fielding was pretty much spot on, really. Justin Broad at the top of the order. Both openers looked pretty comfortable against that extra pace of Mohamed Kamran. However, it would be due to spin that they would find their demise. Not more so as to that man there on your screen who does the fielding there. He won't come into play until later on. Salah Khan again, looking pretty positive. Both batsmen hit a number of 4s, 1 for Justin Broad, 2 for Salah Khan. And again, it was an excellent bit of ground fielding. It was also the spin. Lorne Burns was very good, but then it was 1 reverse sweep too many for Justin Broad. That was the first wicket. Again, for Charlie Rinsfitch, caught by Raja Adil. Lorne Burns as well. That partnership in the middle overs between the 2 spinners of Lorne Burns and Charlie Rinsfitch. Mohamed Ihsan, excellent bit of work between the stumps today. And then Charlie Rinsfitch there again. Really was spin it to win it for the Spanish. An excellent bit of work. But that was the big wicket of Joshua Van Heerden. Again, just struggled to really get going. 14 off 18 for him. Then that brought Dylan Blichenow to the middle to join Michael Richardson. And he went well, but that was an excellent bit of work, wasn't it? To remove Michael Richardson from Mohamed Ihsan, his first real involvement in the game this morning and this afternoon. But excellent catch to remove Blichenow by Prince Daman, a man who is not afraid of some very good catches here on the ECN. It was 2 and 2 for Mohamed Kamran to remove Dieter Klein and Dylan Blichenow. And towards the end, it was some good late hitting from the likes of Nakash and Ashraf as well. And picked up getting them towards that 131 for 7. Not until there was a run out though at the non-striker's end. As there was a run up for Sahi Nakas. They will finish on 131 for 7. We will return in around about 10 minutes or so for the response as Spain require 132 for victory. You're watching the Grizzly Bear ECI Spanish T20 Tri Series here on the European Cricket Network. Good afternoon and welcome back to the sunny Desert Springs in the south of Spain here in Almeria for the second innings of match number 4 of the Grizzly Bear ECI T20I Tri-Series here in Spain, where Spain have been set 132 for victory against Germany here in match number 4. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. A huge thank you for tuning in here this afternoon, whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on Fancode in India. I hope you're all well. I hope you've had a lovely afternoon, lovely Saturday afternoon. Plenty of cricket on show all around the world today. It's been a privilege to bring you one of 2 coverages on the ECN here today. Of course, Malta playing their final day of cricket in the ECS there. You can just see final preparations going underway for the second innings here. May just be a little slight delay in the start as umpires are just making a little change before they make their way out to the middle of the field. 132 is the target for Spain. They've got a dangerous bowling attack in the form of the German bowling attack to negotiate with. And it does seem to me that Spain will be opening with Daniel Dorcaye alongside Mohamed Yassin again, going for that right-hand, left-hand combination. Many were very impressed with how Yassin went about his business on debut for Spain. And I have to agree, his first signs in that first match this morning just didn't seem too unfazed by anything really. Just seemed to be very comfortable with the match situation. Of course, made a well-made 27, of course. But a very good afternoon to everyone tuning in again. To Kitty Hunley as well. Very good afternoon, hope you're well. Also to James Stewart, to Keanu as well. To Louis Bruce and Iggy Higgins as well. They're always tuning in. I hope you're all okay and enjoying the coverage here from Desert Springs. You can see the teams are just making their way out now to the middle. You can see Justin Broad, of course, opening the batting. He's also going to have a key role with ball in hand later on in this innings. But Daniel Dorcaye will take the first delivery, and he's up against a very experienced member of the German team, Dieter Klein. Of course, has played a lot of cricket out in the UK. Of course, Klein playing for Leicestershire at the moment. At the age of 34. He's very experienced and brings a wealth of experience to this team for Germany. Of course, Germany's leading wicket taker in this format of the game, of course. In the form of Vishnu Bharati is in the squad as well. He'll be very excited, as will Rasul Ahmadi and also Muslim Ashraf. They'll be very, very keen to get that ball in the hand, that white cricket ball, to try and spin it for Germany. We saw Charlie Mishvich get a lot of success, as did Yasir Ali and Lorne Burns. Lorne Burns did go wicketless, however. Did look very promising with that ball in hand. And we're ready to get things underway. And it will be Dieter Klein up against Daniel Dorcaye of Spain. Dorcaye just pushed for a pace a little bit. Just rocks back in it, just clips the back of his pad. Of course, probably pitching at outside leg. But again, good early start for Klein. Dorcaye gets off strike. And well, it says Mohamed Ihsan, but it's not going to be his son. It will be Mohamed Yassin is the man who's going to be facing the second delivery here. Of course, looked very comfortable in that first match this morning. However, probably a step up really from Italy's bowling attack is this German force. And Mohamed Yassin got to negotiate a very dangerous Dieter Klein now. Do our best to change that on-screen graphic for you as soon as possible. With the full face on the bat from Yassin. That's off his first delivery. Away from Dieter Klein. Klein got a golden duck in the previous innings. Most likely be looking towards the likes of We've got plenty of bowling options, to be fair to Germany. Voltaire back into the squad as well. Shorter delivery, gets a bit of a bottom edge. Richardson collects it safely. To another dot ball. But looking at the German squad, you've got the likes of Klein, and you've got Ahmadi, Justin Broad. Here Nakash can bowl as well. He's up there in the wicket takers for sure. Dylan Blichnau, and Muslim Ashraf, and then Vishnu Bharati as well. And of course with Voltaire. Plenty of selection, plenty of choices for Germany. Another inside edge. Evades the diving Richardson. However, so here Nakash is there to pick up the pieces, and it's another single, and it's the first runs off the bat for Spain in this chase. Just see here, good action, which is no surprise really. Great rhythm through the crease. Voltaire. See there, he's in the squad, he's playing. That gives you a good view as to just to confirm that he's in the playing squad. Again, Doyle just respecting the delivery from Dieter Klein. This is interesting, isn't it? When you're facing a little bit of a higher level of an opponent, you do just have to respect a little bit more, and that's exactly what Doyle is doing. Of course, 130 on the board. 132 is required. 130 for victory isn't too much of a target. Slower ball, Doyle picks it. He's looking for a quick single. Don't take it on though, in the end. Again, tidy bowling from Klein. Just 2 runs off that first over. Spain 2 for none in reply off the first. Of course, many Spanish fans would have been happy to see that Charlie Ramistrovic was successful with ball in hand. I'm sure his mother and father as well, and his brother watching on will be very happy as well. Going to the chat, good afternoon to Wayne, to Kitty as well, of course, I said hello earlier. But I do hope everybody's well. Kitty asking if I was doing commentary with Vinny on Monday, as I'm already in Spain. I'm not, unfortunately. This was me being here was again a pretty last minute thing. Obviously, last was in Belgium with Vinny, alongside Vinny for the European Cricket Series in Belgium. I thought we assumed that was my last gig for the year, but they've somehow managed to squeeze me back on for a weekend. Never say no. It's been a pleasure to bring you the coverage so far. This could be one of the tightest games yet, with Spain only requiring 132, but a very talented German squad looking to stop them in their tracks, but also gain some more ranking points as well. It's going to be Rasul Ahmadi for Germany to open up from the other end. This is a shorter ball, bit of a loosener to start with. Pushes down and they take it on Justin Broad. And a direct hit would have been very close. Dorkai is probably one of the quickest men here in this tournament. Manages to cover the ground, only just though. But no, Kitty, I'll be back on the air again tomorrow, and then it's up to Barcelona for the European Cricket Network for that one of 31 days of cricket in Barcelona, and then obviously on the 11th of December will be the final day we finish our season. What a season it's been! We've been to many different locations all around Europe. Some different voices, some different players, of course, as well. That season, of course, we had the ECL, which was very successful, and the ECC, which was just as successful as well. It's all been about promoting the game that we all love, the game of cricket, in and around Europe. Slowly but surely, work's paying off. And with teams such as Germany, Spain and Italy battling out, it's a prime example. Sure, Kaya just drops this into that leg side. Brings Yassine back on strike. 2 off 5 for him at the moment. Drives well, straight to Dylan Blichno, who takes it on again. Good running, putting pressure on the fielders. As long as there's a clear line of communication. That clear line of communication just makes it a little bit easier, because it just ensures that there's certainty in the run that you take. Offside again, taking on the single. Well, it would have been a close direct hit. However, Dieter Klein just got it all a little bit wrong, really. And again, I do like this left-hand, right-hand combination. It's something that's been missing a little bit for Spain in recent times. But it's good to see that Yacine seems to be pretty confident and comfortable at the top of the order in this T20 format. Of course, played 39 games of first-class cricket out in Pakistan. Short and slapped into that leg side. Voltaire will do the work. He does very well. Keeps it to just the 2 runs. And again, it's another tidy over. Just 6 off it for Amadi. At the end of that second over, Spain are 8 for no loss. That's where we are at the moment. If you're just tuning in, joining me, Charlie Hunt, on the European Cricket Network, as we are 2 overs into the response from Spain as they look to chase 132 for victory here in their second game. And what's Germany's third game? Of course, Germany yesterday taking 2 wins from 2 against a mixture of an Italian squad, a mixture of youth. Of course, many representatives in that team have been selected due to their performance for the under-19 Italian team, and then there's also an abundance of experience with the likes of Campopiano and Stewart as well. Doyle Kaye down the ground, looking to be a little bit aggressive against Dieter Klein. Trying to play a shot down the ground. You can see him there, shadow batting. Just getting it a little bit wrong though. Just straight to the man at mid-on. Time just pushes him back a little bit. Dieter Klein feels that was a very close opportunity. Once more, that wind just picking up throughout the afternoon. It was pretty dormant this morning. Just got a little bit more aggressive throughout the day. Just made life a little bit harder for some of the players. A couple of the bowlers having to bowl into that wind just makes it. Some players do prefer it, the likes of Dieter Klein and Mohammed Kamran opting for it. And Yacine on the pull, lovely shot into the leg side. It's going to be 4 more. Very elegant cricket shot, watches this all the way. Gets right onto his tiptoes and stays above the bounce and rides it. It's a lovely shot from the former first-class player Yacine. Very nice way to open up your account. Boundary count into the leg side, 4 more to the total. Fuller, driven hard. Beautiful shot from Yacine. He knew that the correction was going to be there from Dieter Klein. A little bit too predictable from the talisman for Germany. And Klein gets dispatched for another boundary. 4 more to the total. Really elegant shot from Yacine. Gets that front leg out of the way. And punishes Klein back down to where it came from, really. And if truth be told, Klein would be a little bit frustrated with that, and it does force a change in the field, so third man becomes a short third man, which means that mid-on becomes a long off, or long on I should say. 2 deliveries left in the over. It's been a rather expensive one for Klein. This is right on the money, and he's got him. The best response that a bowler can have after getting dispatched for 2 boundaries back to back. Dieter Klein goes full, goes straight, and gets his man. And Yacine has to go after some elegant cricket shots. This is right on the money, right on that back leg. It doesn't get much more plumb than that. And Yacine has to go. Excellent bit of bowling from Dieter Klein. Spain 17 for 1. excellent shot there. That's where I'm looking at. That's my angle from where I am here at Desert Springs. It's an excellent cricket ground with those mountains in the background. Really is beautiful. But Yassine, he has to go. Again, looked very promising, but just got outdone by the pace, really, of T20I. But once more, Spain in a bit of a spot of bother early on. 115 is required now. Run rate below 7, so it's not asking too much, really, of the Spanish batsman. However, with a dangerous bowler such as T20I, charging in from up the slope, certainly isn't easy. See, Jack Perman has joined the chat. Good evening, Jack. And obviously who we've seen on the European Cricket Network previously for Spain. I believe he was playing for Sporting Alfas this afternoon in the national finals. Of course, plenty of cricket here in Spain this afternoon here in Desert Springs, but also down in Alicante. Hope you're well, Jack. Nice to hear from you. And who played under-19 cricket with for Spain as well. Have to let me know how you got on today, Jack. JP as well. There's actually people behind the sight screen. They aren't really aware that they're behind the sight screen either, which is always good. Very rare that we actually have that problem in European cricket, but there you go. JP with a cheeky 75 not out. Always good. Nice to hear, mate. Well played. Yassir Ali. T20I. Again, just dropping this one. Good tidy over again from Klein. A good comeback as well after being dispatched for 2 boundaries. He ends up with the last laugh as he removes the dangerous Mohamed Yassine. And Spain at the end of 3 is 17 for 1. Good bit of bowling from T20I to remove Mohamed Yassine, though, after being hit square for 4 and then back down the ground for another 4. His response was just to go full and straight, nice and simple. Clatter into that back pad. Kuldeep Lal as well. All of the Spanish boys are jumping into the chat after being Kuldeep. Assuming you're probably watching with Jack as well. I know you're both at Alicante at the moment, Sporting Alfas. And then JP with the 1 as well. Got to remember to mention that 1, Jack. Changes your average quite a lot. Russell Amadi continuing. DC. Kyle. Kaye. Just drops this one. Respects it again. Amadi's been really good at the top of the order. We've seen it a couple times here this weekend, but also back in a tri series earlier in the year. He really is promising. Kai again, just dropping this one. Of course, many have probably joined us from the final of the ECS in Malta due to that pause in play between the Knights and Marsa. If you have jumped over, very good afternoon to you. You join us here, Spain taking on Germany. Spain needing 132 for victory to make it 2 from 2 today. Spain with a very promising victory against Italy, chasing 162 in the 19th over. Under a bit of pressure though early on here against Germany. Kai just pushes this leg side for a single. We will keep you updated with the news from that final. Currently showing an archived game for Malta in the ECC against Scotland 11. So if you have jumped over, very warm welcome. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network. 114 off 98 is the equation for Spain. Yassir Ali yet to get off the mark. And he's got him. He's gone for a duck. And Yassir Ali playing all round this one. An excellent delivery from Rasul Ahmadi. Tied him all ends up, really. And he has to make the dreaded walk back to the pavilion. Just playing all round it, more than anything. And hits the top of the stumps. Good delivery from Ahmadi. Good bit of turn away from Yassir Ali, who after making a well-earned 43, it was a gritty 43 in the first game, has to go. for a 2-ball duck. Yasser Ali fails here for Spain. Spain 18 for 2 here at the end of the 4th. Kuldeep apparently was very good batsman today, no surprise. Congratulations, Kuldeep, hope you're well. But again, Spain under a lot of pressure early on. Prince Demand coming off the back of a disappointing debut in that first game. He's going to be hoping that he can improve. He's got the dangerous Russell Amadi, whose tail will certainly be up now with a single delivery left here in that 4th over. There's a lot of pressure on these two now. Don't want to have an early collapse, because it's an uphill climb from there. Prince Demand just defends this back to the bowler, and it brings an end to the 4th over. Good one for Russell Amadi yet again. Ends up being one off the over with the wicket as well. Superb bit of bowling from him yet again. At the end of 4, 18 for 2 on the board for Spain. Looks like it's going to be a bit of left arm spin into the attack now. Muslim Ashraf had a good day of it yesterday for Germany up against Italy. Took a handful of wickets in both games. Of course, it was Barati in the second game yesterday for Germany, but in that first game, Ashraf was crucial. Kai into the offside again, starts with a dot ball. Ashraf finishing with 3 for 9 off his 4 overs in that first game against Italy yesterday, where they bowled Italy out for just 107. They made the chase look very easy, doing it with no loss of a wicket. This is again short, again wide, and Kai, you can just feel a sense of frustration out there now. 4 off of 12, possibly 13. Just needs to play his game here. Short, misses out once more. Just in his own head a little bit. He's got plenty of time to deal with here. There isn't too much of a rush. It's only that run rate now just slightly above 7s. And, well, you sense that wicket was coming. Frustration was building for Daniel Dorkaye. Missed out on 2 short deliveries, tried to go straighter down the ground, even still with a cross bat, and gets it all wrong. Picks out the man almost perfectly, really, at mid-off, and Talakani's not going to drop those ones. Dorkaye has to go for just 4 runs on the board. Spain struggling, 18 for 3. Again, Spain looking as if they're struggling at the moment. Again, early wickets are the key area, and Germany have done very, very well to take them. Lorne Burns coming in at number 5 now, possibly earlier than he would have imagined, really. But he's got a real opportunity to make a name for himself now. Jack dropping an interesting hashtag into the chat. Kitty's a fan of it as well. But again, just shows there's a lot of talent in and around Spain. And it's not easy to get into the squad. There's plenty of talent. However, at the moment, it's not quite coming off for the Spanish team here. Lorne Burns coming in at number 5 here in the 5th over. Earlier than he would have been expecting. But Lorne Burns, again, just needs to play what's in front of him at the moment. Plays this late, tabs it down, survives his first delivery. Of course, in the Italia versus Spain game earlier this morning, very lucky first ball, found the outside edge, and second ball tried to scoop or paddle, just didn't work at all. And he's being absolutely bamboozled again. A great over. It's a wicket maiden from Ashraf. And Spain at the end of 5, 18 for 3. For 3 on the board then for Spain, and after a wicket maiden from Ashraf, the next 2 or 3 overs are really crucial for Spain to try and kick on, possibly capitalise on a different bowler. But when you've got Nasrul Ahmadi coming at you from the opposite end, you just almost wonder or feel when the break is going to happen for Spain. Prince Daman again faces this one back to the bowler. Both batsmen stuck on naught at the moment. Again, just pushes this to the man at mid-on. A direct hit would have been quite close at the non-striker's end. For 19 for 3 now on the board. Orn Burns makes 2 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Forward and just pushes this one, just leans on it. Pushes through for a single. Again, this has been high standards from Germany. They haven't taken their foot off the gas really. Been applying pressure whenever they can. And this one gets through Volta Bear. It'll be a pretty easy, simple single. Orn Burns just signalling there. A little bit of movement away from the batsman. Ahmadi again, he's just proving to be a pretty tricky customer. This time gets through, and he gets through nicely. It's going to race away, and it will be another boundary, and it'll be a welcome boundary for Spain. They certainly need a little bit more than just the one boundary. It's been first boundary in a matter of almost 4 overs now. But a good way to end the over. Releases a tiny bit of pressure. Orn Burns just rocks back. Plays this one through the infield, and at the end of the 6th over, Spain 25 for 3. Huh? No. What, for Cameron? No. No. What, for Cameron's LBW? For the hat trick? How was that? So 25 for 3 on the board now after 6. And again, this is a real question of the Spanish national team now. They're in a tricky situation. Can they try and dig themselves out of a hole now? Prince Daman just getting stuck there. I think he's almost getting in his own head a little bit. He's such a talented batsman, especially at this format. I mean, he's excelled at T10. T20 is surely in his game as well. Time just gets bat on ball, fends us into the offside for a single. Just need to try and dig themselves out of a hole here. This one just gets round. Oh dear, well, a little bit of a lapse in concentration from Germany, but doesn't prove to be too costly. Driven nicely from Daman. Again for another single. Just see there at the moment, Germany well ahead. They're at this stage 39 for no loss. That was the key element to Germany's opening partnership. He didn't seem to panic or lose many wickets in quick succession, apart from a small period in those middle overs. But Lorne Burns now really needs to dig in deep here, show a bit of fight. And again, just plays this out to a deep point region. That run rate now is creeping up towards the 8 and over mark. Fuller gets a little bit of an edge on this one. It's going to race away. But Artie will give chase. They'll take on the arm. And it would have been close. He does end up making the ground. He comes back for a second. But again, Spain certainly need a few more of those, though. See there, it would have been close if the throw wasn't as wayward, but it's an end to, again, another very good over for Ashraf. Just 6 off it. Spain struggling, 31 for 3 after 7. So Lorne wasn't able to take a wicket with the ball in hand. However, he's been given a job that he probably wasn't wanting to do. He's going to have to try and dig deep and show some real fight and some character here. It's a real test of character. It's not easy. Germany are a fine side in cricket at the moment in Europe. And it is going to be one of the most successful bowlers for Germany in international cricket, Sri Vishnu Bharati. And he's a man who's claimed many victims in international cricket. Lorne Burns getting on that front push straight away. So 102 required off of 13 overs now. Big ask for Spain. Not much turn there for the left-handed Bharati, coming of course from the same end as Charlie Omistovic. Spanish left-arm spinner. Again, just leaving it outside that off stump. Demand just trying to feather it down to third man. There isn't really anyone fine, so anything that's going to run away. But again, he just might be a little bit better, just trying to put a bit of power into the shot. And after being offered width, Bharati comes back straight onto line and length. And again, coming through for a single. The singles aren't exactly what Spain need at the moment. They're going to need a big over or two just to get them back into the game. It's more than capable. These two can certainly hit a long ball. Prince Daman as well is a powerful and destructive batsman when he wants to be. Short again, just trying to break through that little gap. But Dieter Klein is equal to, and a very good over from Vishnu Bharati. Goes for just 3 off the over. 2 off the over, it'll be 32 for 3 after 8. So again, a poor start for that top order of Daniel Dorkai, Mohammad Yassin and Yasir Ali. Yasir Ali going for a 2-ball duck is never what anyone will want to see. As you can see there to the left of your screen, Ravi Panchal, the 12th man for this game again for Spain. Doing a good job as bringing on. Changing a glove and a drink. Ashraf continuing. Giving a lot of flight. It gets past Dylan Blichno. And it will just be the 1 run. Gets on the sweep, gets it wrong again, misses out. It was there to be swept. It was the right delivery, the right shot to that delivery. However, Missing out once more is Lorne. And again now just struggling ever so slightly to get into the flow of the game. Premeditated shot, and he gets it completely wrong. First time he couldn't get it right, second time still failed once more. It was not a shot really that should have been played to that delivery. And you can see there a sign of frustration. And Lorne Burns has to go. And Spain in a real spot of bother now. Spain are now 33 for 4 here in the 9th over. New batsman to the crease has got a serious job on his hands now. Looks as if it is going to be Hamza Salim Dar. He's a man who has got Spain out of some tricky situations before in his career. However, just wonder, is this mountain too big for Salim Dar to climb? Of course, again, understand that the final in Malta is still being interrupted due to rain. So again, apologies for those that are tuning in trying to watch that final. But if you are joining me, you're watching an interesting battle here. Spain 33 for 4 in a bit of a tricky situation here. They're on the verge of what could be an embarrassing defeat. No Spanish fan would want to see it, of course. They just need to rebuild. Just need to prevent that flow of wickets. Hamza Salim Dar is in now. On the drive straight away. He's off the mark with a single down the ground to decline and collect it. But again, it's been excellent from Muslim Ashraf once more. Taking a further 2 wickets in this tournament. Just proven to be one of the more successful bowlers in this tournament for Germany. Demand this time on the cut, and he might have split the field. He has. Don't think it's going to go all the way. It will be cut and prevented by Talal Khan. And they come back safely for that second run. This one getting an extra bit of bounce. Ashraf is not a small man. He's got quite a bit of height to him, and an excellent inning. Excellent bit of bowling once more here for Germany from Muslim Ashraf. Another great over, just 4 off it, but also picking up the wicket of Lorne Burns. And Spain at the end of 9, struggling along at 36 for 4. Different situation to what they were in this morning for Spain. 9 overs gone. This is the story for Germany. 2 wickets for Muslim Ashraf, 1 apiece for Klein and Ahmadi. But Artie only going for just 1 off of his over. And it looks as if
Careful. Don't cross before you bowl. Oh, sorry, I know
there is going to be a change of bowling. It's going to be the first bowl in international cricket for Joshua van Heerden. Of course, didn't quite come off for him with the bats.
Oh, he's changing.
I'll wait for everyone's happy.
Don't worry,
It's right on the money straight away. Van Heerden with a bit of part-time spin. The number 3 batsman for Germany. It's a good bit of drift as well. So much so you'll find the outside edge.
Late, eh? No, it is 5:50. Oh, good Josh.
Changing field for the right-handed Prince Daman. Of course, came in at number 4, and he's just watched sort of the wickets fall around him, really. 9 or 14 at the moment. Hasn't played much of an expansive shot yet. He's got it in his locker.
Nice, Joshy. Good, bad. Good number 5. 4.
And Daman opens up the arms. into that leg side. But it's excellent bit of work from Dylan Blich now. The hard work covered the ground. Ensured that he got his body behind the ball, prevented a boundary. It's been a long time since that last boundary.
I'll come straight.
Haven't had one since that 6th over now. Halfway through the 10th. Salim Dar just punched this into the offside. Excellent bit of work from Talal Khan. Went down in stages, but he still got the ball. Saves another run. And Germany are well on top at the moment. You can just get that sense in the field that they feel as if they're really applying the squeeze. And well, that will certainly apply a bit more, because Hamza Salim Dar gets dragged into playing a rash shot. Swipes across the line. There's a rush of blood. And Joshua Van Heerden gets his first wicket in international cricket. And Salim Dar has to go for just 2. Spain in a serious spot of bother now. 38 for 5 after 10 overs. And you'll see that Christian Munoz-Mills is the new batsman coming in at number 7. Most likely will be Mohamed Isan coming in at number 8 again, which is what we saw in that previous game this morning. Munoz-Mills, well, he's normally coming in as the finisher, supposedly, at the moment. There's not a lot that he's going to be finishing yet. You can see there. Probably a little wink to Ravi. Ravi probably wishing him well on his way past. Mills comes on into the middle. Won't be facing, of course, due to a new over. It's going to be Sri Vishnu Bharati. He's going to have a change of ends, of course, bowled that 8th over from this near end. Right on the money straight away. And Prince Demand doesn't seem to really have much of an answer to what's being asked of him here at the moment. It's just being a little bit tentative, really. So much so, Vishnu Bharati picks up another one. And that was the quicker delivery, and Prince Demand didn't pick it whatsoever. Played all around it. And he has to make that dreaded walk back to the pavilion. Plays all around the straight one, really. Just misses the straight one. It's another wicket now in Spain. 38 for 6 here in the 11th over. And Prince Demand again just has not been his day in Spanish colours. In a really promising ECC, has to be said. It's just not come off for him today. Struggled with the bat. He took a good catch in the deep. He's fielded well, however. He'll be very disappointed with how things are going for him. But of course, he'll back himself to come back. You can see that 38 for 6 at the moment. And Mohamed Isan, it's these two once again that are going to have to try and do the unimaginable for Spain. And I have got an update for the final out in Malta, and it's not good news, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, the final has been abandoned due to the rain. So that will mean that Malta are champions due to their superior performance in the group stage. So we do apologise. Unfortunately, Mother Nature having the last laugh. They did very well today, and I was paying attention that they did very well to get as many games on as they did. But unfortunately, they just weren't able to get that final played. So Malta will be the new champions of Malta. Congratulations to them as we come back to live action. Bharati continuing here. And this is going to be signalled as wide as well. So they'll get 2 towards the total. Spain just not coming across. Munoz-Mills on strike. Bit of a laugh to Richardson. Yet to face the delivery has Munoz-Mills. Gets on the sweep straight away. He's very early on that delivery from Vishnu Bharati, which is no surprise because he's very, very good at varying his pace. That's exactly what got Prince Demand giving some flight. Christian Munoz-Mills just doesn't quite get there. Misses out on a wider delivery. Finds the toe of the bat. There's a bit of hesitation, could be close here. And I think he's... the umpire has deemed that he survived. Hamid-Ihsan, you can see here, this will be a very interesting replay here. There was massive hesitation in the middle between these two. And it comes through. And, well, the angle doesn't give us much. It was very, very close. Andrew Elliott giving the benefit of the doubt to the batsman. So Ihsan gets a very early life. Facing up now, just fence this one, and they're taking it on again. This time Munoz-Mills will make the ground pretty comfortably. And it brings an end to a very interesting over there, just making sure that that is the end of the over. It will be the end of the over. Ihsan will keep strike, he'll keep the single, 42 for 6 after 11. There seems to be a bit of confusion out in the middle at the moment, just trying to find out what that possibly could be. So it does seem that Spain are going to struggle to get towards the total now. They need to go at a considerable rate, really. They need to go at 10s. Exactly, it's 90 off the next 9 overs. And that run rate, which was at a measly just above 6.5, now climbed all the way up to 10 with 9 overs to go. And when you've got 7 and 8 in, you normally wouldn't give much of a chance, but with these two at the crease, there's still a possibility for Spain. The door slowly closing on them, though. Ihsan just plays this and defends this. It's been a little... It's a shame for Spain after a promising victory against Italy. It's just been a little lackluster this afternoon. Not due to some very good bowling from the Germans, though. Munoz-Mills, again, 1 off 3. He batted very well in that last game. Managed to get his team over the line. Just a pause in play as Ihsan needs to get his shoelaces tied. But again, I do think it's mostly down to the fact that Germany have just bowled very well here this afternoon. Chris Munoz-Mills goes downtown, and it will be 1 bounce, 4 more. Very good shot from Christian Munoz-Mills. Still in with a very small chance here, Spain. It would be requiring some form of miracle, really. But again, these two, they are capable. It just seems to be a little bit tentative, really, from Spain, but Munoz-Mills with a bit of aggression there. And this time, it's down the ground. Justin Broad will come through and collect it, and it will just be a single. But again, good cricket, really. Munoz-Mills gets that boundary and then rotates the strike. Does well. It's been pretty solid bowling here from Van Heerden. Didn't get a chance at all yesterday. Ihsan trying to get in on the action. Justin Broad comes in, and he's not going to make a mistake of that one. And Ihsan, looking like he was just trying to get involved in the party, gets this one all wrong. And it goes high in the air. And a bad day comes to an end. Ihsan getting that one all wrong. And it's going to be another wicket to fall. Spain now 48 for 7 here in the 12th over. Mohamed Kamran will be the new batsman for Spain, and it's in a tricky situation for the Spanish. 48 for 7 on the board, with 84 required off of 49. That run rate, every single delivery there isn't more than 2. It's just creeping up and up and up. It's now Now up to almost 10 at 10.4, 10.3. Mohamed Kamran again. He can hit a long ball, certainly can. And look at who else is left remaining to bat for Spain. You've got Mohamed Kamran out there at the moment. And you've got Charlie Ramisevic is down to come in next, of course. He's a very talented batsman. Just doesn't, very rarely gets the opportunity. Very rarely is needed for Spain. And then Adil Raja will be the number 11. But if you're Spain and you wanted to make Germany's life a little bit worse, you make them bat the entire 20, or field the entire 20 overs. Kamran just bends that one back to the bowler. Again, very good over from Van Heerden. Finishes with 2 for 8 after his 2 overs. And at the end of the 12th, Spain 48 for 7. Well, this is the story at the moment, but it's looking like it's going to be a pretty comfortable victory for Germany, depending on a miracle for Spain. That net run rate is certainly going to help them, of course, with 2 thumping victories over Italy last night. Christian Munoz is facing here, up against Mr. Mashraf. Well, that one's missed everything. Great amount of turn. And it will just be 1. It was enough to beat the bat of Munoz Mills, but also the gloves of Richardson as well. And it was a pretty wild swing from Munoz Mills, trying to play around it more than with it. Brings Kamran again, yet to get off the mark, just faced that single delivery of that last over. It gets cramped for him a little bit, but it gets through. It's an actually elegant shot. He's timed it very well, and it will be 4. Very nice shot from Kamran. Just playing it on its merit, nicely along the floor, no risk at all. And he gets rewarded with a very wealthy 4 runs.
But you still go in 26.
The press forward, finds the middle of the bat, and it races away towards the boundary.
Yeah, that was my philosophy. Like, I'm not.
This time, rocks back, finds a bit of a bottom edge. It's a good comeback though from Ashraf. Hasn't conceded many runs.
Well, I got a couple of wickets and kept his ball at
Kamran this time over cover. This time goes for the lofted version. So much so Kamran can't even find it. Well, I tell you, you will have to find it. It's the man on the boundary, because that's another excellent shot from Mohamed Kamran. Batting at number 9, can certainly hit a long ball. It's a lovely shot. 4 more. Now this will just be a single. It's good batting from Mohamed Kamran. Rotates the strike after 2 glorious shots. Moves on to 9 off of just 4. Again, they're going to need a few more of those boundaries. Munoz Mills is certainly a man who can hit a long ball as well. Drags it leg side. Has got quite a lot of this. Will he find the gap? He won't. Excellent work from Volta-Bear. Does very, very well. And Richardson collects that one again. Very good bit of work out there from Volta. And it does bring us to the end of the over. And well, Munoz Mills moves on to 9 at the moment. 60 for 7 after 13. And at the moment, again, Spain struggling. 72 now required off 42. Joshua Van Heerden now. Short, and again it's missed everything. It's down the leg side as well, so most likely will be signalled as wide, and is so by umpire Andrew Elliott. It's wide and it's 4. And Kamran misses out, however gets more for his trouble. Get an extra run due to the wide, and they get an extra ball as well. It's best outcome really there for Spain. It's Fuller, this time just chipped, a bit of a 9-iron over the infield. For again another single. Kamran looking very comfortable out in the middle, really, it has to be said. There was a moment where he was tried it in the opening position at the ECC. Of course, ended up finding Kyle was best at the top there with Yasir Ali. Also had Mohamed Baba. Of course, in the first week he was very, very promising as well. Well, that one got a little bit big on Munoz Mills there. Just apologise for the lack of on-screen graphics at the moment. Munoz Mills again getting frustrated now. You can just sense hasn't really got one away out of the middle. Short into the leg side. Very good work from the man from Talakan. Watches that all the way. Prevents it from flying over for a boundary. Very good work.
Good, Josh. Keep going, bud. That's what you want.
Short again. Rocks back. Just transfers his way onto the back foot. For another single. That run rate still sticking at 10 and a bit and over at the moment. Munoz Mills would love to get one away here. Leg side, he's hit this well again, but Talakan will come round and collect it, and Munoz Mills will keep the strike. He will move the score along to 69 off of 14. It's 69 for the loss of 7, which is the issue for Spain. Six overs remaining, 36 deliveries, 63 required. Required to go at 10.5, but now you've got Dieter Klein coming back into the attack, who of course bowled very well in that opening spell of his in this game. Went for just 10 runs off of 2 overs with that wicket as well. Of Mohamed Yassin, after being dispatched for 2 consecutive 4s, he turned around and went, right, I've had enough of this. Followed up with a full straight Yorker, clattered into the back pad of Yassin. That was the end. Back now, and Munoz Mills just clips this into that leg side. Justin Broad will come through and it'll just be a single. Kamran then. Interesting enough here. Dieter Klein not wearing a helmet. No surprise, Kamran very rarely wears one, fortunately. No surprise that Dieter Klein also tries to dig one into the pitch a little bit. Doesn't get much from it though. Again, no real surprise. Fast bowler's instinct is to try and take the head off of the batsman. And even so, Mohamed Kamran almost gets wiped out with the ball that's thrown into the wicket-keeper. But he survives and he comes back for a second. You can see here, that's right on the money there. Might get a chance to take a look here as well. Look at that one. It's really good bowling from Dieter Klein. Proper short ball. Comes down the track. Lovely shot into the offside. I think it will be cut off though. He'll come back for a second, but a really good shot from Kamran. He's looking very comfortable at the crease, has to be said, even though that extra pace of his fellow paceman. Dieter Klein. Run rate now already raising to 11. It's now or never for Spain. Full, driven. Will be a single out to deep point. Good to see Emily Elizabeth in the chat as well. Welcome to you. Cricket John asking the question, what's happened to Venkat? Venkat is here actually. Venkat's here in the team. Not sure if it's more of a coaching role or if he's on as a player. Not entirely sure. And that does bring us to the end of the 15th with 5 overs remaining. Spain 76 for 7. That's just a sort of bit of a sad looking scorecard really. No one really getting starts. Couple of 10s, couple of 13s, but apart from that, it's been a bit of a lackluster performance with the bat in hand for Spain. And they'll hope that they can come back stronger tomorrow in this return fixture against Germany. And it's going to be Vishnu Bharati. He's going to bowl the 16th over here. Munoz Mills most likely will try and take him on. Does exactly that, and it almost ends up being an incredible catch. It looked as if it may have just popped up off the boot of Christian Munoz Mills. I'm assuming that's what Richardson was sure about. Big step across again, just trying to overhit this really. Here's Munoz Mills, which is understandable in the context of this game. He knows that they need to find a flourish of runs very quickly. However, he's just almost losing a bit of his technique, which is very solid. He's just trying to overhit it more than anything. Time missing out on that wider delivery, just trying to dab this down. There isn't really anyone at third man. There's a short third man. He's very, very wide, very square. Dieter Klein. Cameron comes down the track, tries to go over the bowler's head, but Vishnu Bharati gets a very vital hand on it. It ends up just being a dot ball. Again, this time it will be just a single. He does get it past. Munoz Mills again finds a bit of an inside edge. Come through for a single. He'll keep the strike. Spain 79 for 7 after 16 overs. And this is what's coming up, of course, on Monday, as we have alluded to a couple of times over today's broadcast. We will be all the way up in Barcelona, so going from the south of Spain right up to the north of Spain to Catalonia. And we start, of course, with those 4 matches. That's going to be a very, very fun 31 days of cricket up in Barcelona. Plenty of teams up there, hundreds of teams, in fact. There'll be 16 teams participating in that tournament. Very much looking forward to watching that. Of course, Vinny will be up there. I know Corey is part of the team, and I think Rico's up there as well. I could be mistaken, though. Dieter Klein going to continue on here. Bowled well in his first 3 overs, 1 for 17. He's got one final over left here in the 17th. Munoz Mills just drags this into that leg side. Getting a little bit cooler now in the evening, moving towards that 5 o'clock local time. T20I, no, he'll be looking for at least one more wicket. And he gets it. It's that full Yorker. Mohammed Kamran was trying to give himself some room and square this off into the offside, but gets it wrong. And Kamran has to go. Batted well for his 17, but it was in a bit of a losing battle, really. It's a brilliant Yorker, though, from T20I, and he does pick up that extra wicket. And it's the 8th wicket to fall. Spain 80 for 8. $80 for 8 then on the board for Spain after 16.2 overs. Means that young 17-year-old Charlie Ramisovic will make his way out to the middle for Spain. Again, hasn't had many opportunities to have a go with the bat, but he's facing a very, very talented and serious cricketer in T20I. He's facing up now, and he comes out to join his captain. It'll be an interesting conversation there. To be honest, I'm almost sure Christian will just be saying just to enjoy it, use the experience. Not many times that a 17-year-old will go ahead and face T20I. Charlie now has an opportunity to just show what he's capable with bat in hand. Keanu asking what league does Ibiza play? Not too sure the exact name of it, but I know that they play in the League of the Islands in and around Spain. Can't remember what it's called exactly though. Charlie Ramisovic on strike then for Spain. And it's a good shot into the leg side. It's off the mark straight away, just pushes T20I into that leg side. Brings Christian Munoz Mills back on strike. Flash of the bat, doesn't quite get all of this. This will race away. Dylan Blich now will cut this off. He gets the throw in as well, keeps it to just a single. And I think that's just been the difference in this game today, as Germany have just looked as if they're at one level above Spain in the second half of this game. T20I again has bowled exceptionally well. 2 for 20 now, with 2 deliveries left of this spell. Young Ramisovic on strike. Slower ball, hits down the ground, hits well as well. Should just be the single, and will be. Again, it's a good shot from Ramisovic. You can see him there. He's a real cricket fanatic, is young Charlie. Lives and breathes cricket. Munoz Mills now 17 off 18, just under a run a ball. Just hasn't quite been able to get going. It does seem though that this pitch is a lot harder to bat on, so maybe tomorrow we expect some lower scores than what we've had so far. And again, skewed into that leg side. Munoz Mills will keep the strike. Spain will be 84 for 8 after 17 overs. So what does this mean for Spain then? So it will mean that they sit confirmed at second place in the table between the 3 teams. Germany will move top, well, they will stay top with 6 points, with a single game to play for Germany and Italy tomorrow, 2 for Spain. Of course, that last game of the tournament is Spain versus Italy. Spain will be hoping that they can make a comeback and get a bit of a victory or a bit of revenge against the Germans tomorrow. 48 now required off the last 3. It's a big ask. I've seen weirder things happen, but you never know. But again, take this opportunity to thank everyone for tuning in throughout the day. And it's not been easy with Malta in and out of play with rain and battling Mother Nature. But again, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here today. Over halfway through our little the Tri series here. Hang on, maybe an issue. It's going to be a change. It's not going to be Vishnu Bharati. In fact, it's going to be Nasul Ahmadi, of course, bowled the opening spell for Germany. Bowled well as well. 1 for 14 off his first 3 overs. He's got 1 over left. Now Munoz Mills trying to play this down towards third man. But doesn't get anything on it. And it will be given as byes. And I think Richardson's a little bit disappointed with himself. Goes down in a bit of anger. But it's going to be 4 byes to the total. Very good afternoon to Chris Smith. I hope you're well. Thanks for joining us late in the afternoon. Keanu asking how did the ECL Spanish playoffs go? I can tell you. Just give me a couple of minutes. I can do some research. Munoz Mills again on strike still. Well, no quick singles in there. Good work from Muslim Ashraf. I can tell you that the run of play. Gracia beat Sporting Alphas this morning. Badaloda Shaheen beat Ibiza. Then after that, Munoz Mills down the ground, powerfully struck. That will be gone. Excellent bit of work from Joshua Van Heerden on the boundary. Munoz Mills trying to get on with things, getting it all wrong, picks him out. Wasn't a bad hit, but just into that wind. But an excellent bit of work from Joshua Van Heerden to take a really good catch out on the boundary. Great awareness to know where that boundary was. And it means that Spain lose their 9th. Spain 88 for 9. Excellent catch there by Joshua Van Heerden. Again, in only his 3rd international match for Germany. Again, had a good day with the bat yesterday. However, this morning it wasn't, or this afternoon it wasn't quite his day with the bat, but on a difficult track it seems. Did very, very well.
I think you only reacted once.
A very, very good catch there, nonetheless, to remove the dangerous Munoz Mills. Spain now, their last wicket here. As if they could be bowled out for not very many. Charlie Mistovic, of course, talking to Adil Raja. Just having that conversation, just trying to watch the ball. But of course, playing against the spin of Sulamadi, not going to be easy. Adil Raja, well, they're going to take on the arm. And Charlie's very quick in between the stumps. Does very well. Gets down to the other end. I think he's going to be saying, well, if I can face the majority of the deliveries remaining in this innings, then we might be able to get towards 100. Charlie Mistovic is actually a very talented batsman, although you don't really get to see it when playing for Spain. He's more than capable with bat in hand. Sure the stumps are right. It looks straight to me. Rasul Ahmadi getting involved as well. There you go. I wonder if Ahmadi likes that one. He's going to get his form of approval. Charlie Mistovic then. 2 off 2 for him. Facing the spin of Ahmadi. And he's gone for the elevated shot. And he gets dropped. Walter Bear over his shoulder. Just wasn't able to take the catch. Charlie Mistovic trying to get on the offensive and go down the track. I don't mind this. No point just fending off the next 14 deliveries, but he survives. Leaves Adil Raja with just a single delivery remaining here in the over. We're not surprised if they don't take a single. Straight to the man. And they turn it down. Good spell of bowling again from Rasul Ahmadi. Finishes with figures of 2 for 16 off his 4. And at the end of 18, with 12 balls remaining, 2 overs left, Spain are 90 for 9. So, of course, do remember we are back again tomorrow with Spain versus Germany in the morning, and then it's Spain versus Italy in the afternoon. Be very, very exciting to see how Spain come back tomorrow morning. This hasn't been easy for them. They've just been a little bit outperformed more than anything against Germany. They want to come back stronger tomorrow. Again, that starts at local time, 10 o'clock. Here at Desert Springs in the south of Spain. It's been a pleasure to bring you the coverage. I hope you join me for some Sunday cricket tomorrow. Of course, lots of cricket are going on around the world, but this is just the icing on the cake. Charlie getting the reverse sweep out. Doesn't quite pay off. I don't mind him getting inventive at this stage, as it is Sri Vishnu Bharati here for Germany. Charlie goes big into the leg side, hasn't quite got all of it, and it will be dropped again. And it's Voltaire. That's two that's been put down now. It wasn't easy. It was right into the sun. Wind also taking it away. Mishevich just unable to quite clear that boundary. Didn't quite get all of it. But it's a drop nonetheless. This time goes offside and once again hasn't quite middled it. Will drop safe once more. Mishevich will come back for a second. And that will bring up there. They're getting ever closer to that 100. Charlie's gone down twice. Is he going to go for it for the third time? Oh, he sits deep and they will take the single. Possibly looking at two, but they won't take it on. Good fielding from Blichnaut. Raja going for the big swing as this game becomes very much slowly a victory for Germany. Of course, we do have to confirm we are back tomorrow. Adil Raja, and that will be it. Misses the straight one, clatters into that back pad, and that is all she wrote. Germany will remain top of the table. This one deep in the crease, just confirming. Even from square on, I'd say it was hitting. But again, an excellent display of cricket from the German national team here today. They've just been a little bit too much for Spain here this afternoon. And they will take victory here. As Spain finished 95 all out. Germany will win by 36 runs in total here in match number 4. Good ICC ranking points again for Germany. But it wasn't due to a lack of trying from Spain. Charlie Mishevich coming into the 11 for this game. And bowled exceptionally well. But unfortunately was given a little bit too much to do with bat in hand, but he bowled well for his 3 for 18. And again, there was just a lack of application from the Spanish batsman. But they'll get a stern talking to from head coach Corey Rutgers. And now we'll be back tomorrow at the same time as 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, local time here in Spain, as we take a look at the highlights of the response. There were some nice shots early on from Yassin. That one was a little bit lucky. But again, there were some nice shots from Mohamed Yassin as he took Peter Klein into that leg side and also to that right. But Yasir Ali, that was how he was gone. An excellent delivery from Rasul Ahmadi. And then Daniel Doul-Carlier just got a little bit frustrated, missed out on a few short ones, and you could just sense that there was an element of frustration. Norm Burns played a nice shot into the offside to get his boundary account underway, and Prince Demand came in at number 4 but just struggled yet again, really wasn't able to get things going. Then Norm Burns with a premeditated shot didn't pay off whatsoever. Hamza Salim Dar came in again, just didn't look comfortable at the crease. Just seems as if this pitch is a little bit trickier to bat on than the first 3 games. Of course, we have changed for this for the next 3 games onto a different wicket. And then Munoz Mills came in, it just wasn't easy. Again, you can see even though he was struggling, Isan tried to go big, but it was a pretty simple catch for Justin Broad. Cameron played some lovely shots through the covers. This one was along the floor, then the very next one was lofted over the top. And Peter Klein came in and almost tried to take his head off, if anything. But that was pretty much all she wrote, as eventually Mohamed Kamran would fall to the full Yorker from Dieter Klein. Then excellent bit of work right towards the end to remove Christian Munoz Mills from Joshua Van Heerden. And then Raja Adil right towards the end ended up being plumb in front And Germany are your winners here by 36 runs. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here. A huge thank you to the staff on the ground with the likes of Michael, Samir and Manav doing the scoring, to the local organising committee as well, John Howard and the rest of Cricket Spania. Many thanks to all of you, to the ground staff as well, Callum and his team here at Desert Springs, for being an absolute gem of a groundskeeper, keeping the lovely game looking beautiful. But also to our production crew, getting better and better every day. They've been outstanding today. They've provided some excellent replays and some excellent angles. It's been a pleasure to work with you all again. We'll be doing it one more day. We return tomorrow. Spain take on Germany at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning here in Spain. Do ensure you return on for some lovely Sunday morning cricket. We will be returning tomorrow morning. It's been an absolute pleasure. My name's been Charlie Hunt here on the European Cricket Network.